The leader of the Guild of the Nightmare Adventurers, Crow, is presented with an anonymous voice stating, "I was saved by him." Two girls and a child express their admiration for the master, declaring that he saved their lives and that he is very virtuous. Two other guild members, a man and a woman, echo the feeling, stating that there's no one as good as the master and that he is worthy of loyalty. A close-up on Crow's masked face, whose real name is revealed as Yashinai Crow. In a sunlit office, a masked man sits at his desk while a maid works nearby. The guild leader, known as Crow, reads a document announcing the return of the Guild Nightmare. The document he reads contains an article on the popularity of the members of his guild. Continuing to read, he sees quotes from several people praising his team members, such as a priestess, a supplier, and a tavern employee. The maid, preparing coffee, breathes an audible sigh. She realizes her master's discouraged posture and calls him Crozama. Serving him coffee, the maid asks if something is bothering him. The maid, Felso Highs, fourth in the Nightmare ranking, offers her unconditional help. In answer, your master asks you a hypothetical question about leaving the guild. Fel processes the question, understanding that he's talking about abandoning them. He confirms the hypothesis with indifference, asking yes, what if? With a scary glow in his eyes, Fel declares with a blushing smile, "I'll die." Her extreme response makes him visibly shocked and disturbed. As she prepares to stab herself, he scolds her, telling her not to treat life so lightly. The maid explains that his life belongs to him. Meanwhile, a young woman with animal ears, Yuma, approaches and pulls the sleeve of her Nina. Yuma Lunafabla, the first in the Nightmare ranking, listens to the conversation and is horrified by the possibility of her Nina leaving the guild, even if it is hypothetical. Yuma clings desperately to him, crying and screaming that she doesn't want him to leave. He quickly consoles her, apologizing and promising never to make that joke again. With a deadly look, Yuma warns him not to lie and abandon her as his father did. As he caresses Yuma's head to calm her down, he reflects that maybe next time they'll understand when he's serious. Addressing all present members, he reiterates that his previous conversation was just a joke. Seeing that all 10 members are present, he announces that it is time to begin the meeting. Lulusilla Knights, the second in the ranking, begins the meeting, informing that the staff is a mission in a dungeon. Lofia Flight, the third in the ranking, suggests with boredom that it should be about the rumorful goblin nest. Almeria Royce, the 7th in the ranking, expresses her aversion to goblins, calling them dirty and enemies of women. Garga, the 8th in the ranking, scorns the mission, considering the goblins insignificant opponents. Crow intervenes, offering to carry out the mission alone, which Lulu accepts with gratitude. Lulusilla adds a crucial detail. There is information that goblins have accumulated a considerable amount of valuable items, arousing the interest of their leader. She then asks who else will go with him to the mission. Immediately, all the women of the guild raise their hands with enthusiasm, each wanting to accompany him. Horace, also 8th in the ranking, kneels down and begs to be taken on the mission, promising that his loyalty will bring strength to the young master. Garga confronts Horace, declaring that he is more worthy to accompany the master. The two men face each other with intensity, each convinced that the guild leader prefers them. The discussion heats up to the point that both Garga and Horace are wrapped in flames. Alicia Kreese, the 6th in the ranking, intervenes to punish both of them and end the fight, asking for praise from her master for her action. He compliments her with a caress on her head, which makes her visibly happy. The other women in the guild observe the scene with intense jealousy. Alicia seizes the moment to declare that she will become the master's wife. He tries to dissuade her, saying it would be difficult for her, but she insists that she will accept everything about him. In a seductive way, she eats cherries, stating that she will accept all her desires and lusts. Lofia also volunteers not only for the mission, but also for a wife position. She embraces him provocatively, declaring that she also wants to marry him. While nesting in it, Lofia says she doesn't mind being the second wife, to the despair of her master, who doesn't want to have adulterous affairs. She happily reminds him that the society they live in is polygamous. Lulusilla hits the table hard, strongly disapprove of the proposal. In desperation, Lulusilla laments, unable to believe that her leader would become a man crazy about sex. To resolve the impasse, members decide to make a rigorous selection and have Crow wait in their room. Alone in his room, Yashinai Crow, the lowest ranking member, laments his situation and expresses his desire to leave the guild. He feels pathetic about being the leader and yet being the target of such praise. He considers himself the weakest person, unable to use the special skill he received from a goddess. He removes the mask, revealing his true face, a youth of common appearance with freckles. Looking at his reflection, he regrets having a disappointed and unfortunate face. He admits that his appearance is a complex he always hides in his mask. He feels dislocated because his guild is full of beautiful people and he doesn't fit. Holding the mask, He laments his lack of talent and confidence, unable to show his true face to his companions. He wonders if it's really suitable for the role of being the world's greatest guild leader. A knock on the door interrupts him. It is Almeria, the super beautiful girl Almachin, who announces excitedly that she was chosen and invites him to a date called Mission. He expresses relief by being only soul, which offends her by her indifferent reaction. Alma gets upset about the way he treats her, but then gets excited about the possibility that it's because she's close to him. She asks if it means that she is special to him, and he agrees hesitantly. His hope is frustrated when he clarifies that they are special as friends of the same age. As they descend, he sees Lafia Flight, the 5th in the ranking, sitting alone at a table. He turns to Alma and asks if she is the only one who will accompany him on the mission. Approaching the table, he calls himself Lafia, who is frightened by his presence. He formally invites you to join them in the dungeon. Alma is shocked and asks about the date that they would have alone. Lafia is thrilled that he noticed that she also raised her hand and did not say much during the meeting. Despite Lafia's self-depreciation, he reassures her that she is also a friend of the same age and that it would be comforting to have her around. He sincerely expresses that he hoped Lafia would come along. With his face flushed with happiness, Lafayette accepts the invitation with pleasure. With enthusiasm, Crow states that the three, he, Alma, and Lafia, are leaving for the dungeon. In the main hall of the guild, the remaining members remain in a dark silence. Yuma sitting alone, murmuring with concern, wondering if Yonini will leave this place. The other girls hear her murmur and react with shocked and apprehensive looks. Alicia approaches to comfort Yuma, saying there is no need to worry, for the master will marry her. She embraces the young woman, proposing that Yuma become her adopted daughter so that they can solve everything together. Watching this scene, Fell comments on the fate of his master being insensitive to all affection directed to him. Lofia is getting mad at Alicia. Lafayette and Horace have a tense standoff. Lucilla observes the dynamics and concludes that everyone in the guild loves Crow very much. A memory arises, showing Lulu being despised by other nobles after his family was murdered, and how Crow was the only one to approach her. In memory, a young Crow reaches out to the desolate girl, who had lost all hope in the world. For those who were abandoned by the world, he became his only hope and light. The narrative concludes that this is the story of the 9 guild members who worship him to the point of worship, with Lulu declaring with an insane look that will never let him go, no matter what. Approaching the table, he calls himself Lafia, who is frightened by his presence. Lafia shows up and apologizes on behalf of Lafia, but Crow wants to talk to Lafia. He formally invites you to join them in the dungeon. Alma is shocked, asking about their date. Lafia is thrilled Crow noticed her. Lafia appreciates it, but Crow reassures her. Crow explains that he hoped Lafia would come along. Lafia gets radiant and agrees to go. Close up her acceptance. Crow announces that all 3 are headed for the dungeon. The door closes. The remaining members remain silent. Yuma wonders if Nania goes away. The other girls react with shock. Lucilla understands something. Alicia reassures Yuma, saying that the master will marry her. Alicia hugs Yuma, saying she will be her adopted daughter. Fell and Lulu comment on Crow's lack of sensitivity. Lofia gets mad at Alicia. Lofia and Horace face each other. Lucilla reflects on how everyone in the guild loves Crow. Close up in Lucilla, Garga doesn't understand the problem. The discussion is closed. The vice leader imposes order. A character says Crow, yes. The character reflects on Crow looking out the window. Beginning of a flashback showing a noble girl being avoided after the murder of her family. People gossip about her. The girl is alone and crying. A young Crow offers her his hand. The girl reflects that he is the only hope for the Edendon. The story is about the self-proclaimed of the guild leader, Crow. The final panel shows all members with yandier expressions, swearing never to let him go. Under the light of the full moon, Crow's team approaches the dark entrance of a dungeon, the sound of his footsteps echoing in the night. Inside the dungeon, they are welcomed by a group of threatening-looking goblins, armed with sticks. Alma, one of Crow's companions, asks him to watch her before launching a spinning attack with her spear, decimating the horde of monsters. The effectiveness of your attack is shown in a close-up with goblins being cut in half. With a victorious smile, she boasts of her feat in battle for her leader. The masked leader points out 2 runaway goblins. Before they can react, a distant scream confirms that the monsters have been intercepted. Lafia, another companion, reports that you've taken care of the fugitives. Lofia, a 3rd girl, congratulates all the while Crow thanks Lafia for her help. Lofia makes a disturbing comment, stating with a smile that she is very good at killing waste, which makes her master visibly uncomfortable. After the battle, Lafia faces her leader with a pleasurable expression, waiting for a compliment. Alma, feeling forgotten, also draws his attention, asking if he does not recognize her effort as well. Lafia's expression twitches in jealous rage, aggressively questioning why she is not being praised. She accuses you of always treating her like a joke and mocking her, her anger growing with every word. He tries to explain himself, starting to talk about Alma. Soul, in turn, requires physical affection, stating that only words are not enough and that it needs a caress on the head to feel safe. Seeing the opportunity, Lofia also asks for a caress for the exasperation of her master, who reminds them that they are still in a dangerous dungeon. Feeling trapped, the young leader gives in and agrees to stroke both girls' heads. He simultaneously caresses Lofia and Lafia, who feed on happiness by receiving the desired attention. The tranquility is abruptly broken by the sound of a feminine cry echoing through the corridors of the dungeon. Without hesitation, Crow runs towards the origin of sound, leaving his perplexed companions behind. He finds a wounded adventurer who begs for help, explaining that she and her friends were attacked by goblins. The guild leader calms her down, making sure she gets back to the city safely. The woman, relieved, shakes his hand in a gesture of deep gratitude. He reassures her even more, mentioning that he has two trusted companions with him. With tears of joy, the adventurer expresses her relief by finally being saved. However, at the exact moment Crow confirms his safety, Alma appears and crosses the woman with her divine spear, Gungnir. The masked leader watches the scene with a subtle smile, revealing that the situation was under his control all along. The impaled woman looks at her attackers with an expression of shock and betrayal. Lofia comes up with a look of pure anger, screaming at the victim not to touch Crow with his dirty hands. A second blade pierces the woman, who can barely process the surprise attack. In her final moments, the woman wonders why she is being killed, while a legend describes the attack as an act of strong and uncontrollable love. With a look of contempt, one of Crow's companions confronts the fallen adventurer, sarcastically questioning the idea that they would help her, calling the notion extremely absurd. The injured woman, in shock, stutters confused, asking how they dare to interrupt the pleasant moments she was having with Crow without understanding betrayal. The impaled adventurer falls back, succumbing to her wounds. A close-up shows the sharp end of the spear that pierced it. In her last moments, the woman expresses her terror, whispering no. When Alma prepares to strike the final blow, Crow, now without her mask, intervenes, firmly ordering her, "Stop, soul." Surprised by the intervention, Alma blushes and looks at her leader, murmuring her name. The young leader scolds his companions, reminding them that they are adventurers, not murderers, and that they should not kill targets indiscriminately. Kneeling next to the dying woman, he reveals that he pretended to fall into her trap to resolve the situation peacefully and questions her whether she usually hunts other adventurers. Using his mask again, he identifies her holding a wanted poster revealing that she is the goblin Tarrison of the antisocial guild Wild Hunter. Realizing that she was deceived from the beginning, the Dome of Goblins screams in anger at the disgraceful masked man. The Dome of Goblins refuses to surrender and, when cornered, crushes a potion on the ground, declaring it will not stop while the ground shakes. With a manic laugh, she reveals her trap, a horde of hundreds of goblins emerging from the shadows, threatening to kill the group and turn their bodies into fertilizer. As the horde advances, Lafia calmly draws his weapons, the double sacred swords Excalibur. With incredible speed, Lafia advances over the horde of goblins, cutting them into a blur of motion. The Dome of Goblins observes in shock while her troops are easily decimated. Lafia declares the goblins absolutely disgusting and orders them to die. Alma joins the fight, wielding her Gungnir spear and punching the remaining monsters. With her strongest forces annihilated effortlessly, the Dome of Goblins panics, recognizing the legendary weapons of her opponents, Excalibur and Gungnir. Lafayette and Alma pose with their brilliant weapons while the Dome of Goblins wonders how common adventurers could possess mythological class equipment. With his arms crossed, the masked leader casually reveals, "Oh, I'm the one who created these weapons." The Dome of Goblins gets mouthy, unable to believe what she hears, stuttering impossible. Crow's statement echoes, stating his authorship over legendary weapons. It is explained that the guild leader has a special skill called Create, granted to him by a goddess, which allows him to bring his imagination to life. The narrative continues, revealing that he uses the knowledge acquired in games and manga to create rare artifact-level equipment in this world. In a state of comic shock, the Dome of Goblins laments that his ability is even more unfair than her ability to control goblins. Reaching out, the young leader prepares to use his ability again, advising his opponent to simply give up. The Dome of Goblins watches with apprehension, imagining what powerful weapon he will materialize this time. To his surprise, he creates a completely black and simple-looking sword, announcing his name as Black Sword, which makes her visibly disappointed. A close-up in the eye of the Goblin Dome shows us total perplexity. The simplicity of the Black Sword is contrasted with the ornamented design of Excalibur and Gungnir. Despite his simple appearance, the masked leader, now in a red coat, recognizes the powerful aura emanating from the weapon he himself created. With a shrewd glow in her eyes, the Dome of Goblins points to him, declaring confidently that she discovered his weakness. The Goblin Dome provokes Crow, pointing out her weakness. Though you can create powerful weapons, you yourself don't have the ability to use them. She continues her provocation, accusing him of hiding and letting his friends fight instead. Crow's companions, Alma and Lafia, react with shock and indignation to the tamer's provocation. The villain orders his horde of goblins to concentrate on attacking only the guild leader. With his black sword, the masked young man effortlessly diverts the projectiles launched by the goblins, using a dark energy. The Donador de Goblins is shocked by the ease with which he defends herself. The leader of Nightmare admits that his weapon may seem a bit outdated. Even so, he continues as he watches the battle alongside his opponent. With an intense look, he declares that it is impossible to lose only fighting goblins, which terrifies the Donador de Goblins, who orders the immediate withdrawal of his troops. A close-up reveals the terror on the tamer's face by realizing the turnaround in the situation. She is struck by a gust of dark blows, losing an arm and screaming in agony and despair. Alma and Lafia, with frightening expressions, confront the tamer, listing her crimes: hunting adventurers, insulting and hurting her master. They distort Crow's order not to kill her, questioning if they can torture her as long as they don't kill her. The scene is filled with sounds of violence while the tamer begs for forgiveness. Lafia reveals that Crow saved her from her father's violence and, with a dark look, demands that the tamer show her regret. The two girls reveal their tragic stories and how they were saved by their master, justifying their fanatical devotion while continuing to brutally punish the tamer. The group prepares to leave the dungeon, the lighted exit ahead. One of Crow's companions expresses disturbing satisfaction, recalling the attack on the tamer. Lafia agrees with Alma's satisfaction, laughing complicitly. They look at the bag containing their prisoner, claiming they managed to make the girl who hurt Croson get in line. The guild leader observes the scene in silence, impassive. Loading the prisoner, he reflects that although the mission was completed safely, he already knew that his guild was problematic. He concludes that the real problem is himself, because he was the only one who injured emotionally during the mission. A close-up in his mask, while he continues to ponder his situation, he feels inadequate, believing that he is lowering the guild level with his perceived weakness. And most importantly, he thinks his anguish increasing. Alma and Lafia, covered in blood, stretch out their hands to him with worshipping smiles, calling him out together. His expression reveals his discomfort with the bloodthirsty appearance and joyful attitude of his companions. As they move away from the dungeon, he reaffirms his desire to leave the guild, concluding that it is the best to do, while his inner agony continues. At the headquarters of the western branch of the Guild of Adventurers, a voice off the screen laments, "Crow, you did it again." The master of the house, Zois, scolds Crow, telling him to consider those who need to deal with the consequences of his actions, while the masked leader wonders if he has done anything. Elsewhere, the captured Dome of Goblins trembles with fear, repeatedly apologizing. It is revealed that she is suffering from severe PTSD, which prevents detailed reports. Zois continues his scolding, exclaiming that Crow always exaggerates. The young leader denies guilt, but begs forgiveness anyway. While walking down a corridor, the leader of Nightmare asks if the case of the tamer is the reason for its summons, but Zois indicates that there is another important matter. With a serious look, Zois takes a dramatic break before continuing the conversation. Crow is surprised to find his companions, Lulusilla and Fel, asking why they are also there. Lulusilla, the vice leader, responds that her presence is natural, since the leader is present. Fel, the maid, asserts her position as the master's maid, questioning her own identity as an adventurer. Zois leads them to an ornamented door, announcing that he has a private mission to hire the masked young man. Zois' hand turns the handle, opening the door for the meeting. Inside, Viscount Rai, the mission client, complains that Zois took his time. Without ceremony, Crow asks the nobleman about the importance of his title, causing him to choke on tea. The Viscount chokes in shock with the young man's direct and disrespectful question. Zois displays a map, explaining that Viscount Rai manages the region where their guild is located, making it a crucial figure of power. The Viscount expresses doubts about entrusting the mission to someone so inexperienced, but Zois ensures that his trust in the young leader is unwavering. The noble yields, but points to the masked leader with a look of warning. Sitting on a couch, the young man has a bad feeling about the situation. Viscount Rai reveals the nature of the mission, finding a missing person. Immediately, Lulusilla and Fel refuse the mission in unison, while their leader, intrigued, wishes to hear more details. The leader of Nightmare is confused by the immediate refusal of his companions. Luluzilla expresses her suspicion about the search mission. The vice leader argues that such a mission should be the military police, and that the need for secrecy suggests something illicit for the discomfort of Viscount and Zois. The Viscount, outraged, scolds Zois for the insubordination of the girls, while Crow wonders why he is being reprimanded when he agrees with them. In a fit of anger, the noble threatens to end the career of group adventurers. In panic, the young man tries to calm the Viscount with a confused logic, saying that dying is not something he should do. Zois explains to Viscount that the problem of investigation involves complications with public agencies. Luluzilla, now calmed down, asks Zois about the location of the mission. With a severe tone, Zois reveals that the research site is in the country of the succubus, as indicated by an image of an imposing castle under foreign flags. At the guild headquarters, the discussion of the new mission continues. Luluzilla reports that the target is the Kingdom of Succubus, an autonomous city where 40 members of the Devon Trade Company, sponsored by the Viscount, have disappeared. Zoe speculates that the nobleman wants to keep his ties with the demons a secret. Fell adds a historical context, explaining that the city became autonomous after a local leader married a demon of lust, which led to the acceptance of more of his species. By understanding that the city is essentially an adult amusement park, the guild women react with expressions of pure horror and disgust. The male members express their vehement opposition, insisting that it is too dangerous for their young master to go to a place like this and that they cannot allow. Lofia, with a cold look and an image of atomic explosion at the bottom, suggests an extreme solution: a war to eradicate the race of demons from the lust of the world. Shocked by the exaggerated reaction of all, the masked leader asks, unbelieving, if they are playing. Alicia agrees with Lofia, calling the targets lascivious demons, while Almeria, with a blink of an eye, suggests to Crow that they simply refuse the mission. Garga solemnly warns the young master, stating that the demons of lust are terrifying creatures and that they should not be involved. Asked by his leader, Luluzilla declares with a blushed face that both the succubus and the humans who associate with them are repulsive. By sighing, the young leader ponders that, despite the dangers, they cannot simply ignore the victims of the situation. Turning the page of a document, new information is revealed. The document details that the Kingdom of Succubus is also a famous tourist destination, known for its culture, gourmet food and clothing. Knowing that the site is also a city of beauty, famous for its cosmetics and spas, the mood of women changes dramatically. They now celebrate with enthusiasm, declaring in unison, "Let's all go to the Kingdom of Succubus." Luluzilla, with a determined and passionate look, promises her leader, "I will be the one who will protect you," to which he answers that he counts on her. Lafia, already dressed for the trip with suitcases and sunglasses, asks when they leave, while Yuma declares she will too. The leader questions the suit's suitability for a mission. Fell, embarrassed, justifies that they'll need plenty of time there, but Crow reminds her it's a work trip. Contaminated by general enthusiasm, Garda changes her mind and decides to go too, using the excuse of not being able to abandon the missing persons. The other women react with fury to Garda's sudden change of opinion, shouting insults like pervert and what audacity. While the door is slammed hard, Crow quietly reflects that everyone acts strangely sometimes, as if they had some problem. The scene changes to a vast landscape, showing the way the group will travel on their journey. A horse-drawn carriage travels along a rural road, approaching its destination. A foot with a boot comes down from the carriage, marking the arrival of the group. Crow and his companions observe the entrance of the city with dark and apprehensive expressions. The group enters the Kingdom of Succubus, a vibrant and busy city, and its leader comments on the agitation of the site. Yuma regrets that Garga and Horus could not accompany them on the mission. In a flashback, it is revealed that Garga and Horus were left behind to handle the paperwork, as the guild could not be empty. Almeria suggests that they split into teams to investigate, proposing a draw to ensure a fair division. Luluzilla explains that they can communicate at any time through their magical earrings, which shine subtly. In the distance, a hooded and armed figure secretly observes the arrival of the group of adventurers. A close-up reveals the observer's face, a young succubus with a nervous and flushed expression. In another place, a subordinate informs a figure of authority that a group of adventurers, possibly spies of Viscount Rai, arrived in the city. The figure of authority decides not to intervene, stating that all who come to the city are treated as guests. However, an order is given: if the newcomers approach the Devon Trade Company, the situation will change. In the middle of the busy street, a succubus leader declares that the city is a paradise for its kind and will not forgive anyone who threatens its peace. In a restaurant in the kingdom of Succubus, Lofia delights with oysters, commenting on how delicious and fleshy they are. At another table, Lulusilla expressed enthusiastically how the food looks more tasty during the holidays, so Crow reminds her dryly that they are on a work mission. Lofia, with her eyes quenched with emotion, declares that the food is tasty because she is dining with the person she loves, ignoring the question of her master if she is paying attention. She offers food to her leader, insisting he eat, but he seems hesitant. The selection of dishes, including soft-boiled turtle soup and grilled eel, reveals Lofia's intention to increase Crow's resistance, which in turn finds the choice of rather peculiar foods. The narrative changes, revealing that, after several days of investigation in the kingdom of Succubus, the group has not yet found any clues about the missing. Crow asks Lofia if she's found out anything, but she admits she wasn't lucky either. Without significant clues, they decide to investigate the city's less developed alleys and areas, which so far seem surprisingly normal. Hidden, a young hooded succubus watches the city, noting the presence of many con artists. But other than that, the apparent normality of the sight, the masked leader maintains a serious expression while continuing his patrol. He agrees that superficially the city looks like any other. The scene of a common alley reinforces the city's normal front. Believing that his companions are striving, the young man expresses confidence that they will soon find a clue. As he speaks, the hooded succubus approaches silently from behind. The succubus girl runs into Crow, and Lofia reacts instantly, drawing her sword to intercept her. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the city, Alicia bargains aggressively at a jewelry store, offering 5,000 G for a pair of 19,000 magic stone earrings G. The succubus saleswoman is visibly shaken by the extremely low supply. She tries to counterattack, stating that the lowest price she can accept is 15,000 G. With a certain shine in the eyes, Alicia increases her offer to only 7,000 G. The saleswoman is speechless in front of Alicia's persistence. After a round of intense negotiations, with prices floating, they finally come to an agreement. Alicia buys the earrings for 10,000 G, and the saleswoman thanks reluctantly for the purchase. The saleswoman praises Alicia's good eye for quality, while the adventurer admits that although the stone is average, the craftsman's ability is remarkable. Unexpectedly, the saleswoman suggests that the earrings would look good on Alicia's nipples. Confused, Alicia questions the suggestion, and the saleswoman laughs, revealing that she herself designed them for this purpose. Horace, one of his companions, blushes to imagine earrings as nipple piercings, thinking his master might like the idea. In a local casino, Fell, disguised as a bunny, works as a dealer, noting that it is rare to see someone who is not a succubus in this role while searching for information. Yuma, another companion, bets everything with a radiant smile, pushing a mountain of chips to the center of the table. Yuma's bold bet leaves her opponent in a state of shock, contrasting with her cheerful expression. Pressed, the opponent decides to pay to see, feeling challenged. He confidently reveals a court of canes, believing he had the winning hand. To his amazement, Yuma reveals a royal flush, annihilating his hand and ensuring victory spectacularly. While Yuma celebrates loudly, the other players fall on the table, defeated. Yuma blinks and shows her tongue playfully after her overwhelming victory. Almeria, also in the casino, blinks complicitly, holding a letter. Elsewhere, Lulusilla and the other girls are welcomed by a succubus hostess in a spa. The hostess invites them in, offering them rest from their daily work. Lafia, Lulusilla, and Almeria relax during spa treatments, each with the aim of improving their appearance to impress their leader. One of the girls groans with pleasure while a succubus masseuse works on her body, commenting on her congested lymphatic system. Convinced that only a succubus can highlight the beauty of a woman, the masseuse ensures that the girl's appearance will change in the eyes of her beloved. The masseuse insinuates that after treatment, there will be a cross part, arousing the curiosity of her client. When Luluzilla is about to ask about the debt and trade company, she is abruptly interrupted. A sail is placed over her eyes, making her confused. The succubus explains that the sail is to increase the relaxation and effectiveness of the treatment. Despite the fear of the girl for not being able to see, the succubus reassures her, promising that, as professionals, they will ensure her final satisfaction while a viscous substance is spilled. The scene becomes sinister when the leading succubus, surrounded by assistants holding sharp syringes and tools, ensures that treatment is what everyone wants. Back on the street, an acute scream pierced the air, signaling that something went terribly wrong. Lofia, enraged, holds the young hooded succubus, pressing a blade around her neck while Crow watches in shock. Fearing the young succubus is confronted by Lofia, who accuses her of having bad intentions against her master. Crow tries to intervene, arguing that the girl is just a child, but Lofia, blinded by anger, does not listen. Surprisingly, the succubus changes her attitude and agrees to listen to Lofia. The masked leader questions the succubus about a note she gave him, accusing her of being an enemy. She denies it, but he threatens her to get the truth. The young succubus begins to cough violently, appearing to be in great suffering. Worried, Crow rushes to help her, asking what's wrong. He turns to Lofia, suspecting that she hurt her, but his companion vehemently denies it. The succubus, salivating intensely, stutters that as well, just a little hungry. With a hungry, blushing look, she faces Crow and declares that his vital essence looks delicious. Before the succubus can advance, Lulusilla and another companion appear, blocking their way and reproving it. Lulusilla faces the young demon with a threatening look, warning her not to touch her master. With a terrifying expression, she declares that she will not forgive you if she dares hurt you. The young succubus is violently thrown from a roof, screaming in terror. Lofia watches the scene with wide eyes, recognizing the same murderous intent that she usually exhibits. Suddenly, the group is surrounded by about 20 succubus warriors on the surrounding rooftops. Warriors approach, cornering Crow, Lofia, and the young succubus. A companion comments with Lofia that her expression is frightening. She advises you not to kill anyone, because the situation is still unclear. Ignoring the advice of Lofia, brutally attacks one of the warriors, striking her in the face with the palm of his sword. She takes down another enemy with a disdainful smile. Lulusilla, ready for battle, declares that she will follow the orders of her master as she draws her sword of the 10 heavenly fists. In the blink of an eye, it unleashes a series of rapid attacks, incapacitating multiple opponents simultaneously. Huey assures her leader, stating that there is no cause for concern, because she is using only the blind side of the blade. Crow finds himself in a difficult situation, with the succubus warriors now focused on him and the girl he protects. The young succubus, in panic, asks if Crow betrayed them. The leader's expression hardens with anger. A close-up reveals the collar on the young succubus' neck. Lofia calls for his master, realizing he's in danger. In an unexpected move, Crow takes the young succubus in her lap and orders her companions to retreat. The sight of your master carrying another girl leaves Lofia paralyzed with jealousy. The masked leader jumps between the rooftops, carrying the girl safely. Warriors are ordered to attack in mass and prevent escape, but Crow activates his create ability. He conjures a wall of black flames with his sword, blocking the path of his pursuers and ensuring his escape. Warriors observe the barrier of fire with astonishment. One of them wonders, shocked, about the nature of that wall of black fire. Lofia is also surprised by the power shown by her master. The leader of the succubus warriors cracks her tongue in frustration when she realizes that they have escaped. While fleeing the rooftops, Lofia, consumed by jealousy, asks why Crow brought the girl and forbids him to contact anyone else. He explains that the guild would have divided opinions on how to treat the succubus, suggesting that he made the decision to protect her. Lulusilla examines the girl and notes the collar on her neck. It is revealed that the Sinkush is a cursed item that kills those who disobey the will of their master. Crow explains that the girl's previous suffering was not just hunger. The curse was activated when she tried to deliver her note, contrary to her master's orders. Lofia, now calmed down, asks about the contents of the note. Crow reveals the message, a cry for help to save the child and a promise to tell the truth. The scene moves into a forest outside the kingdom of succubus. Suction sounds echo through the forest while the young succubus drinks eagerly from Crow's wrist to satisfy her hunger. After feeding, the girl thanks her, feeling calmer. Crow asks a hostile Lofia to calm down. The succubus presents itself as Huey and confirms that the collar is, in fact, a collar of sin. Although Huey wants to tell her whole story, Crow, a little unfunny, asks her to focus on the current situation. Huey reveals that the kingdom has been suffering from chronic famine for years, with only the central district thriving as taxes on others continue to increase. She explains that because of this, discontent among the succubus has grown. Sitting on a rock, she prepares to reveal the dark consequences of this situation. Crow encourages her to continue her story. With tears in his eyes, Huey confirms Crow's terrible suspicion. Desperate, succubus began to attack humans. It settles sadly, confirming the act of despair of its people. The group understands that the attack on the Devon Commerce Company was probably to steal supplies and food. They deduce that the succubus warriors who attacked them before were sent to silence them and prevent the truth from coming out. Lofia expresses his frustration, realizing that they are dealing with an organized crime and a larger-scale cover-up. Huey fears that the cover-up will not last forever and that if the truth is exposed, all demons will be executed. Moved, Crow kneels before her and promises to save her. Huey stares stares at him with sleazy eyes, surprise and a glimpse of hope. Luffy reacts with shock to his master's promise. Crow clarifies that although he does not know how much he can do, he will try to resolve the incident in the most peaceful way possible. His determined expression shows his resolve to fulfill his promise. Back in the city, the succubus discover Huey's betrayal, accusing her of allying with the adventurers and ratting out her companions. A succubus leader orders calm, confident that, with reinforcements and knowledge of the city, they will find the fugitives quickly. Another group regrets Huey's betrayal, considering it an act of wickedness against the queen's goodness. Meanwhile, retaliation begins, and one of Crow's spa companions is captured and screams out of terror. The other girls are also subdued and captured by the succubus forces. Suddenly, 3 new figures arrive, 2 maids and a small girl, all blindfolded. They feel the last traces of their master and declare that the captors are unforgivable. Yuma confronts one of the succubus leaders, demanding that they return their older brother. By wielding her divine weapon, Kuranos, she prepares for battle. Yuma unleashes a powerful electric attack, Kuranos, which ravages the area and hits the succubus around it. The succubus leader is taken by surprise by the intensity of the child's attack. In the midst of destruction, Yuma cries desperately for her older brother, while her captured companions lie defeated on the ground. Observing the scene, Alicia asserts with fury that by making Yuma cry, the succubes deserve to die 10,000 times. Surviving succubus are shocked, without understanding how a child can possess so much power. Fel, the maid, coldly claims that although they prefer to avoid violence, they have no choice now that they have touched their master. In striking contrast, while Crow promises to save Huey and his people, Fel and the others declare total war on the succubus tribe, sealing an uncertain fate for all involved. In the midst of a cry of agony that echoes in the background, one of Crow's maids remains seated with a serene and impassive expression, alien to the violence surrounding her. While one of the demons is brutally disintegrated, screaming in agony, Yuma observes the scene with a disturbing calm, while another companion sits in the background. Crow's companions demonstrate expressions of boredom and disinterest while listening to the cries of their victims, one of whom is seen being subdued and suffocated in the lower panel. A red-hooded figure confronts a colossal monster who roars in agony as his body crumbles under the effect of a powerful magical attack. Luluzilla explains the power of a staff forged by his master, revealing that he combines healing and combustion spells to create a devastating effect, as seen in previous panels. With her face contorted with pain, a wounded succubus begs for a swift end to her suffering, pleading, "It hurts, just kill me." Ignoring the appeal of the succubus, Fel moves away coldly, questioning why he would kill her before obtaining the information he wants, the location of Crow. The captured succubus insists that she has no idea where Crow is, stating that they fled, but the purple-haired maid looks at her with skepticism, with her arms crossed. One of the interrogators presses the succubus, demanding an explanation for the fact that they cannot contact their master, leaving the prisoner speechless. The interrogator presents a torture instrument with sharp tips, threateningly asking, "Well?" With a creepy look, one of Crow's maids presses a dagger against the neck of the succubus, accusing her of insinuating that the master would be avoiding them. The scene changes abruptly, showing Yuma waking up and yawning, while her companion screams out of fright, revealing that the interrogation was just an attempt to wake her. Luluzilla intervenes, caressing the head of a young woman with animal ears and telling Fel that continuing with that kind of questioning is useless. Surrounded by the defeated bodies of the succubus, the little girl joyfully celebrates, concluding that, as they all told the same story, her older brother must be well. With a thoughtful expression, Luluzilla touches her calm hearing and decides it's time to try a different approach to get the information they need. When asked about the Devon Trade Company, a dark-skinned succubus and white hair reacts with an expression of pure terror, swaying profusely. Adventurers surround the terrified succubus, which is lying on the ground, creating an atmosphere of silent intimidation. One of Crow's companions acts with sudden violence, grabbing the succubus by the horns and crushing his face against the stone floor. Despite the aggression, the captured succubus remains challenging, stating that even if she knew something, she would never reveal it to them. An outside voice grants that you will hear the succubus, but the MAS that follows suggests that patience is running out and the consequences will be severe. One of the girls faces the succubus and, using a special skill, declares that her tense muscles and irregular heartbeats betray her lie. Reading a document, one of the adventurers lists the most likely places to keep humans captive in the city, including temple ruins, abandoned hospitals, and hotels. The list of suspicious sites continues with the sinister mention of an underground BDSM facility. One of the maids sits on the subdued succubus, observing it in silence with an indecipherable expression. The succubus' eyes gush with horror as a purple liquid flows from her mouth, indicating that she was forced to ingest some kind of truth serum or poison. Lulucilla answers a call in her magic earring, while deep down one of her companions screams in pain, complaining of her hand, suggesting that the interrogation methods were extreme. In a clearing in the forest, an outside voice laments exasperated, "Oh, come on. Why are you always like this, Crochin?" Lofia, shaking his fist, confronts his master, declaring vehemently, "There's no saving those succubus. We have just been attacked by them." While the masked young man tries to calm her, visibly stressed. With an expression of anguish and prejudice, the girl insists, "We can't even be sure that what this child is saying is true. Her kind only learns morality from erotic literature." To which Crow rebukes her for being discriminatory. Huey, the young succubus, admits with a dull smile, "Ahaha, well, I really learned morality from erotic literature," leaving his protector shocked by confirmation. Trying to persuade his companion, the guild leader says with an intense look, "I think we can get you by my side, Lofia. So, is that a no?" Completely blushed and flattered, Lofia stutters, "So you're saying it would just be the two of us as a team?" "Honestly, Crochin, that's very bold of you." While Huey reminds you of their presence, the masked leader turns to the young succubus and details his plan. "Okay, Huey, I need you to convince your queen to free the people of that trading company." Hesitant, Huey expresses her concern, "Of course, but going against my queen could be," while Lofia clings possessively to her master's arm. With a confident smile, the young man reassures her, "Oh, right, don't worry about it." He reveals his trump card, promising, "I believe I can handle this dangerous collar you're wearing," which makes the succubus girl blush, full of new hope. The scene changes to a dark, arched tunnel underground in the country of succubes, with sinister sounds echoing through the walls. A violent explosion opens a hole in a stone wall, indicating an invasion. A portable artillery gun called Tazram is seen smoking. An adventurous woman comments on the resistance of the site. "It's a robust terrain. It took 3 shots of Tazram to cross." In the midst of destruction, the other companions wonder about the whereabouts of their leader, with one expressing confidence that he is well off being with the Sister Zone. Lulucilla, with a serious expression, ponders that if your suspicions are correct, your master may be approaching the truth on his own. Determined, Alicia, wielding his rifle, hasten the group, declaring that they need to accelerate the step. A foot treads cautiously in a dark and damp passage, advancing in silence. One of the girls covers her nose, reacting grossly to a stingy odor that pervades the air. The group is faced with the entrance of a large tunnel or sewer, from which the terrible smell emanates. The adventurers connect the points, theorizing that the nauseous smell should come from the place where the succubes drain the energy from their victims through lewd acts. Through the bars of a cell, one of the girls observes, horrified, a mass of skeletal and crazy men, murmuring gloomily, "Men." The prisoners, both men and women, shout in a frenzy of agony and desire, crying for relief while their bodies seem to burn, revealing the torment to which they are subjected. An invisible voice disdainfully comments on the degrading scene, highlighting how men completely lose control of themselves. One of the adventurers observes, shocked, while a succubus drags one of the captured girls away, probably to be interrogated or tortured. A succubus of glasses, holding a chain, sarcastically congratulates the captured girl, revealing that she is part of the Devon Trade Company research unit. Alm identifies the prisoners as members of the missing company, questioning if they are the prisoners in the situation. The leading succubus explains its cruel method to amplify the sexual desires of prisoners to feast on the energy released, turning some into addicts who resemble zombies. With an indifferent attitude, the captor tells the adventurers that as long as the prisoners feel pleasure, nothing else matters. Suddenly, one of the succubus draws a dagger, warning the group not to move. She presses the blade against the neck of a terrified prisoner, using him as a hostage and threatening to kill him at the slightest false move. The hostage, desperate, turns to the adventurers and begs for his life, questioning whether they came to rescue them. The succubus reveals that the other prisoners also wear cursed bracelets, demanding the surrender of the group to prevent further deaths. Defying the threat, a calm, cold voice from one of the adventurers suggests a shocking solution. Wielding a pistol, "So, just kill them." Without hesitation, the white-haired adventurer shoots the hostage in the head, leaving the catchy succubus paralyzed from shock with the unexpected brutality of her act. Shocked by the cold-blooded execution of a human hostage, a succubus questions the brutality of adventurers, asking why they would attack their own species, while the adventurer declares that the hostages were only complicating the situation. While a small adventurer with a rifle positions herself, a voice outside the board calls the names of two of her companions, Alma and Rofia, indicating the beginning of a coordinated attack. The succubus, now unarmed and defeated, sits on the ground in shock, unable to process the sudden and violent turn of events. In a demonstration of overwhelming strength, one of Crow's companions brutally massacres the succubus forces, their bodies disintegrating amid splashes of black paint. The carnage continues as the adventurer, wielding a large blade, tirelessly advances through more demons, leaving a trail of destruction. An extreme close-up of the eye of the succubus reveals his pure terror and disbelief at the relentless ferocity of the invaders. Surrounded by darkness and death, a surviving succubus asks, terrified, if girls are truly human, unable to understand their ruthless nature. With a cold smile, Lulucilla confirms her humanity, explaining that her devotion to the person they love is the reason why they would do anything, no matter how extreme. A young succubus, shrunk on the ground, echoes the word love, confused and terrified by the distorted justification for the violence she witnesses. In an idealized image, one of the girls narrates the inherently kind nature of his master, explaining that he is the kind of person who helps anyone in need, regardless of the situation. With a psychotic smile and blood-stained face, Lofia reveals the dark logic of the group. They commit atrocities to spare their beloved burden leader, declaring that they do so because they love him. A succubus with animal ears screams out of terror and flees desperately, pursued by the threatening shadows of Crow's approaching companions. Observing the fleeing succubus, one of the adventurers orders the other, called Alma, to pursue it, receiving immediate confirmation. One of the girls reports to Lulucilla, calling her name to report the situation in the midst of chaos. Alicia, the white-haired adventurer, holds a surviving human prisoner by her hair, informing her companions that she found one still alive. The naked prisoner wriggles on the ground, reacting with a surge of pain or shock to his situation. Faced with the two adventurers, the survivor furiously questions their actions, asking why they are allying with the succubus that exploit humans. One of the girls responds calmly that they are not on the side of the succubus, holding a rose and a pistol while preparing to reveal their true and disturbing philosophy. With a palpable hatred, a voice declares that humans are the most detestable race of all. For the complete shock of the prisoner, the man is subdued, with the barrel of a pistol pressed against his chin, while his captor claims that now she will ask the questions. With a penetrating look, Lulucilla starts questioning, focusing on the Devon Trade Company's activities. Torture intensifies when another adventurer puts the gun in a man's mouth, demanding to know exactly what he and his company were doing in the city. The scene changes to an opulent corridor, with a sound of hasty steps and breath sounds, indicating a desperate escape. The running succubus, Nithya, runs down the hall with panic stamped on her face while trying to escape from her relentless pursuers. Coming to a couple of massive doors, she screams for her queen, seeking refuge in the throne room. Nithya invades the throne room and collapses before the queen, confessing her failure and describing the adventurers as insanely powerful. Still in panic, Nithya is instructed by another succubus to calm down so that they can formulate a counterattack using all their forces. The queen of succubus, with a bored expression and apathetic eyes, asks if the fugitive came directly there after finding the enemy. Stuttering, Nithya confirms that yes, still trembling with fear of her experience. The queen snaps her tongue and Nithya tries to justify herself, stating that she managed to lose them using the underground maze. Her companion interrupts her with terrible news, informing her that she fell directly into their trap, leaving Nithya perplexed. The doors of the throne room begin to tremble and shine with a sinister energy, while Nithya looks back, realizing that her pursuers followed her. The doors open to reveal the terrifying face of one of the adventurers, who announces, "I found you," while Fel, the maid, is already sitting calmly on the queen's throne, revealing that the trap had already closed. Shouting sounds echo through an opulent corridor, signaling a violent commotion ahead. Driven by chaos, Crow, Lofia, and the young succubus, Huey, run towards the source of disturbing sounds. As they approach, Lofia expresses a dark relief, believing that they are on the right track, while her leader and the succubus girl react with apprehension to screaming and trembling. In another part of the complex, one of the companions of the group hears violence and murmurs to herself, shocked, which looks like a slaughter. The masked young man laments, fearing that they arrived too late, while one of his allies notes him, surprised to find him there. Without time to waste, the guild leader hastens Huey, indicating that the confrontation is taking place just behind a large pair of doors. The trio breaks down the doors, breaking into the room to confront whatever's on the other side. They come across a shocking scene. Alma, the beast girl, is violently strangling a succubus guard, demonstrating the brutality with which the rescue party operated. One of her companions shouts the name of Alma, horrified by the ferocity of her colleague. Ignoring the violence around her, Alma turns with a radiant smile and greets the arrival of her leader. Worried, she asks if her master is hurt, complaining about how difficult the succubus were to deal with, while the young man seems visibly exhausted. He explains that none of the succubus knew his whereabouts, as they all refused to speak, revealing the motive for the violent interrogation of their companions. Suddenly, an imposing figure appears, and a voice declares that there is nothing to discuss, interrupting the group meeting. The queen of succubus confronts the group, accusing them of being mere spies in the service of a nobleman. Crow tries to negotiate, stating that his only goal is to free the hostages of the Devon Trade Company and seek peace. Despite the tense atmosphere, the masked leader firmly reiterates his proposal for peace and the release of prisoners. The queen mocks the peace offering, discarding it as a big misunderstanding on their part. A vignette illustrates the predatory nature of succubus, explaining that they hunt humans to feed on their vital essence, a process that induces ecstasy in their victims. With arrogance, the monarch claims that being subdued by one of her kind is the ultimate emotion the world can offer. She then extends a sinister invitation to the guild leader, offering him the chance to experience this pleasure firsthand while his subordinates surround him. Before the succubus can act, two of Crow's warriors advance in a heartbeat, intercepting the attack with lethal precision. With terrifying and dark expressions, Crow's protectors threaten the succubus, questioning their intentions and declaring that anyone who tries to deceive or harm their master deserves nothing less than death. While Huey desperately appeals to his majesty, Crow, with a severe expression, counsels the queen to surrender, arguing that any attempt at resistance will only make her look more guilty. Huey desperately begs his queen, insisting that they should stop the deceit, for the truth cannot be hidden forever. The queen of succubus faces her with fury, reproving her for daring to reveal her secrets. The young succubus continues, suggesting that if you confess everything and release the hostages, you will still be able to receive forgiveness from humans. The monarch hears with an expression of disdain and contempt. The queen seems to agree, admitting that trying to hide the truth may have been useless, giving Huey a glimpse of false hope. The young succubus responds with hesitant hope to the words of her sovereign. The queen grabs the young woman by the collar, her expression writhing in hatred while accusing her of treason. It states that sincerity means nothing as long as hunger ravages the city, stating that the cycle of violence will continue. One of his guards echoes this feeling, furiously questioning the idea of humiliating himself before humans and becoming a slave in exchange for mercy. The queen justifies her actions, stating that humans are vile creatures who only exploit the succubus and that she will not force this humiliation on her companions. With a cold voice, the sovereign goes to the Huey fool. She tries to manipulate the young woman, telling her that humans will always deceive her, leaving the girl confused and scared. Suddenly, the curse of Huey's collar is activated, and she chokes on a dark substance that emerges from her mouth. The young succubus wriggles with pain as the cursed collar tightens her neck, reaching its limit. The queen coldly informs Huey that her life is about to end and that there is nothing she can do. In a final act of despair, the succubus girl looks at Crow, believing that he can break the curse as promised. To his horror, the masked leader reveals the shocking truth. He cannot break the curse. Huey's hope completely falls apart, and she is paralyzed in shock and despair. Holding on to him, she confronts him about his previous promise, but he responds evasively. A cruel revelation unfolds. The queen mocks Huey's naivety, questioning why she trusted Crow. One of the succubus, Nithya, looks at Huey with a mockery smile. With a dark expression, Crow confirms the betrayal, revealing that his plan from the beginning was to kill her. Another succubus explains the heinous agreement. Huey's death will serve as a solution, and the guilt for the whole incident will rest only on her. The masked leader coldly confirms that with this method the city will be saved. While Huey cries in agony, it is explained that her sacrifice will appease the client, clear suspicions about the city, and allow the group to return safely to the guild. The perception that she must sacrifice herself reaches her with full force. Surrounded by his companions, who murmur in protest, Huey, with a broken heart, raises a pistol against herself, laughing amid tears of despair. In a shocking instant, a shot echoes as Huey's head explodes in a blood shower, executed in front of Crow's impassible look. His head beheaded, with the expression frozen in shock, falls through the air. The queen of succubus, stained with blood, faces horror, questioning the motive behind Crow's brutal act. A close-up focuses on the devastating impact of the projectile. The scene widens to reveal an even greater carnage. The queen's beheaded body also lies on the ground, indicating double betrayal and relentless execution on both sides of the conflict. Over a pool of blood, Crow's voice goes to the surviving succubus, asking coldly, "So, what will you do?" After the execution of his queen, one of the high-ranking succubus faces Crow with disdain, questioning whether he really believes they will accept his terms. Succubus warriors prepare for battle, united by a sense of purpose in avenging what they consider treason. One of Crow's companions, furious, confronts the succubus, questioning how dare they humiliate their allies in that way, while another warrior beside him prepares his sword. While one succubus guard screams to get away from Huey's body, the others accuse humans of exploitation, declaring their efforts to take the city useless. One of the succubus, with his face contorted with anger, insists that the tactic of exploiting his weaknesses will not guarantee them victory. With dark determination, a succubus leader declares that they have no choice but to continue attacking humans to survive. The masked leader responds coldly, stating that their internal struggle has no relation to their current mission. Holding a bright ring, the adventurous young man comments on the madness of the situation and declares it is time to settle things. In a surprising gesture, he slides the ring on the dead Huey's finger. While holding the body of the young succubus, an intense light involves the two, and the power of the resurrection is invoked. Crow's companions observe the scene, completely shocked and exhausted by the turn of events. Nithya, the succubus that had fled, is paralyzed with amazement by witnessing the miracle. The queen's former second-in-command is mouthless, unable to process what she is seeing. Huey opens her eyes, confused and disoriented, murmuring that she should be dead. The masked leader explains that to break the curse of the collar, it was necessary to allow it to activate completely, resulting in her temporary death. With a happy smile, the adventurous young man asks Huey if he has not fulfilled his promise to save her. Mastered by emotion, the young succubus throws herself towards her savior. Huey embraces him with strength, crying profusely in a mixture of relief and gratitude. The new leader of the succubus drops a communication orb, tremendous in shock with the power shown. An off voice explains that the ring is an artifact of resurrection, an item of unimaginable power. Along with the ring, other weapons of legendary power are shown. One of the succubus reacts with terror, realizing that the invaders possess multiple divine-level equipment, something she considers absurd. A new ally arrives, presenting himself as a member of the demon's triumphant Nematō. One of the adventurers happily poses for the camera, presenting his master as the strongest in the world and his subordinates, while deep down he is still embraced by Huey. The remaining succubus observe with apprehension as the complete Crow group gathers, wrapped in an aura of overwhelming power. Now resurrected and free, Huey addresses the new leader of the succubes, ensuring that despite the misunderstanding, she has no intention of killing her or taking power. The masked leader approaches the kneeling succubus and offers his help to save the city, honoring the promise he made to Huey. The succubus remains silent, suing the unexpected offer of the young adventurer who stands before her. The leader explains that salvation is impossible as long as hunger continues to ravage its nation. With insight, the masked youth suggests that perhaps hunger is not the root cause of the problem, but a symptom of something deeper. The guild leader's expression becomes serious, indicating that he may have reached a new conclusion about the crisis. In another place, two of Crow's subordinates arrive at a gate, being called by an ally. Lulusilla, one of the newcomers, uses her communicator to start a report, instructing her contact to transmit the information to everyone. His voice narrates the discovery of large-scale fraud and extortion in the kingdom of Succubus, all linked to the Devon Trade Company. The scene cuts for Viscount's interrogation, which is being pressured to confess his involvement with the company's illegal activities. In panic, the nobleman denies any knowledge, but his interrogators insist, questioning about the unfulfilled contracts. Under torture, the Viscount finally gives in and confesses to ordering all criminal actions. Research into accounting books reveals a web of corruption, including bribery and tax evasion. It is revealed that the company used the Viscount's authority to extort exorbitant succubus protection fees. The complete scheme is exposed. Those who could not afford were forced to resort to loan sharks linked to the company and finally sold as slaves. The shocking truth is revealed to Crow, Huey, and the succubus leader, that Devon Trade Company operated as a criminal guild, being the real source of the people's suffering. An hour earlier, in the underground passages of the kingdom of Succubus, the narrative goes back in time to reveal the events that led to the discovery of two. In arched corridors, Crow's companions question a prisoner captured from the Devon Trade Company. With the barrel of a pistol pressed against his head, man faces death, his face contorted in pure terror. Lulucilla, with a calculating coldness, orders his allies to report their findings while keeping the prisoner in sight. One of the investigators begins her report, explaining that the inflation of a mineral in the kingdom seemed to be caused by attacks by bandits that hindered distribution. It continues, revealing how they discovered fraud by noting that some price labels had not been updated in time, exposing the manipulation of values. The girl concludes her share, stating that the distribution route was known only by the succubus and guilds, and that their disappearance coincided with the restoration of the route. Another ally, Maid Fell, takes over the report, revealing that illegal gambling and abusive charges were serious problems in the kingdom, with Guild Devon behind it all. The investigation exposed how the guild took control of casino operations, exploiting succubus workers with miserable wages. Young Alma adds that, according to clients, intimidating men managed the site until recently, reinforcing the criminal nature of the operation. Satisfied, the interrogation leader commends her companions and summarizes the findings. The guild planned to crush other businesses to expand brothels, offering clandestine options in the casino. The guild's list of crimes is long and devastating: fraud, blackmail, interference in spectacles, monopolies, and finally forcing people to sell themselves. The conclusion of the report is grim. The local viscount was in collusion with the guild, systematically draining the resources of the succubus for its own gain. Lulucilla explains that, with the disappearance of the guild, civilians resorted to them to conduct the search, not knowing that they were asking for help from indirect perpetrators themselves. In desperation, the captured prisoner screams, claiming to know nothing and to be just a subordinate in the underworld of crime. Trying to save himself, the man invokes the name of his protector, claiming to have the support of the nobles of the region, believing it would protect him. In one last attempt at a bargain, he offers to make sure the Viscount is on their side if they help him escape. Ignoring his pleas, one of the adventurers keeps him at gunpoint while he desperately insists that he is not the villain of history. Under pressure, the man finally gives in, confessing that the Viscount gave them carte blanche to do whatever they wanted, because they considered the succubus as inferior beings. He tries to transfer the guilt, shouting that he was deceived both by the Viscount and by the succubus themselves. The prisoner reveals his loathsome prejudice, complaining that the succubus do not submit for free, contrary to the stereotype that you can do whatever you want with them. His anger turns to the very existence of the city, expressing disgust by the fact that the succubus have a home and try to live like humans. Lulucilla hears the speech of hatred in silence, its expression becoming increasingly gloomy and resolute. With a crazy look, she echoes the words of man with a sinister intent, declaring that they will take the city and its resources for the benefit of human society, terrorizing her captive. After the confession is extracted, man's lifeless hand falls on a pool of blood, indicating his summary execution. A voice tells us that they had no reason to fight them because they were not enemies. Back to the present, Lulucilla informs Crow that the problem is solved, because neither the guild nor the Viscount will interfere anymore. The masked leader reveals that he already knew the guild was operating illegally. The succubus explain their precarious situation, confessing that they endured exploitation to the full, fearing that any retaliation would cause their kingdom to be seen as a threat and, consequently, dismantled. Realizing the folly of their past actions and the cycle of violence they perpetuated, the interim leader of the succubus kneels before Crow and, believing that the survival of his people depends on a sacrifice, offers her own life. Amid a tense standoff, the interim leader of the succubus offers her own life as a sacrifice, while her subordinates react with panic and despair, begging her to stop and warning that her death would mean the ruin of all. The masked guild leader, observing the scene, coldly suggests that it may be appropriate for their majesty to take responsibility for the events that took place. A blade is drawn with a metallic glow, while Crow's voice agrees that the leader's execution could in fact be a way to resolve the situation. In an act of courage, young succubus Huey stands between her savior and the kneeling leader, with her arms open in a protective gesture to prevent execution. Desperate, Huey begs Crow, screaming that he does not kill their majesty, trying to avoid further bloodshed. With a gloomy expression, the adventurous young man reveals that the blame is not on the leader, but on Huey, declaring that if someone should die, he should be himself, for all the fault is his. Vividly shaken and tears in her eyes, the young succubus is confronted with the direct accusation of her protector, who asks if she was not the true culprit from the beginning. Through tears, the girl asks if he knew everything from the beginning, to what the masked leader confirms with a simple and direct yes. The guild leader explains the logic behind her deduction, stating that the collar she wore was known as the Mark of Sin, an item made specifically for criminals. Dominated by guilt, Huey confesses that she bought the collar of the trading company to pay a debt, explaining that, because she was a succubus with difficulty dealing with men and starving, she felt that she had no other choice. A disturbing flashback reveals the moment of her fall. Hungry and desperate, she accidentally drained her employer's life force to death before even realizing what she had done. In the midst of hiccups, she laments her lack of control, expressing remorse and saying that the queen and the others only protected her after her impulsive act. Nithya, one of the guards, intervenes to defend the young succubus, stating that history is not as simple as it seems. She fervently argues that Huey was only the trigger of an unsustainable situation and that sooner or later another succubus would have reached the same breaking point. Kneeling to console his companion, Nithya takes collective guilt, stating that all of them drained the life force of men and that, deep down, all are guilty. Still in a state of denial and self-depreciation, the young succubus murmurs that her friend's defense is probably a lie to comfort her. The masked leader draws the attention of Huey, who responds promptly, awaiting his order or judgment. Displaying the resurrection ring, he explains its crucial limitation. Once used, the artifact needs time to recharge its magic, making it unusable for a period. With an expression of tragic resolution, Huey declares that he does not care, for he has already given up survival, accepting his destiny. As Crow's sword tip approaches, he reiterates the condition of the ring, and the confused young succubus questions the meaning of his words. In a shocking and unexpected movement, the guild leader crosses Huey's chest with his sword, coldly executing it before everyone. Nithya's face is speckled with her friend's blood. Her eyes glistened in pure horror and disbelief with the brutality of the act. The adventurers, succubus, and companions look stunned, unable to prosecute the sudden execution of the girl he had just saved. With his hand dripping blood, the masked young man addresses the shocked spectators, apologizing and instructing them to just observe, while his own allies question his sanity. He then turns to the interim leader, still paralyzed on the ground, and offers her bloody hand, inviting her to drink her blood to satisfy the hunger that torments her. While the leader faces him in shock, the young man's voice explains that she, as queen, held back too long, unable to attack without a noble cause, even to protect her people. Kneeling before her, he demonstrates empathy, explaining that he understands how hunger leads to negative thoughts and frustration. A gloomy flashback reveals the origin of his understanding. An image of his school table in his previous life, covered with insults and threats, while he narrates how his food and money were constantly stolen. Back to the present, he encourages her to feed first so that they can think of a solution together, offering themselves as a source of sustenance. Suddenly, due to blood loss, the masked leader faints and falls inert on the ground, to the shock of all present. Fallen, his conscience fades as he mourns for his own weakness and cries for a healer echo around him. The scene darkens, focusing on a detail of his face, signaling a deeper immersion in his traumatic memories. The narrative plunges into his past, showing vivid scenes of relentless bullying, where he was ridiculed, beaten, and humiliated by his colleagues. The sequence of memories culminates in the moment that defined its end and start again. A lonely and broken young man standing in front of a high-speed truck, the event that transported him to this new world. In a flashback, a goddess named Kiro Yashino grants a second chance to live without regrets to a young man who suffered a premature death, offering her a special ability as a bonus. With a radiant smile, the deity presents him with an elegant mask, ensuring that good things will happen if he wears it. Back to the present, the young man, now unconscious on the ground, reflects bitterly on the goddess' promise that good things would happen. Around his inert body, his companions cry desperately, overcome by panic and pain. The scene expands, showing the masked leader passed out while his allies surround him, dominated by grief and uncertainty. One of his warriors sobs uncontrollably, unable to contain his anguish. Another ally cries openly, her face bathed in tears of despair. The girl beast of the group also cannot contain her distress, with her face flushed and expressing a deep pain. Holding one rose, another of his followers begs between tears so that he does not die, the heart broken by fear of losing it. One of the adventurers administers a potion, ensuring to others that their master's pulse and breathing are stable and that the antidote is working. Observing her unconscious leader, she confidently claims that he should wake up soon. With her face bathed in tears of relief, young succubus Huey thanks Crow profusely, celebrating her recovery. The scene moves to a clear sky, symbolizing the passage of time and the dawn of a new day. Under a starry sky, a carriage travels through a desolate landscape, indicating the return of the group of its mission. The group arrives at an imposing stone building, the guild headquarters, or a local authority to report events. Inside a sumptuous office, the masked leader presents himself before an older officer, ready to give his report. With a theatrical look, Crow reports a manufactured version of the events, stating that members of the trading company were killed by bandits, citing the succubus as witnesses. The officer, with a tired expression, accepts the story superficially, saying that he will take care of the bandits and commend Crow's work. Surprised by easy acceptance, the adventurous young man asks if the officer really believes him, to which the man answers that he will pretend not to have heard the question. The guild leader reveals that he knows the truth, mentioning that the succubus' decision to open a business was theirs, implying that he is aware of the complexity of the situation. He adds that with the resolution of the conflict, the obscure business of the Viscount will finally come to an end. However, the officer murmurs to himself that the actions of the group, although effective, were somewhat excessive. The scene changes to the new establishment of the succubus, which is now a prosperous and popular business, with one of Crow's allies distributing leaflets joyfully. Back in the office, the superior questions the fate of the wealth and real estate of the Viscount, and Crow answers defensively that fortune originally belonged to the succubus. The officer warns the young leader, reminding him that although things have resolved this time, the fact that succubes can attack humans remains a risk. Seriously, the masked adventurer claims that if something goes wrong, he will take full responsibility. He offers to leave the guild as a way to take the blame, but the officer grabs him in panic, begging him not to, showing how much he values his presence. An agreement is finally reached. The Alliance will consider measures to promote coexistence between humans and succubus, with Crow acting as the official mediator between the two peoples. In a flashback, a young Crow and other boys are seen inside an orphanage or imposing institution, climbing a large staircase. Back to the present, Crow seems surprised to see Lucilla getting ready, while another of her companions observes her with a serious expression. On a street in the city, one of his allies confirms to the masked leader who came to pick him up for the next mission. One of their blonde companions expresses their concern, asking if the decision they made was really the right one. Discussing the situation, the adventurer and Huey question how long they will be able to keep the farce in the reports to protect the succubus, hoping that mutual trust will be established when the truth comes to light. The young succubus reiterates with optimism that, even if they are eventually exposed, trust among the peoples has already been solidified. The scene shows the positive result of her efforts. A young succubus helps an elderly man on the street, symbolizing the new harmony, which depends on the effort on both sides to endure. The guild leader turns to Lucilla, confirming that the suggestion to open a store for the succubes was part of his plan to promote this coexistence. His ally explains his logic, stating that, as the succubus showed repentance, there is no more reason to maintain enmity. The masked young man agrees, expressing relief for the succubus to share the same desire for peace, although he acknowledges that this is the most they can do for now. With a falsely melancholy tone, Crow comments that it is a pity that everyone in the trading company has died of exhaustion, leaving his blonde companion visibly shocked. The adventurous young woman is speechless, processing the coldness with which her leader covers the truth. Reflecting on what happened, one of his allies observes the inherent kindness of his master, who believes it is always better to avoid death, even when it comes to bad people. The blind companion responds with sarcasm, agreeing that the death of the criminals was a real penalty. As they walk toward the horizon, the same ally seriously warns him, stating that his excessive kindness may one day cost him his life. The light-haired young woman begins to recall the incident in which he fainted, starting a conversation about his recklessness. She ponders the terrible consequences that might have occurred if he had been taken hostage during his collapse. The masked leader defends his action, explaining that although he did not plan to faint, he had to go to that extreme to completely dispel the distrust of the succubus, because he trusted them. He hesitates for a moment, remembering the intensity of the situation. With a dark acceptance of his own destiny, the young man states to one of his companions that when his time comes, he will simply accept it. The servant silently reflects on the nature of the world in which they live, where magic is a real and present force. The narrative highlights the power of magic, able to heal wounds instantly and, in rare cases, even reverse death. However, she realizes that even with access to such miraculous powers, his master lies dangerously near death, for he does not hesitate to risk his own life to save others. The companion concludes with concern that, despite his strength and the support of magic, if he continues on this reckless path, his death is inevitable. With determination, the handmaiden closes her fist, swearing that she will not allow this fate to come true, no matter what it takes to protect him while you watch him walk away. In his office, the guild master heads to Crow, asking him to continue leading the group Devil's Triumph. While watching the group move away, the officer reaffirms the need for the young man's leadership, admitting that his feelings are genuine, but that there is more at stake. Holding a document, the guild master reveals his internal conflict, pondering a difficult decision he needs to make. The document is revealed as a formal request for Crow's removal from the guild leader position, signed by influential figures, including Kuro Yashino, the goddess herself who reincarnated him. In a domestic environment, a young succubus arrives excitedly announcing a delivery, being warmly welcomed by Lulusilla, who invites her to enter. A wide selection of cosmetics, hair products, and beauty supplements, all approved by succubes, is featured. The guild girls, including Huey, react with dazzle and admiration at the impressive collection of beauty products. Young women gather around cosmetics, experimenting with enthusiasm and exchanging tips on creams and makeup, marveling at a limited edition. Two of the adventurers affectionately embrace Huey, expressing their joy and gratitude, declaring their love for the young succubus. With a confident smile, Huey, while making up, encourages her new friends to do their best and promises to teach them how to use the products later. One of the younger succubus seems a little shy and surprised by the attention he's getting from the other girls. A question is asked from outside the scene, questioning whether the guild leader Crow is present at the scene that day. While making up, Lulusilla informs that her master is not here because she attended the regular meeting of guild leaders in the alliance. She continues the explanation, adding that the servant Fel accompanied him and will be responsible for bringing him back. Finishing her makeup, the ally with white hair mentions that the other members of the group are busy on their own missions. The young succubus smiles radiantly, imagining Crow's surprised reaction to seeing the transformation of all with the new makeup. Watching the scene, one of Crow's companions reflects on Huey's kindness, while his own thoughts reveal a complex mixture of romantic feelings and loyalty towards his master. With infectious joy, two of the girls celebrate the offer of one of them to prepare tea for the group. The blonde-haired companion searches her belongings, remembering to have saved some high-quality tea leaves for a special occasion. The tranquility is abruptly interrupted by the arrival of Feld, who invades the room with a peg expression to announce an emergency involving Crow. Huey, taken by surprise, is paralyzed by an expression of shock and confusion in the face of alarming news. The scene changes abroad, showing Fel running desperately through the streets of the city, apologizing for the abrupt interruption. Fel confronts another servant, questioning why Crow is not with her, and is informed that a serious and terrible incident occurred in the alliance involving their leader. With a dark look, the messenger reveals the devastating news. Crow will never return, and may never return to the guild, leaving his interlocutor in absolute shock. Within the headquarters of the Alliance, the atmosphere is tense as Crow, the masked leader, walks with a dark expression, anticipating the confrontation that is to come. The narrative goes back 2 hours in time, showing Crow's arrival at the Guild Alliance branch, where a hostile voice greets him from a great staircase, mocking his strength. A bold, intimidating-looking adventurer confronts him directly, asking sarcastically whether he enjoyed his time in the kingdom of Succubus. The masked young man quietly identifies him as a member of the Guild of the Beast Duchess, known as the Great Sword of the 100 Beasts. The man, Pandy 8, presents himself with an arrogant smile, challenging Crow to a fight and accusing him of calling him weak first. Amid the crowded hall, the leader of Devil's Triumph responds with disdain, stating that he was just telling the truth, increasing the tension between the two. Angry with the laughter of his rival, Pandy demands an explanation, but Crow discards him, saying he can't help laughing at the situation. With a sinister smile, the leader of the Princess Beasts Guild approaches Crow, preparing to reveal the true nature of his provocation. In a fit of fury, Pandy casts himself over him with a crazy expression, shouting that Crow is about to be expelled from his position as guild leader. The news catches the young leader by surprise, his composure falling apart in shock and disbelief with the threat of his removal. Another adventurer intervenes, saying coldly that they already know everything that happened in the kingdom of Succubus. In a moment of panic, Crow wonders if his elaborate cover-up was discovered by his opponents. Pandy makes a vulgar assumption, accusing his rival of ignoring missions to engage with Succubus, which Crow internally considers stupid. While the masked adventurer tries to deny the charges, his accusers call him a liar, claiming to have irrefutable proof of his actions. Feeling the advantage, Pandy grabs the young man by the collar, intensifying the physical and verbal confrontation. With a look of manic triumph, The accuser accuses him of involvement in the succubus trade, a serious crime that would tarnish the reputation of any leader. The viewers begin to whisper, spreading rumors about abuse of power and betrayal, questioning the legitimacy of Crow's leadership. The derision increases, with some suggesting that his title personnel should be replaced by more humiliating and derogatory nicknames. One present, a young man with blue hair, intervenes, telling Pandy to drop the charges, surprising the attacker. Selly's Orford, the imposing leader of the Red Rose Guild, appears and silences Pandy with a harsh order, calling him disgrace and threatening to expel him from the meeting. Falling back, but not defeated, Pandy warns Sellies that the discussion will continue at the meeting, promising an inevitable confrontation. As tension subsides, an anonymous adventurer whispers a threat to Crow, promising to rip off his mask and expose his identity. One of his allies, Lulusilla, appears to defend him, expressing his full confidence in him, leaving the young leader momentarily surprised. Despite her defense, a determined look on her face suggests that she may have her own plans to deal with the situation. In a liar interaction, his mentor, a blonde woman, teases him playfully about his growth, expressing pride for his accomplishments. The masked young man asks Sellies, her mentor, what she has been doing, and she reveals casually that she was subduing a dragon, to her admiration. While walking, Crow admits his lack of confidence, and his mentor suggests that they talk further after the meeting is over. About to enter the meeting room, the guild leader asks her partner if she knows the agenda of the meeting. Inside, an alliance officer starts the meeting, announcing that the next topic is the restructuring of guild personnel. The news provokes distinct reactions. Pandy smiles maliciously, Sellies remains serious, and Crow listens attentively, feeling the weight of the situation. The officer continues, explaining that concerns were raised recently about the behavior and abilities of certain individuals. He clarifies that, until then, the Alliance assessed the guilds as a whole, leaving individual management to each leader. The reason, he said, was the difficulty of evaluating the synergy of the outside team, which led the Alliance to avoid intervening in internal affairs. However, with a severe look, the officer declares that current concerns are too serious to ignore. With a dramatic pause, the meeting leader prepares to announce the Alliance's decision. It reveals a 2-week guild leader exchange program designed to strengthen cooperation and the overall level of guilds, leaving many, including Pandy, in shock. One of Pandy's subordinates whispers in panic, revealing that this outcome was not part of his original plan to testify Crow. Pandy explodes in fury, screaming that his intention was to eliminate the weak, not help them, while Crow, impassive, continues to drink his tea. Desperate, he points to his rival, declaring that the young man is not fit to lead and publicly revealing that he was expelled from Selly's guild in the past. The serious expressions of the other leaders indicate that Pandy's accusation of Crow's past is a known and worrying fact. Finally affected by the discussion, the masked leader looks up, surprised, questioning if he is the real target of all this maneuver. In the Alliance meeting room, the discussion is heated as one of the present mocks Crow's reputation, accusing him of relying entirely on his team and sarcastically questioning how anyone could consider him one of the best in the world. Internally, the masked leader reacts in a dark mood, begging in thought to stop the hard truths, admitting to himself that the accusations have a real background. The tension in the room increases with murmurs of agreement, while a voice admits that the accusation may in fact be true. Other leaders begin to question Crow's competence, asking if anyone has ever actually seen him fight and pointing out that, because he is not a fighter, his presence in the front line, depending on others, is at least strange. One of the leaders present, feeling the growing hostility, crushes the stem of a rose in his hand as he asks everyone to calm down for a moment. With an authoritarian gesture, she imposes silence in the room, causing other adventurers to shut up immediately. Selly's Orford, Crow's mentor, intervenes to defend him, clarifying that he was just an apprentice in the Red Rose, not an official member, and demands that they stop spreading the rumor that he was expelled. Indignant, Pandy turns to the leader of the Red Rose, screaming that she can't be happy about the situation either. He accuses her directly, stating that Crow stole Lulusilla, the rising star of his guild, to form his own group. The masked young man's mentor denies the charge, revealing that it was Crow himself who took Lulusilla to the Red Rose and that she was the one who helped him form the Devil's triumphant return. Far from there, one of Crow's companions reflects with a dark and possessive smile, thinking of his leer and the influence that Lulusilla exerts on him. Back at the meeting, the young leader remains impassive, sipping his tea calmly amid verbal chaos. One of Pandy's allies, with a serious expression, warns him to stop speaking ill of them or Crow. With a fierce and predatory look, he poses a direct threat, promising to crush him right there if he continues with the provocations. Visibly intimidated, Pandy retreats with a tongue click, contradicted, but aware of the danger. Seeing the tension climb, another leader of the alliance intervenes, asking Celes to calm down and end the discussion. The officer who presides over the meeting is addressing Pandy, stating that if there are really inept guild leaders, the exchange program will make this clear to everyone. At Crow's guild headquarters, the news is delivered to his companions. The decision has been made, and a 2-week exchange of guild leaders will take place. The camera moves away, showing the members of the group gathered, suing the shocking news in a stunning silence. Young succubus Huey, with genuine innocence, questions the seriousness of the situation, asking whether a period of just 2 weeks is really a big problem. In a dramatic contrast, Lulucilla panics completely, with her face covered in sweat and tears, declaring that that is the end of everything. His mind begins to project the worst scenarios, wondering what could happen if his master spent 2 weeks in another guild. One of the adventurers, holding a rose, expresses her concern that, when experiencing the routine of another guild, her leader will realize how demanding and dependent her own group is. Another companion fears that if he stands out elsewhere, more girls will fall in love with him, a possibility that terrifies her. The servant of the group, flushed with concern, considers the possibility that if his master's reputation improves, he may be recruited by another guild permanently. Understanding the catastrophic logic of their companions, Huey changes her mind and declares in panic that they must prevent Crow from being recognized by the world. The guild door opens abruptly, and an unknown servant asks if that is the headquarters of Devil's Triumphant Return. One of Pandy's subordinates, watching the girls, says with greed that the rumors were true and that if they manage to take control of the guild, it will be a victory for him. Pandy then presents himself with an arrogant smile, announcing himself as the temporary leader of Devil's Triumphant Return, to the horror of guild members. A desolate forest, one of Pandy 8's subordinates lies dead on the ground, with his head crushed by an unknown force, which foretells the dark fate awaiting the group. With a cold, calculating look, one of the members of Devil's Triumph comments that no evidence of what happened will remain, because the monsters of the forest will certainly devour the body. In a flashback, the same adventurer and her companions confront the man, mocking his foolishness for having ventured alone in such a dangerous forest. One of the young women firmly declares the unwavering loyalty of the group, stating that Crow is the only leader for the Devil's Triumphant Return and anyone who disagrees. In a threatening tone, another ally completes the phrase, saying that whoever disagrees will find its end, but quickly softens the threat with a disdainful smile, while Pandy, terrified, cries out for his men to follow his leader. With the morals destroyed, the temporary leader of the guild falls to his knees, questioning how the situation could deteriorate to such an extent under the psychological manipulation of the girls. Far from his master, Lulucilla feels a deep anguish, confessing her desire to see him and to be comforted by his gentle voice. Without realizing the manipulation, Pandy approaches the young woman with a clumsy concern, asking why she seems so downcast. The ally of light turns with a harsh and determined expression, completely ignoring the attempt to approach its temporary leader. Reacting with irritation, she abruptly repels him, ordering him not to touch her, while the confused man tries to justify his bad mood. With an expression of false concern, the adventurer observes one of Pandy's companions, commenting that he seems to be going through a difficult time. In a flashback, the same man, now dead, boasts with arrogance, promising to complete the mission quickly, while the young woman watches him silently. His anguish reaches the climax, and with a dark aura consuming it, Lulucilla mentally begs for Crow's return before darkness takes over his soul. The scene changes to a dark cave, from where a sinister glow emanates, indicating the emergence of a new threat. Far from there, Crow, now temporarily leading the guild Great Sword of the 100 Beasts, alerts his new companions to the appearance of a golem. The 3 members of the new team, a girl in glasses, one with an eye patch and a healer, respond in unison, ready for battle. The trio presents itself, the male eye patch warrior, the Kaido wizard, and the beast healer, each declaring its function and determination for combat. The imposing golem of stone concentrates a sphere of energy in his hand, preparing to strike a devastating attack. Despite the imminent danger, Crow observes the creature with unwavering calm, analyzing the situation strategically. The creature fires a massive beam of energy, which explodes as it hits the ground, raising a cloud of dust and debris. The power of the attack throws the guild members back, who protect themselves while commenting, surprised, on the force of the lightning. Despite the fright, The young wizard of the group quickly regroups, assuring everyone that he is well and that they cannot let themselves be slaughtered. With authority, the masked leader takes command, instructing that he himself will attract the attacks of the monster while the other three coordinate an offensive. To inspire confidence in their temporary team, Crow encourages them, stating that victory is certain if they believe in their own strength. Motivated by his words, the three adventurers set out for the attack in a coordinated formation, responding with the cry of war. The warrior of the group attacks the golem directly, but his blows are blocked by the creature's stone armor, showing the difficulty of the battle that begins. After the exchange, Crow becomes the temporary leader of Pandy's guild, reflecting on the initial chaos of the group. He concludes the current mission successfully, warning his new companions to remain vigilant during the return journey. The members of the Great Sword of the 100 Beasts express their admiration for the new leader. They commend him for his incredible command ability, highlighting the accuracy of his instructions and how he perfectly defined the roles of each one, which made combat easier and more efficient. While the masked leader appreciates the kindness and honesty of his new team, one of his original servants, Alicia, appears in his mind with an expression of despair, questioning his actions. Nevertheless, he mentally thanks his companion for keeping him safe. Far from there, Alicia, one of Crow's allies, appears exhausted after a battle, worried about her master. Although her companions commend her and the leader himself reassures her from a distance, she reflects that the real question is not whether they can accompany her, but something more complex. Consumed by exhaustion and jealousy, the adventurous young woman concludes with a possessive thought that only she and her original companions should have the privilege of being with her master. In a flashback, the members of Devil's Triumph discuss the strategy for changing leaders. They reveal that they were granted permission to accompany one of them, Crow, in order to ensure that their potential as leader is not wasted. Alicia, the one chosen by Draw to accompany him, feels the weight of responsibility. She knows that she needs to manage the situation carefully, because a bad performance of her master during the exchange could result in her dismissal from the leadership position. Meanwhile, the other companions panic over the possibility of their leader gaining notoriety. They declare that they need to prevent him from standing out at any cost and begging Alicia to fulfill his difficult mission, while others express their desire to comfort him if he feels discouraged. After the battle, as they walk through the forest, one of Crow's temporary guilds expresses their astonishment, amazed that they managed to defeat a golem. In a scene transition, the conversation continues with a new question being introduced. His temporary companions agree that the success was thanks to Crow's support. One of the girls, frustrated, confesses she'd like to be able to switch places with Pandy to continue under her leadership. With modesty, the masked leader attributes victory to the team's teamwork. Internally, however, he feels extremely confident, thinking about how leading a smaller guild is a surprisingly easy task for him. He reflects that, although the lower-ranking member in his own guild, his ability is more than enough to stand out and contribute significantly in this new environment. Analyzing his new allies, he recognizes that Shia's support and Mel's agility make them perfect to form an efficient mission group. The young leader continues his reflection, preparing to highlight the most important point of his analysis. He notes that Kaido, the wizard of the group, has a face as common as his, and concludes with humor that this makes him a perfectly suitable member for the guild. Addressing the young wizard directly, Crow sincerely encourages him, saying he is happy to have him on the team. Surprised and visibly moved by the unexpected praise, Kaido is speechless. Moved, the young man thanks Crow profusely, almost breathless of gratitude. In his excitement, he turns to another teammate, extending the feeling of camaraderie also to her. Far from there, Alicia, one of Crow's original servants, tries to convince herself of her unwavering loyalty, stating that as a support wife, nothing will change, no matter who her master approaches. Despite his words, his expression becomes manic and disturbing, with a sinister laughter that contradicts his supposed calmness. She continues her internal monologue, insisting that she will accept the open-hearted situation, as she has the confidence of an adequate wife. Watching her master from a distance, she concludes her possessive thoughts, suggesting that she is prepared to accept that he approaches several other people. Meanwhile, the masked leader and his temporary team share a moment of joy and relaxation, alien to obsessive vigilance. Suddenly, the young man feels an unexplained chill, a dark feeling that disturbs him momentarily. Kaido approaches his temporary leader, announcing he has a favor to ask. With a certain hesitation, the wizard begins to formulate his proposal, revealing that he has been thinking about it since they met. He finally makes the shocking request. He begs Crow to remain the permanent leader of the guild, even after the end of the exchange period. The proposal leaves the masked young man and Alicia, who heard hidden, in shock. Surprisingly, the leader of Devil's Triumph considers the offer, admitting to himself that the idea had already crossed his mind. He reflects on his own insecurity, feeling left behind by his extremely powerful companions, and ponders that finding a more suitable place for his level could be the best way to evolve. Evaluating the situation, he recognizes that the temporary guild is quite attractive, praising the potential and excellent teamwork of its members. While he prepares to make a decision, the scene focuses on his internal deliberation. In a desperate gesture, Alicia's hand firmly grips her master's sleeve, interrupting her thoughts. The young leader remains silent, processing both the offer and the reaction of his companion. Alicia reveals herself, holding him with an expression of silent supplication, clearly shaken by the possibility of him accepting the proposal. His face shows a mixture of sadness and panic, transmitting his fear of losing him to another guild. Surprised by the intensity of his reaction, the masked leader turns to face her. After a brief pause, he begins to formulate his answer. With a slight smile under the mask, "Your decision is finally made." He politely refuses the offer, apologizing, but expresses his happiness for the proposal and promises to keep in touch with Alicia's relief. The refusal leaves the members of the Great Sword of the Hundred Beasts completely desolate, with Kaido foaming at the mouth in a collapse of despair. Perplexed by the group's exaggerated reaction, the young leader wonders if he made a mistake by refusing the offer. In the temporary guild, Alicia, one of Crow's companions, remains unconscious in bed, visibly exhausted by the mission of the previous day. In her restless sleep, she murmurs an appeal not to be abandoned, tormented by nightmares. Next to the bed, Crow and Mel, the eye-patch warrior, watch the sleeping young woman. The masked leader assumes that the strain of dealing with the new guild has exhausted her, while her companion suggests they let her rest. Still asleep, the loyal servant, with an expression of suffering, seems to agree in thought with the observation of her master about her state of exhaustion. The bedroom door closes, leaving the exhausted adventurer behind as the scene changes, marking a transition in the narrative. In another place, the young leader reflects on the recruitment proposal he received from the other guild, deciding that he needs to refuse it because he cannot deal with this complication at the moment. The scene cuts to a small celebration party where Crow, wearing a party hat, is encouraged by his new companions to relax and enjoy the moment of relaxation. The narrative clarifies that while Kaido is busy reporting the results of the previous mission, the rest of the group enjoys a deserved day off. Team healer Shiha thanks her temporary leader with a radiant smile, expressing her gratitude for hard work and effective leadership. The eye-patch warrior also encourages him to eat without ceremony, reinforcing the mood of camaraderie and acceptance he found in the new group. Savoring the food, the masked young man decides to postpone the conversation about refusing the offer for later, preferring to focus on the present moment and the celebration. Meanwhile, back at the headquarters of Devil's Triumphant Return, Lulucilla takes over, explaining the details of the day's mission to the other members, cleaning monsters and collecting materials in a swamp maze. Pandy 8, the substitute leader, finally wakes up, yawning and complaining about the accommodations. Lulucilla confronts him severely, informing him that he is 30 minutes late and that the rest of the team has already left, leaving him surprised that he was not awake. Clearly confused, the temporary leader tries to justify the situation with a sexist comment, assuming that women simply need more time to get ready in the morning. Lulucilla's expression becomes dark and threatening, revealing her deep discontent and contempt for Pandy's attitude and incompetence. With a challenging arrogance, the bold adventurer dismisses the issue and tries to reaffirm his authority, stating that, as a leader, his decisions and behavior should not be questioned. At the headquarters of Devil's Triumphant Return, temporary leader Pandy 8 arrogantly demands that one of the servants serve him tea, questioning whether this basic courtesy is not offered to the guild leader. The handmaid closes her eyes for an instant, containing her irritation in an eloquent silence before preparing to fulfill the order. While the young woman moves away to prepare the drink, the corpulent adventurer releases a mocking laugh, satisfied with his own authority. The scene focuses on tea being carefully served in a cup, a brief moment of calm before being delivered to the interim leader. When delivering the drink, the young lady formally says, "Here it is, leader." He receives her with a tongue click, murmuring with impatience, "TCH, finally." With a blatant contempt, the temporary leader adulterates the tea with an absurd amount of milk and sugar cubes, while the face of the servant twitches in a mask of silent fury, its figure wrapped in an aura of indignation. "By completely ignoring the tension you created, Pandy knocks a loaf of bread on the table to get everyone's attention and announces that he has something to say about the day's mission. With an authoritarian gesture, he demands that guild members show loyalty to him, his new leader. Adventurers, including Lulucilla, observe him with empty and apathetic expressions, completely indifferent to his speech. In a panoramic view of the room, he continues his monologue, stating that a leader is the backbone of any guild and that true brightness is only achieved when strong members support an equally strong leader. He brags, claiming that his previous guild did not know how to take advantage of his strength, but that, with them, who are the elite, he knows that they can achieve success while the girls face him with disdain. In concluding his forced motivational discourse, he leans on the table and commands them to keep their words in mind and give the best of themselves in the mission. One of the members tries to intervene, stating that the meeting is not yet over, but his attempt is in vain. The interim leader ignores her completely, patting Lulucilla on the back and delegating the rest of the responsibility to her before turning around to leave. The light-haired young woman is paralyzed with an expression of shock and unbelief at the audacity of her temporary superior. With a dramatic gesture, Man turns away, leaving behind an atmosphere of confusion and contempt. Yawning, he informs that he will take a nap and asks to be called only in time to leave, giving up his leadership responsibilities. The door closes with a drum, leaving the guild members in a stunning silence, processing the incompetence they have just witnessed. The face of one of the adventurers twitches in an expression of pure horror, covered in cold sweat, unable to believe what just happened. Completely overwhelmed, Lulucilla collapses into a bed, screaming in despair that she can't take it anymore and that she has reached her limit. One of the maids hastened to comfort her, asking for calm and reminding her that they must endure the situation for now. Observing the scene, another companion questions whether they should really tolerate the outrageous behavior of the substitute leader, who has already crossed all limits. Still gasping with frustration, the light-haired young woman explains that although she does not care about Pandy, they need to put up with him, because he can negatively influence Crow's assessments in his own guild. A third adventurous woman agrees with resignation, admitting that although the situation is terrible, she must endure everything for the sake of her true master. Amid the discussion, she wonders aloud why the Alliance agreed to such a disastrous exchange of leaders. The servant who was trying to calm Lulucilla explains the logic behind her passivity. As Crow's future is at stake, they need to be careful because mistreating the temporary leader could have serious consequences. A new voice joins the conversation, with one of the purple-haired handmaidens agreeing with the evaluation and revealing that I had already thought of the same thing. The attention of the group is diverted by a subtle noise coming from one of his companions. Intrigued, they turn to the servant of purple hair, who is touching something hidden in their clothes. She reveals a small circular object in the palm of her hand, and one of her allies asks, curious, what is that? Fell explains that this is a magical listening device that she installed to record Crow's meeting, leaving the others perplexed by the revelation. The girls react with astonishment and admiration, shocked that their colleague is spying on their master and carrying their secret conversations all the time. Fell, however, calmly states that it is only for emergencies. Joking, one accuses the spy of violating monopoly laws, showing how possessive they are toward their leader. In a brief memory, an elfic figure explains a peculiarity of the device. For some reason, it is unable to record Crow's voice, which adds a touch of mystery to its nature. Back to the present, Lulucilla, although visibly in conflict with the idea of espionage, congratulates Fell for the job and agrees to listen to the recording to see what you can find out. The purple-hair handmaiden activates the device, preparing to play the audio of your master's meeting. The adventurers gather around Fell's hand, leaning with great expectation to hear what was recorded by the magical apparatus. As the recording unfolds, the faces of the maids twitch into a mixture of shock, fury, and embarrassment as they hear the details of the conspiracy. From the magical device, the voice of an unknown woman echoes, explaining that the exchange of leaders was the result of an agreement between Pandy and Zois, while another voice ponders whether Zois was also involved in the plot. With a laugh, the first voice suggests that Zois was probably trying to neutralize Pandy's tricks. Upon hearing the revelation, the adventurers comment on Zoe's cunning. The intensity of the situation is so great that Fell, the spy, shrinks, oppressed by the dark aura emanating from her companions. The recording continues, with voices lamenting the insults directed to Crow and identifying the situation as a clear problem for him. Lulucilla's expression becomes dark as she reflects on the terrible and obvious consequences of keeping someone so troubled around. Suddenly, one of the young women has an epiphany, exclaiming that she now understands the whole plan. Relieved to see her friend's determination to return, another adventurer comments with a smile that the Lulu-sama is always back. With a threatening smile, the group's actual leader declares with unwavering confidence that there is no chance of her master being expelled. United in their purpose, the servants exhibit a fierce determination, determined to protect their leader and show everyone the true terror of women and their strength as a family. The scene changes to the office of Gilda Zoe's master, where a young assistant questions him about the exchange of leaders he organized. Zoe confirms that the exchange was indeed Pandy's suggestion. His assistant points out that Pandy's behavior has always been a problem, and Guild's master agrees, explaining that although his abilities made him tolerable, his attempt to expel Crow was the last straw. Zoe reveals his original plan, to teach a lesson to the arrogant adventurer, exchanging it with Sellies of the elite guild Rosicrimson. Alarmed and confused by this statement, the young stutterer, without understanding what he means. Equally perplexed, Guild Master points out the obvious fact that Pandy is currently with the triumphant return of the devil, a reality that contradicts his own understanding. The assistant explains the situation, explaining that the plans changed last minute and that Pandy was transferred to Crow's guild. A cold sweat runs through Zoe's face when he realizes with horror that Sellies must have manipulated the situation behind the scenes. In a panic attack, Guild's master runs out of his office, rides a horse, and goes galloping. While riding, he cries in agony, lamenting that in his 40 years of career, this is the biggest mistake he has ever made. While you walk away, your desperate appeal echoes, begging for the triumphant return of the devil not to fail, while a sinister legend questions the chances of Pandy surviving the ordeal. The scene takes place in the guild Great Sword of the Hundred Beasts, where the celebration party is taking place. During the celebration, Crow is surrounded by his new companions. Shehev, visibly cheerful, asks if he is enjoying himself, while Mel, the ice-slept warrior, praises his strength, to which he modestly responds to only exercises. In a playful tone, Sheha approaches and asks directly to his temporary leader if he has a girlfriend. The masked young man pauses briefly, pondering the question with an enigmatic smile. With a lively expression, he denies it, claiming he doesn't have a girlfriend right now. The answer surprises the other girls, who react with relief and laughter while Crow enjoys the situation. Taking advantage of the lane, Mel, the eye patch warrior, presses the issue, asking if, because he is single, there would be someone he likes. Leaning intimately, the adventurous eye patch surprises everyone by asking if you can apply to be his girlfriend. The direct proposal leaves the masked leader and Sheha completely mouthless, unresponsive. Recovering from the shock, Sheha questions the bold attitude of her friend, who in turn does not understand the reason for such astonishment. Mel justifies his attitude, arguing that the real surprise is a leader like him, whose guild is full of attractive girls. Being single, she confesses she saw it as her only chance. Meanwhile, Sheha, already drunk, encourages them to kiss, to Crow's despair. With soft steps, the warrior approaches the ignorant leader, touching his face gently. With an intense and serious look, she claims that her proposal is genuine. Frustrated with the approach, the masked young man murmurs the name of the adventurer. By gently moving her away, he refuses, explaining that it is wrong, confusing her with motive. He then points to a corner of the room, accusing her of recording the conversation. The two teammates look at him, perplexed by the sudden and strange accusation. The young man explains his distrust, mentioning concepts of his world, such as pornography of revenge, suspecting that the recording would be used for malicious purposes. Shea, in his drunkenness, misinterprets the situation and, holding a fork, asks threateningly if that is what he is implying. Before the situation escalates, a hand intervenes quickly, stopping the fork in the air. The mysterious figure holds the healer's pulse, preventing her advance. Suddenly, Kaido storms the room dramatically, breaking the furniture with an axe and leaving everyone amazed at his violent appearance. One of the girls confronts him, questioning his attitude and reminding him of the orders they received from Pandy. Holding a magical item, the young wizard reveals the true purpose of his mission, to find a weakness in Crow to force him to abandon his guild. Apologizing, Kaido activates the magical device, which emits a blinding glow while his companions observe. The spell is completed and Kaido's group disappears into a flash of light, leaving behind a trail of destruction and silence. In a camp outside the city, Crow confronts the fugitive group. He notes that they used a teleportation spell to escape and requires an explanation from Kaido, who can only apologize. In an open field, the masked leader reveals that he removed the storage device from the spy camera before Kaido could activate it, ensuring that no trace of the recording remained. Crow questions Kaido's loyalty, who admits, ashamed, not to expect him to notice the camera, explaining that he had camouflaged it with ice magic. The young leader deduces Pandy's plan, to find a weakness to discredit him and take control of his guild. The triumphant return of the devil. The wizard confirms that these were the orders he received. With his face down and an expression of guilt, the young man in glasses prepares to make a request, recognizing that he made a big mistake. In an act of despair, Kaido prostrates himself on the ground before Crow, begging him to save them from the guild now led by Pandy, leaving the masked young man completely amazed. Still processing the sudden and dramatic request, the interim leader is speechless, with an expression of pure shock. Still prostrate, the wizard describes his interim leader as a tyrant who rules the guild as his own private kingdom. While a mental image shows Pandy surrendering to a lifetime of excesses, Kaido lists his transgressions: moral and verbal harassment, emotional manipulation, misdirection of funds, gambling addiction, and neglect. With a look of compassion, Crow realizes Kaido and the others must be being coerced or blackmailed. He readily agrees to help, stating that helping the needy is part of an adventurer's duty. Excited by the positive answer, the young man in glasses grabs the hands of his savior, barely believing his luck. The masked leader reaffirms his commitment, but demands to hear the whole story first. With an expression of deep disgust, the wizard begins to vent on the despicable Pandy. He describes him as a head-headed womanizer who has the illusion that his macho posture makes him a real man. Closing his fist with force, the young wizard prepares to reveal the most revolting point of the situation. With his face twisted in jealous fury, he shouts that somehow that creep is dating Shiha, declaring that he will never allow it to continue. Realizing the abrupt change in the tone of his interlocutor from supplication to an angry obsession, Crow is visibly disconcerted. Kaido begs again, asking Crow for help to get rid of his rival, convinced that Shiha cannot be happy with someone like him. Trying to understand the situation, the masked leader asks what Pandy did exactly. In response, the young man in glasses accuses the interim leader of being manipulating Shiha with some kind of brainwashing. With a manic expression and drooling of obsession, the young wizard proclaims himself to be the only one who can save her, convinced that she would never choose Pandy of her own free will. With his arms crossed, the masked young man ponders the bizarre situation with a thoughtful and somewhat disturbed expression. He then asks about the opinions of the other guild members, specifically Mel's, and the wizard begins to explain. The scene cuts to the guild hall, where Shiha expresses her anger at Kaido's incompetence, remembering that he had direct orders from Pandy. She continues to complain to Mel, frustrated that he failed in the mission to expose Crow's weaknesses and prove that he was unworthy to lead. With an unthinkable expression, the Ice-Lap warrior simply notes that Kaido does not like Pandy very much. The healer, however, defends the interim leader, lamenting the harassment he is suffering. The eye patch adventurer, blushing lightly, confesses that, honestly, she doesn't care about Kaido or Pandy as long as she has Shiha by her side. Ignoring the comment, the healer continues her defense, arguing that Pandy is just a little rough on the surface, but is a good person at the bottom. The eye patch warrior responds with the monosyllabic and hesitant yes, clearly uncomfortable and unbelieving with the defense of her friend. In love, Shiha lists the qualities of his boyfriend, such as the fact that he never divides the account on dates and always pays for the hotel. She concludes her fervent defense, praising his consideration and intimacy and lamenting that everyone misjudges him without understanding his true goodness. In contrast, Mel is shown in a state of voyeuristic ecstasy, delighting in the intimate details and drama of her friend's relationship, thinking to herself that audios of betrayal are the best thing. Returning to reality, Shiha asks, concerned, if there is still a way to fix the mess Kaido caused. A third guild companion, with white hair and red eye patch, responds with a dry and determined yes. She proposes a nefarious plan, kidnapping Alicia Clares, arguing that if Crow's guild has difficulties with weak monsters, they won't stand a chance against them. Back in the field, after listening to the whole story, Crow declares that he now understands the situation and decides that for now they must return to the guild Beast Duchess to deal with the complex situation. Mentally, the young leader summarizes the chaotic dynamics of the guild: a deluded bandit Pandy, a blind love fool Shiha, an obsessive fan Kaido, and a victim of NTR Mel. He concludes that the guild is a nest of madmen and the drama is exhausting. Kaido again tries to persuade him to become the guild leader, but Crow vehemently refuses, shouting that he does not want to get involved in their confusion. Shocked by the refusal, Kaido asks if it means that they will be trapped as Pandy puppets forever. With a shrewd smile, the masked young man indicates that he has a different solution in mind. He suggests the simplest solution, that they simply abandon the guild, which makes Kaido panic. The masked leader reflects that if everything Kaido said about Pandy is true, his permanence in his own guild represents a great danger to his companions. Meanwhile, in a dungeon, Pandy, gasping and furious, wonders why things went so wrong. A close-up reveals his face covered in sweat and contorted in a mask of anger and frustration. The scene reveals that he is being attacked and dominated by giant monsters with shells while screaming desperately for them to stop. One of his panicked teammates identifies the creature as a Karkinos. The same adventurer realizes that he is overwhelmed and without the support of the rest of the group, he is doomed. Being raised by one of the monster's tweezers, Pandy screams for the names of his companions, Lulu, Fel, and Alma, demanding to know where they are. In his despair, he commands them to hurry and save their leader. His cries of agony echo as the monster's tweezers tighten, and he begs for help. One last desperate cry for help is heard in the dark. Distant and hidden in the shadows of the trees, the silhouettes of their three companions observe the scene unfolding, immobile and indifferent. A close-up in one of the silhouettes reveals a cold expression, confirming that they deliberately abandoned Pandy to die. Inside the dungeon, Pandy 8 screams in agony while being crushed by the tweezers of a giant crustacean monster. While the creature tightens its dominion, the temporary leader, in despair, insists upon himself that under normal circumstances he is the strongest. With his face contorted with terror and covered in cold sweat, the corpulent adventurer curses the situation, unable to believe he is losing to such a creature. A brief reminder of his former guild companions goes through his mind, highlighting the absence of his usual support. His eyes burst with panic when he realizes that, unlike usual, there's no one there to save him. With a violent movement, the monster throws it up while falling towards certain death. The interim leader faces his imminent destiny. Watching the creature's prey approach, he murmurs in resignation that everything is over. In a dark vision, man's silhouette falls towards the monster's open mouth, accepting that he is dead. Suddenly, at the last moment, a golden spear called Gungnir rips the air. Then a warhammer, Taslam, flies toward the target. Finally, a chain with blades, Gleipnir, joins the surprise attack. The members of the Devil's triumphant return launch a coordinated and devastating attack, hitting the giant monster with full force. With lethal precision, Lulusilla, Fel, and Alma strike powerful blows, subduing the creature with relentless efficiency. The three adventurers watch from afar as the colossal beast collapses into a cloud of dust, defeated. Lulusilla coldly announces that the chief of the area has been subdued and the mission is completed, but her expression suggests that there are unfinished matters to be dealt with. While her companions celebrate victory and plan a crab dinner, the group's actual leader interrupts them abruptly, ordering them to wait. Pandy, gasping and furious, confronts the girls, demanding to know why they took so long to help him and accusing them of using him as bait, declaring that that is the worst guild ever. They stare at him with an indifferent silence. Ignoring his accusations, the temporary leader demands a healing potion, while one of the servants asks Lulusilla what the plan is. The light-haired young woman ponders for a moment, with a thoughtful expression. With a sinister smile, Lulusilla turns to the man and refuses his request, mocking his insignificant wounds and questioning his intelligence, calling him the pathetic savage. While Pandy is shocked by the insult, Alma intervenes, explaining sarcastically that he has already spent all his own potions trying to display himself against weaker monsters. With a casual gesture, one of the adventurers throws a basic healing item towards the interim leader. The object flies towards it, a small gesture of mercy amid increasing tension. Enraged by humiliation, the bold adventurer lifts his sword, preparing to attack one of the girls, Alicia, who retreats scared. The young servant faces the imminent attack with an expression of shock and fear. With his face contorted with anger, the temporary leader shouts a vulgar insult, releasing his frustration. Before his blade can reach the target, Lulusilla intervenes, blocking the blow with her own weapon. The impact is so powerful it cracks the ground under your feet. With impressive agility, the actual leader of the group deviates from Pandy's desperate attacks, provoking him for his inability to even touch her. Refusing to accept defeat, man attributes his failure prior to a mere accident, declaring himself the strongest. He advances with a powerful attack, which Lulusilla observes calmly. The arrogant adventurer invests with all his strength, determined to prove his superiority. With a manic smile, he believes he found an opening in the defense of his opponent, who seems vulnerable. In the midst of his attack, while screaming about their loyalty to Crow, his sword is suddenly stopped in the air by Alicia, who appeared unexpectedly and is standing on the blade. His companions observe the scene, mouthy with the sudden appearance and demonstration of power of his loyal servant. Before Pandy can react, a powerful hand grabs his face and crushes him against the ground with a brutal force, putting an end to confrontation decisively. With a brutal move, Alicia smashes Pandy's face against the ground, closing the confrontation decisively. With a terrifying look and red eyes glowing with fury, the young servant faces her subdued victim. Pointing her gun at the defeated man, she coldly states, "What a shame." Standing on the fallen adventurer, Alicia scolds him for his foolishness in believing that brute force could control others. Calling him pathetic, she reveals that she deliberately aimed at his weak spots to make sure he didn't die. Yet, with his face hurt and confused, Pandy can barely babble, questioning what's wrong with his philosophy. He continues his protest, asking why it is wrong to be strong and to use this force, accusing the group of uniting against him only to silence him while the three adventurers look down on him. Lulusilla approaches, also pointing a gun at him. Infuriated, the temporary leader shouts that she is no different from him and should not act so arrogantly. The leader of the group actually looks down, pondering his words and admitting that they may be equal, but with a crucial caveat. Fell intervenes, explaining that their comparison does not apply to Crow, who, unlike Pandy's tyranny, shared his power willingly. The young woman with purple hair urges him to reflect on the difference, while the bold adventurer reacts with a confused "eh." The reality of the situation begins to infiltrate your mind, and a cold sweat runs down your face as the shock takes over your expression. Alma explains that if Crow hadn't given them his weapons, he would no doubt be the strongest there, highlighting the magnitude of his trust in them. With a blush of admiration, Alicia adds that he entrusted them with his most powerful weapons, even though he knew he could be betrayed. She continues with a smile of pure happiness, stating that this demonstrates how deep Crow's bond of trust is with them. Holding his own weapon by his chest, Lulusilla reinforces that his master not only saved them, but also took a personal risk for them. With a fanatical devotion, Alicia declares that this is why they swore loyalty and love to Crow, giving him body and soul completely. Pandy, completely exhausted and perplexed, tries to argue that the situation is not how they see it. A passionate voice among the girls screams that their bond with their master was not built by force. With a fierce look, Lulusilla concludes, declaring that the connection forged by Crow's character is the true source of his power. While the handmaidens continue to exalt the virtues of their leader, describing it as incredible when it gets serious, Pandy looks at the scene with horror, wondering about their sanity. Fu consumes him while he realizes that they are completely insane and that his life is genuinely in danger. With a manic smile and an angelic vision of Crow hovering behind her, Fell points out his weapon and promises to crush him for having despised his master, but not before instilling him with due appreciation for his greatness. With an equally disturbing look, another companion agrees, adding that those who underestimate Crokunen are not welcome either in this world or the next, sealing your fate with a sinister smile. One of the adventurers approaches the defeated man and coldly asks if he has any last complaint to make. Completely broken, Pandy falls into tears and supplications, begging not to be killed, admitting that he now understands Crow's greatness and that he is terrified. He continues to humble himself, declaring his defeat and promising to reflect on his mistakes and never again challenge them. Lulusilla grinds her teeth, impassive and cold before her desperate supplications. Ignoring her crying, she picks up the gun and says with disdain, "You can talk all you want," while he screams out of pure terror, begging her to stop. His desperate cries for help echo through the forest, a sound of pure panic in the silent night. In a final act of despair, with his face contorted in a mask of dread, Pandy cries out for the name Crow, the only person he believes could save him. A shot echoes in the darkness, silencing his appeals forever. On the ground, Pandy realizes with relief that he was spared. Standing on him, Lulusilla, holding a smoking gun, coldly orders him to leave, while his companions observe, amazed at the decision. The other servants, however, do not show the same restraint. One by one, they surround him with threats, ordering him to disappear and warning him that if he dares approach Crow or them again, he will be killed without hesitation. Completely terrified of the ferocity of the group, Pandy turns and runs desperately through the snowy forests. As they watch him leave, their companions turn to their leader, in fact, questioning why she let him lie. With a blushing face and an expression of anguish, Lulusilla admits that not even she knows for sure. She reflects on Pandy's last cry, which cried out for Crow, and remembers his master's words about avoiding unnecessary deaths. The image of her leader's sad face comes to her mind, and she realizes that her mercy was a reflection of having internalized his values. Her reflection is interrupted by one of her companions, who appears behind her with a manic expression, asking why she simply did not kill him. Meanwhile, Pandy continues his desperate escape, reflecting on the terrifying nature of Crow's guild. He concludes that his members are demons and that his masked leader is a true hero for being able to deal with that bunch of lunatics. Experience forces him to look at himself, recognizing how selfish and abusive he was with his own team. he remembers his companions, Kaido, Mel, and Shihei, and crying with remorse, admits that he was a barbarian, but that they were always at his side. With a new determination, he runs back into town, swearing to change his behavior and become a better leader. He sees himself as a reformed man, ready to return to his true guild, the place to which he belongs. However, upon arrival, his determination turns into horror. Before his eyes, the building of his guild is completely wrapped in a thick, sinister layer of ice, and a cry of pure despair echoes down the quiet street. In front of the thirst of his guild, now an ice mausoleum, Pandy murmurs, unbelieving the name of the place. Kneeling in despair, he wonders if his recent change of attitude was not enough to be forgiven, suspecting that those demons, Crow's servants, are responsible. Looking at the frozen structure, he calls by the names of his companions, Shihei, Mel, and Kaido, fearing that they are trapped inside. Suddenly, a familiar and panicking voice calls his name, and he turns around, surprised. He meets his three companions standing, safe and sound, amid a crowd of curious who formed in the street. Kaido, Shihei, and Mel face him with expressions that mix relief, guilt, and a strange serenity. With tears in his eyes, Shihei apologizes profusely, admitting that he ruined the plan he had devised. One of his companions compliments the apology, confessing that he could not execute the orders as Pandy had asked. Ignoring the apology, the bold adventurer, overwhelmed by emotion, pulls his three companions into a tight embrace, crying of relief for being safe and taking all the blame for the disaster. From a distance, Crow observes the scene of reconciliation. Pandy, still embracing his dear comrades, declares that his happiness lies only in the fact that they are together, while one of his companions asks what happened to him. The masked young leader is visibly perplexed by the sudden and dramatic display of affection. At his side, Alicia observes the scene with a thoughtful and calm expression. With a serene smile, the loyal servant turns to her master and asks if everything is all right now. He agrees hesitantly, still suing the situation, while wondering where Pandy is. In a brief aside, Fell comments in a mockery that Alicia is not to blame for anything, for she just burned a little one of her master's enemies. Alicia, in turn, tries to remember something important that Crow said before she fainted, but her companion discards her concern, saying that if she doesn't remember, it probably wasn't important. With a radiant smile, the young servant finally remembers her concern, that her master was thinking of changing guilds, and concludes, relieved, that this is not the case. A symbolic image shows Crow and Alicia holding hands, observing a burning building, representing the destruction of their troubled past and the beginning of a new bond. A close-up reveals a magical seal shining brightly in Alicia's hand, which squeezed the hand of her master. The scene cuts to one of the servants, who sighs with a melancholy expression. Back to reality, Crow, completely overwhelmed by the roller coaster of events, tries to convince himself that all this must be just a nightmare. He murmurs to himself that his master would never abandon Alicia, while one of his other servants casually wonders if Pandy has insurance to cover the damage to his guild. Alicia, listening to him, expresses his deep anxiety, hoping that the betrayal and abandonment he suffered in his former guild will not be repeated. The narrative changes to a new scenario where an older and experienced guild leader congratulates a white-haired warrior named Cerise. She responds with indifference that the Beast Duchess Guild is fine. The older leader faces her with a tense expression, saying he knew she would react that way. He confesses that he shares his concern about how dangerous Crow's guild, Nightmare, has become. Man ponders aloud that, given the chaotic nature of the guild, it is understandable that his leader wants to abandon it. With a provocative smile, Cerise suggests that his true concern is with his sweet disciple, leaving him visibly dull. With a serious expression, the veteran leader admits he feels bad for Crow and can't just let him give up. Looking at the city in the distance, he reflects that this time, they were lucky to have no victims, and recognizes that without Crow's intervention, things could have been much worse. Both observe the horizon in silence, considering the complex situation. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Lucilla and Fell come to a conclusion about the future of their master. He should not be fired, but should not remain in that guild either. Cerise's true intention is finally revealed. She proposes a plan to manipulate events so that Crow is forced to leave the guild Devil's triumphant return of her own will. While Celis, a white-haired woman, Baze, her subordinate, Shiera, lieutenant of the guild Rosicrimson, presents a report on the internal investigation of the guild The Devil's triumphant return, claiming to have identified 6 of its members in detail. The dossier begins with Alicia, a former member of the band guild Hexanat, whose organization was exterminated, leaving the survivors dead or imprisoned. The Raffaelofia sisters are then mentioned, whose adopted father was possessed by a demon and killed before an exorcist could arrive. The investigation also points to Ulmeria, a survivor of a village decimated by a basilisk, where some of the victims were stabbed instead of killed by monsters. The report details the case of Umarma, a child who, for his immense and uncontrolled magical power, was considered cursed with demonic blood, locked up and later sold as a slave. Finally, it is mentioned Gran, also known as Lulu, daughter of a war hero who became a butcher general and sole survivor of an attack that annihilated his entire family. After turning off the shower, Celes thanks his lieutenant and begins commenting on the members of the rival guild. Already dressed in a robe, Rosa Crimson's leader discards the entire report as completely irrelevant and useless, to the shock of her subordinate. While serving a drink, she explains that she asked to investigate and to understand who they are in the present, not to dig up their tragic pasts. With a condescending tone, Celes asks if Shiera finds their story sad and tells her to reflect on the superficiality of her investigation. The lieutenant, embarrassed, apologizes and asks what her superior really wants to know. The leader of White Hair reiterates that the past does not matter and that her interest is focused exclusively on the present. With a possessive and malicious smile, she finally reveals her true intention, to find out which one of those kids is trying to get close to your crow. The lieutenant is momentarily speechless, suing the jealous nature of her leader's requests. After quickly recomposing and consulting his roles, Shiera informs that, according to the investigation, Crow has no confirmed romantic bond. Dissatisfied, Celes pushes her with a serious look, wondering if he's even kissed anyone. Completely intimidated, the young woman denies nervously, confirming that not even a kiss. Mastered by an overwhelming relief, the leader of the Crimson Rose throws herself into a sun lounger, exclaiming that, thanks to the heavens, she can now be calm. While her superior laughs hysterically, the young lieutenant watches her, completely perplexed by the reaction. In a particular thought, Shiera admits to feeling a little jealous, because Crow is always her lady's #1 priority. Resuming the report, the subordinate mentions that, for the remaining 3 members, there is hardly any information available. She concludes this part of the report stating that the only known fact is that the 3 are not from the country, and the leader of Rosa Crimson listens attentively. All of a sudden, Celes announces that she'll be gone for a moment, making her assistant panic about the unexpected departure. The lieutenant tries to stop her, reminding her that her afternoon schedule is full of commitments and wondering where she goes. Already dressed in her battle costume, the adventurer reveals with a mischievous smile that is going to the guild triumphant return of the devil to, in her words, shake things as their mentor. The scene moves to the target guild lounge, where the atmosphere is visibly tense and silent. One of the guild members faces the void with an expression of discouragement and boredom. Another teammate exhibits an equally downcast and melancholy countenance. The 2 adventurers remain silent in opposite corners of the hall, one by the stairs and the other by a door, the tension between them palpable. Sitting on their backs, the 2 girls maintain a hostile silence, while a third looks nervously behind a furniture. The situation deteriorates when the 2 rise and walk in opposite directions, ignoring themselves completely, while the observer remains anxious. Finally, one of the girls panics, wondering where the moral compass of the guild went, while another tries to explain the situation, revealing that Crow's absence is the cause of the conflict. In a clearing, Fel confronts Lulusilla, questioning why she allowed Pandy, the temporary leader, to escape. With an accusing look, the young woman with brown hair insists that he is an enemy of her master, Crow, and that the decision to spare him was incomprehensible. The interim leader remains silent, the face obscured by the shadow, processing the harsh words of her companion. Lulusilla finally answers, justifying her action by arguing that killing even a temporary leader would undermine the guild's reputation and that man had already learned his lesson. Dissatisfied, Fel retorts with a frenzied expression, stating that mercy is insufficient and that leaving the enemy unsupervised only makes it more dangerous. Alma, another member of the group, observes the growing conflict between the 2 with an expression of concern. Turning her back, the disappointed servant regrets having thought that Lulusilla would make the right decision for Crow. The light-haired young woman defends herself vehemently, stating that her choice was the right one and that she took her as vice leader of the guild. With disdain, her interlocutor accuses her of using her position, suggesting that she only reached her because she was lucky enough to meet her master first. The scene moves away to a night view, while Fel's accusation echoes in the air. It strikes the final blow, questioning whether the hesitation of its leader would in fact not be motivated by the fear of disapproval of its master, which visibly hits Lulusilla. Before the tension can explode, a sudden intervention occurs. Sola intervenes with an explosion of energy, separating the two and screaming for them to stop fighting. Arrested by the shock wave, the fighters complain that the interference of their guildmate is only making the situation worse. With a sad face, Alma reminds them that they are all part of the same guild and that the conflict between them would only cause Crow's sadness. Elsewhere, the incident is narrated to other companions. One of them is shocked, while another, reading one book, comments with indifference on the intensity of the drama. With a mocking smile, the reader discards the fight as a mere teen-tier drama to her sister's frustration. However, she quickly reassures the other, expressing confidence that a bond between Lulucilla and Fel, because they are the oldest known of their leader, will overcome the misunderstanding. She predicts that by the next mission, the two will be reconciled, while the scene moves to hands that meticulously clean a pistol. The owner of the hands is Lulucilla, who maintains his weapon with a visibly disturbed expression. With deep dark circles, she wonders if she made the wrong decision, but quickly removes the doubt from her mind. While dating back to the weapon, she reflects that she should have acted according to Crow's intentions to avoid trouble for him. Looking at her reflection, she is convinced she made the best choice, even if her friend doesn't agree. By carrying the ammunition comb, the interim leader fears that discord may fragment the guild, which, as her master had already warned, could lead him to abandon them. With renewed determination, she finishes preparing her weapon, determined to resolve the tension with her companion as soon as possible. Holding the pistol firmly, she concludes that, for Crow's sake, she needs to confront Fel. Meanwhile, in the kitchen, Fel observes a collection of sharp knives arranged on a table. In silence, she begins to sharpen a great cleaver into a muddy stone, absorbed in her thoughts. The metallic sound of the blade against the stone echoes as it focuses on the task. The servant reflects on the confrontation, feeling that there was something strange about the behavior of her superior. It ponders the role of Lulucilla as the pillar that sustains the guild. If the vice leader failed, the entire structure could collapse. With a shock of horror, she realizes that this instability could be exactly what would lead her beloved master to leave them. With her eyes shining with a fanatical determination, the young woman decides that the present state of Lulucilla is a danger that needs to be corrected before it is too late. With the knife now perfectly sharp, she resolves to face her friend, also for Crow's sake. In a divided image, both Lulucilla with his weapon and Fel with his knife share the same intense and somewhat unbalanced thought. They need to reconcile with their friend. The ferocious determination of both quickly turns into paralyzing anxiety, while the two, now in comical and shrinking form, worry about how embarrassing the conversation will be and whether the other will still be angry. In the local bakery, Crow acquires 2 freshly baked apple pies, a limited edition item, for the price of 8,000 G. With the treats in hand, the masked guild leader leaves the store with an expression of satisfaction. Outside, a long line forms, showing the popularity of the confectionery, whose products, according to a passerby, run out in seconds. Turning to his companions, he thanks them for accompanying him that morning. Paul's Garuga, a robust man, and his elf partner respond with a smile, stating that it was no bother and that the walk was pleasant. As they walk down a street, one of their subordinates expresses confidence that everyone in the guild will appreciate the present. The young master explains that this is the least he can do to thank the members for caring for the guild during his absence. Visibly moved by the consideration of their leader, the 2 companions observe him with admiration. The muscular adventurer, overflowing with enthusiasm, dreams awake with the joy of sharing the pie with his master, declaring that he wishes to end his time in the guild in good terms. The masked leader remains silent, suing the words of his loyal servant. In a moment of reflection, he wonders if Lulucilla, the vice leader, will be happy with the gesture, hoping that this will help ease the recent tension among the members. His thoughts are abruptly interrupted by a panic cry echoing down the street. The source of the disturbance is a slave trader chasing a little hooded figure, screaming so she doesn't run away. Another desperate cry, "I don't want to be sold," attracts Crow's attention, who turns with an expression of concern. Your elf partner evaluates the situation, inferring that this is an ongoing slave auction. The scene unfolds with the captors trying to immobilize the terrified child, who is sold against their will or kidnapped. A mental image reflects Crow's empathy for the child's situation, imagining the horror of being captured and chained. His companions ponder the risks at intervening, noting that, as slaves are considered property, helping them could result in an accusation of theft. With a certain shine in his eyes, the guild leader decides to act, proposing a strategic and intelligent approach to resolving the conflict. His 2 subordinates smile accordingly, ready to follow his plan. With an enthusiastic cry from "Yes, boss," they prepare for action. While the hooded child desperately flees through the roofs, her pursuers command her to stop. Frustrated by the agility of the prey, men promise to capture it at all costs. The slave trader shouts that a member of that tribe is worth a fortune, but his persecution is interrupted by a sudden encounter. A close-up reveals the predatory gaze of Crow's elf companion, preparing to act. With a covert move, the elf makes one of the captors stumble, apologizing with a feigned calm. The hooded child, seeing the opportunity, continues his desperate escape. While the fallen man is reprimanded by his colleague, the elf watches the scene with incalculated serenity. The leader of the merchants, enraged by the incompetence of his men, decides to take the capture personally. However, his advance is abruptly interrupted when he collides with Hall's. Fallen to the ground, the slave trader grumbles with anger without realizing who he bumped into. With an expression of deep anguish, the muscular adventurer reveals the bag with the apple pies completely crushed, blaming man for the disaster. The merchant's face wriggles in a mask of pure terror as he perceives the fury he has provoked. With eyes bulging with anger, Hulse demands to know how man intends to compensate for the damage. Holding the merchant by the collar, he shakes him violently, lamenting the loss of the 10 limited edition pies, while the man cries with dread. From a distance, Crow's loyal companion continues his reprimand, demanding an apology not only for him and his master, but for all the farmers and confectioners on the planet. While Crow watches the scene of an alley, taking advantage of the distraction, the masked leader approaches the rescued child, reassuring her and saying they can let the two resolve the situation. With the conflict resolved, he suggests they leave the premises quietly. In a safe place, the child turns out to be a young beastskin with cat ears who looks at her savior with a mixture of shyness and curiosity. With a gentle smile, Crow offers her a piece of crushed pie. The girl accepts, thanking him with a trembling voice while taking a bite, her face blushing with gratitude. Upon returning to the guild, Crow presents his new protege. One of the maids, Lucilla, expresses her fun surprise when she learns that his master has really adopted a cat, while he, the young beastskin, and her 2 companions observe. Asked about her name, the cat girl responds timidly, stuttering Yuyuchin. With enthusiasm, the other members decide that the first thing to do is to shower the newcomer and lead her excitedly to the bathroom. The bathroom door closes, marking the beginning of the preparation of the young guests. While waiting, Crow's 2 companions remain silent in the main room. With a serious expression, the elf companion turns to his master, informing with a grave tone that he has something important to reveal about the girl. The scene cuts to the sound of a shower, indicating that the bath began. In the bathroom, the maids make a shocking discovery. Huey is most likely princess of the Beastskin Nation. The suspicion is confirmed by the color of her silver hair, a distinctive feature of the royal lineage, while the young princess relaxes under the care of her new friends. Realizing the gravity of the situation, one of the girls declares they need to get her back to her nation as soon as possible. Another servant ponders on the disastrous consequences a princess enslavement could cause, classifying the incident as a potential diplomatic nightmare. The conversation in the bath continues, with the members processing the magnitude of their rescue. Concomitantly, in the living room, Crow and his companions seem to come to a similar conclusion, while the scene again shows Yu enjoying the hot water. The elf advises his leader to question the girl directly about his identity to confirm his suspicions. Already clean and dressed in new clothes, the young woman formally presents herself as Yu Scottish Fold, the 3rd princess of the Beastskin Nation, thanking Crow deeply for saving her life. The princess expresses her joy with her borrowed clothes, which served her perfectly. One of the youngest members of the guild is paralyzed with amazement at the revelation. Recovering from the shock, she holds Yuya's hands, amazed to be in the presence of a real princess for the first time. With ease, another servant intervenes, stating that Yuya's royal lineage was obvious and that there was no reason to hide it. The princess prepares to reveal the real reason for her escape. She explains that she left her country for the specific purpose of finding the guild devil's triumphant return. Intrigued, the masked leader asks if she has a mission for them, which she confirms. Crow formally accepts the request, stating that it is an honor to receive a request from a princess. Yu hesitates for a moment, gathering courage to make his appeal. With her eyes full of despair, the princess begs them to take her away, revealing that a war for succession to the throne is about to begin and that she is the prize in dispute, leaving everyone in the room amazed by the revelation. Yu details his situation. In his nation, the next king is chosen through a tournament, and the winner wins not only the throne, but also the right to marry her. While Crow processes the strange tradition, the other guild members assume that the princess has fled so as not to be treated as a prize. One of Crow's beastskin companions explains that he sought the guild devil's triumphant return precisely because he knew that they had already welcomed members of his race. Completely overwhelmed, the masked young leader reflects in silence, considering the mission of granting an asylum to a foreign princess an impossible task far above the guild level. His companions share the concern, commenting that any successful plan would require the cooperation of two specific members, alluding to the recent quarrel between Lucilla and Fel. In a tone of youthful optimism, Yuma assures Yuyu that her ninja can solve anything, and the princess, remembering her own rescue, agrees with enthusiasm. One of the servants proposes a bold and direct solution: simply win the succession war for Yuyu. Crow immediately points to the logical flaw: he is not a beastkin, to which the princess nervously admits that although it is not forbidden, it would be an unprecedented situation. Ignoring the complexities, Garuga and Horus are enthusiastic about the idea, seeing it as an opportunity for action and a chance to deliver an entire kingdom to their master. While the guild leader realizes that the situation is completely out of his control, his two followers get lost in fantasies about the glory and banquets they would enjoy under the reign of King Crow. One of the white-haired members intervenes with a smile, stating that his master would never abandon a girl in distress, a feeling he accepts with a nervous laugh. By the time they decide to leave for the Beastkin Nation, Yuyu timidly asks if a victory in the tournament would mean that she would marry Crow, which causes another servant to close the conversation abruptly and comically. At the guild's headquarters, Crow prepares for the mission and formally requests Fel to accompany Princess Yuyu on her journey, assigning her as her personal attendant. Still shaken by recent conflict, Lucilla observes the scene with an expression of shock and surprise. Fel, in turn, hesitates for a moment, pondering the request of his master while dealing with his own feelings. Demonstrating her unwavering loyalty, the servant accepts the commission, stating that she will do whatever it takes if it is a wish of her lord. Meanwhile, the Raphaelofia sisters say goodbye to the group, with one of them promising to take care of the guild in their absence. Before leaving, the sister who remains behind sends a comical and possessive warning to Crow, forbidding him from allowing Yuyu to marry without his approval. As soon as the group leaves, Celes, the leader of rival guild Rosicrucian, appears and comments that the path is clear. The white-haired leader finds Lucilla hiding and questions her, noting that she has isolated herself and wondering if she is still worried about her fight with her guild companion. With a reassuring tone, the visitor tries to minimize the situation, treating it as a simple fight and suggesting that the two friends should just talk to resolve the misunderstanding. With her blushing face and snarled eyes, the vice leader of the guild expresses her greatest fear, the possibility that her friend will not forgive her for what happened. A close-up reveals the beginning of a panic attack on the young noble's eyes. In a comic exaggeration, she vents, admitting that her partner is terrifying when she gets angry, to the surprise of her interlocutor. With her face in her hands, the light-haired girl admits her total inexperience in conflict, explaining that, because she was a lone noble, she never fought with a friend before and has no idea how to reconcile. With a strategic calm, Celes points out that Crow certainly realized the tension between the two and gave them space on purpose so that they could solve the problem on their own. Leaning on the table in an encouraging way, Rosicrucian's leader presses her to find a solution before Fel's return, which the young woman, still discouraged, agrees. While Celes takes a sip of his drink, content with the course of the conversation, a knock at the door interrupts the moment. Surprised by the interruption, Lucilla wonders who it might be. The leader of the rival guild stands and opens the door, questioning the identity of the visitor. The scene cuts to the group's carriage on a dirt road, where Crow instructs the princess to keep secret the fact that she was enslaved, warning that the truth could provoke a war. Inside the vehicle, the masked leader and his elf companion discuss the strategy of finding a puppet ruler to control the kingdom. In a comic contrast, Garuga is distracted by cows in the landscape, while Yuma shares sweets with Princess Yuyu. In a flashback of a year ago, a group of bandits who identify themselves as Beastkin confront Crow and his companions in a forest. They arrogantly claim the territory and mock the adventurers for being human, demanding that they surrender their belongings and leave. The masked leader silently processes his provocations, especially the claim that a mere human could not defeat them, the Beastkin. A disembodied voice from one of the bandits expresses unbelief, asking if he's joking. The adventurous young man retorts with a critical observation, pointing to their lack of hair and declaring that their beast level is in the negative. Bandits are visibly irritated by the punctual comment, their expressions writhing with anger. One of the Beastkin repeats the outrage insult, shocked by being called an Beastkin for real. Paused to the limit, two of the bandits turn into monstrous forms of beast, a wolf-like creature and one with a griffin, and threats roar to the impassive group. The scene is obscured by trees while the sounds of a quick and decisive battle echo from the forests. Returning to the present, the group travels through a rocky canyon with its carriage. Crow says he's been curious about that date ever since. While they are gathered around a bonfire at night, the masked leader asks directly to his companions why Garuga and Horus seem so different from a typical beastkin like Yuyu. The full group, including the princess and the two beast-skin warriors, sits around the fire sharing a meal under the starry sky. A close-up focuses on one of the fellows holding a cup, listening attentively to the conversation. Horus and Garuga exchange uncomfortable looks while a chibi version of Crow in a thinking balloon has a sudden and shocked revelation. Huey explains that the two warriors are trans beast-skin, quickly clarifying that this is not related to gender, but to its lineage. While the fire crackles, a text explains that trans beast-skin are individuals with extremely diluted animal traits, able to manifest their beast forms only in brief and fleeting moments. The young princess elaborates that individuals like them have a precarious and uncomfortable social status in the beast-skin nation, which is the main reason why they left their homeland. When pressed for more details on why their status would take them away, Yu hesitates, sweating nervously. As the group approaches the capital, dominated by a colossal statue of a lion warrior, it states enigmatically that they will understand when they arrive. An aerial view reveals the busy and crowded streets and markets of the kingdom of Menfira. The city is populated by a diverse range of beastskin, including rabbit and reptile-like individuals. While Horus and Garuga walk the streets, they are immediately received with disdainful looks and derogatory comments from passers-by who call them Madoki and express revulsion for their smooth and human-like skin. Verbal abuse continues while other citizens question what Madoki are doing in the capital and mock its polished appearance, implying that they are accompanying a human as paid companions. Garuga stoically supports the insults, including a baseless accusation that he's just a failed baby sweat. Similarly, Horus remains silent while another citizen Moxley comments that Madoki do not get real jobs anyway. A small mouse-like beastkin citizen perceives the pair and approaches them with clear intent. The rat person aggressively confronts the two companions, demanding to know what they are doing there. With open hostility, the citizen orders them to leave the main street immediately, treating them as if they were sick. Crow silently observes all discriminatory exchange within walking distance, its illegible expression behind the mask. Turning to his younger companions, the guild master begins to explain the harsh reality of the situation. He clarifies to Yuma and Yu that trans beastskins are not considered true beastskin here, facing systemic discrimination, being labeled with slanders as Madoki and even being legally barred from public spaces. Yuma reacts with outraged shock. A view of the backs of the two warriors symbolizes their situation. They are treated so harshly in their own country that many are forced into slavery or exile. Fel turns to the princess, asking if she despises them too. Yu responds with a passionate and immediate denial. Now wearing a red hood, the young royalty declares that judging others based on their appearance is the act of a despicable person and a vulgar display of pettiness. Seeking his validation, Fel asks his master if he shares the same feeling. A silent close-up captures the thinking expression of the leader. Crow breaks his silence, enthusiastically agreeing to the noble words of the princess. The confrontation increases when the aggressive citizen shouts for the Madoki to get out of their sight. He then throws a stone, aiming at Horus and Garuga as they try to walk away peacefully. The attacker's face wriggles in pure shock and fear when his projectile is intercepted. Horus, having taken the stone effortlessly, turns to confront his attacker with a threatening look. In the background, Fel wisely suggests that his group take the secondary streets to avoid further conflict. Another flashback panel shows a young child beastskin pointing to Horus and calling him Madoki to his mother, illustrating deeply rooted prejudice. Fel observes his master, noting that he became unusually quiet in the midst of widespread hostility. An assembly of presumptuous and disdainful beastskin faces highlights widespread contempt for the Madoki. With tears of anger springing into his eyes, Crow admits that the whole situation is making him genuinely angry. The chapter ends with a panoramic view of an imposing and decorated palace, the likely center of power in the kingdom of the beastkin and the final destination of the group. In the throne room, Crow and his group await with a tense expression, anticipating the imminent confrontation with the kingship of the beastkin nation. While waiting, Princess Yu expresses her hope that, with her father's arrival, she will convince him to cancel her arranged engagement. The guild's masked leader silently ponders the serious consequences if their trading plan fails. A guard announces the arrival of Crow Honor, signaling the start of the royal audience. Immediately thereafter, the herald proclaims the entrance of His Majesty's, the King and Queen, into the throne hall. A close-up reveals the king's snout, whose impassive expression does not betray any emotion. King Shishiwaza, An imposing lion and his consort, Queen Monica, enter the room with an air of unquestionable authority. As the group bows in reverence, the queen dispenses them with formalities, asking them to rise. The royal couple formally presents themselves, confirming their identities as the rulers of the nation. The king expresses his deep gratitude for bringing his daughter back safely, although he mentions that she must have caused considerable problems. Despite his words, the monarch's expression remains cold and disinterested, suggesting an emotional distancing. He extends his thanks to Garuga and Horus, recognizing the difficulty of their journey. To Crow's confusion, Shishiwaza asks for forgiveness, explaining that his position prevents him from publicly expressing his gratitude, a statement that leaves the young leader perplexed. In a lateral thought, Crow reflects that having found such prejudiced citizens, he expected the king to be the same, but the monarch seems to read his mind with an enigmatic smile. With a magnanimous tone, the sovereign offers Crow a reward, promising to do his utmost to meet any wish. Relieved, the guild master believes he has found a reasonable and kind leader, feeling grateful for the turn of luck. With renewed optimism, the masked adventurer begins to submit his requests. The peaceful atmosphere shatters the moment Crow requests the cancellation of Yuya's engagement. The king explodes in fury, calling him dirty, inferior creature and accusing him of being a false hero who associates with Madoki. Shishiwaza's tyranny continues, declaring that it is an honor for a woman to be taken over by a strong man and that foreign ideas such as freedom and diversity are a poison. While Crow realizes the true nature of the regime, the guild leader remains silent, his shocked expression hidden by the mask while processing the king's intolerance. A mental image of the abuse your companions suffered on the streets echoes in your mind, with a citizen screaming for the Madoki to leave. A dark thought crosses Crow's mind. Is this country worth saving? Recomposing, the king coldly reaffirms his decision. The engagement remains and Yu will marry the winner of the succession war. With a disdainful smile, he forbids Crow's group and any Madoki from competing, claiming that his participation would tarnish the prestige of the tournament. Crow remains silent, his eyes empty behind the mask while his initial plan collapses. In a memory, Crow warns Yu that there is no guarantee of success and that to win, they will have to use a letter that will hurt her deeply, even if it leaves a scar. With a gloomy expression, he prepares to execute the painful strategy. Turning to the monarch, the young adventurer declares that there is something His Majesty does not know. With a calculated calm, he reveals the shocking truth. Yu was a slave in a human nation. The revelation hits the royal couple like lightning, their faces writhing in a mask of pure shock and horror. Crow continues, explaining that they rescued her while she was fleeing her captors, confirming the veracity of her story. Unbeliever, the king cries out his daughter's name, seeking a denial that will not come. With a firm voice, the princess confirms the story of her savior, stating, "It's the truth." Sweating profusely, the stuttering king, unable to articulate an answer to the humiliating truth. The guild master casually suggests that they could make this information public, leaving the threat implied in the air. With a cold look, he casts his blackmail, asking if the precious princess would still have any value if the world knew she was damaged commodity. Enraged and powerless, Shishiwaza accuses Crow of using his daughter's virginity to blackmail him, questioning whether he is ashamed. The masked leader keeps his gaze firm, without wavering before the king's charge. The sovereign retorts that slavery does not stain the honor of someone, but immediately contradicts itself, admitting that the mere thought of such scandal would ruin its value. Rangering his teeth, the monarch is forced to swallow his pride, trapped by the young man's relentless logic. In a desperate attempt to save the situation, he declares that he will simply replace Yu with one of his other daughters as an award. Crow coldly dismantles his bluff, pointing out that a last-minute exchange would destroy the king's reputation. The young man continues, predicting that the monarch would try to blame the situation in a diplomatic incident, but claims that this would also be a transparent lie. The adventurer gives the final blow, stating that if the prize flees, the king's reputation will be over. He then presents his proposal, explaining that without Yu, there is no war of succession or prize, and he does not wish to invade her privacy. With the king's full attention, Crow reveals his demand to allow Garuga and Horus to participate in the war of succession. With a confident smile, the master of the guild addresses the monarch. He challenges him directly, asking if a proud king as he is afraid of a little competition, leaving Shishiwaza trembling with rage and no way out. Sunlight shines through an ornamented window, illuminating the silent and tense room. Having secured the agreement, Crow declares that he returned the king's daughter and that his group is leaving. Fell clings to his master's arm, visibly shaken by the intensity of negotiation, while the princess and her father observe in silence. With a victorious smile, the young leader says goodbye, promising to meet them again in the War of Succession. Huey nods his head in silent agreement, his destiny now intertwined with that of the guild. The heavy sound of the doors of the throne hall closing echoes, closing the audience. The massive doors seal the royal family in their own crisis while the group leaves. Queen Monica looks at the closed door, her expression a mixture of shock and concern for events that have just occurred. Turning to her husband, the queen expresses her relief that Huey is safe, but the king, closing his fist, laments having been a terrible father and king by spoiling her too much. In a blind rage, the king gives a violent slap on his daughter's face. The queen shouts the princess' name in horror, shocked by the violence of her husband. The monarch roars that Huey became too arrogant, blaming her for her humiliation. Suddenly his hand is consumed by a corrosive black substance, and he retreats into shock and pain, questioning what is happening. The figure he struck turns out to be Yuma in disguise, who rebukes him for having allied himself with human scum. The king cries out of agony, his hand broken and burning. While the queen begs him to receive treatment, the sovereign ignores his pain to yell at the doctors, demanding that they take care of his king. The disguised girl coldly warns him that he will regret his actions. With a look of pure malice, the king swears that if she challenges him, he will make Garuga and Horus pay the price. He threatens her, saying that she will be forced to watch their suffering and that it will be entirely her fault. With its reaffirmed authority, Shishiwaza orders the guards to lock Yuyu in their quarters and ensure that she never leaves the kingdom again. The true princess, already outside and secure, observes the scene unfolding with an expression of pure terror. Far from the palace, guild members relax, with one commenting on the wild experience of facing a lion so closely. Fel congratulates his master on successful negotiation, while he, still sweating, admits how tense he was throughout the confrontation. Another guild member confesses the stress he felt, fearing that the exchange plan could be discovered. Crow justifies the risky maneuver, stating it was the right decision to ensure Yuya's safety. Holding a potion bottle created by Alicia, he reaffirms his duty as adventurer to protect the customer at all costs. Yuma, now back in her normal form, confirms with a smile that Operation Exchange Yuma was a complete success, ensuring the participation of her friends in the War of Succession. In a flashback, guild leader visits alchemist Alicia to get metamorphosis potions. It confirms that it has the items requested. One of the companions questions the legality of the potions, but Alicia assures that he has adjusted the formula to circumvent legal restrictions. After thanking his ally, Crow is encouraged to take as many potions as he needs for the mission. The alchemist details the method of use: just dissolve a hair from the target in the potion and ingest it. The transformation effect will last approximately 90 minutes. Back to the present, Yuma expresses her apprehension about the plan, questioning her master whether it is really right to deceive the king. Princess Yuyu, with a concerned expression, quietly agrees, sharing the group's anxiety. Crow explains the logic behind his risky decision. Yuyu's security was the absolute priority, leaving her as an award was unthinkable, and the only alternative was to trade her for Yuma. The princess, understanding the depth of the plan, praises him for his ingenuity. The young royalty remains silent, her face reflecting the tension and concern with the developments. Tightening the fabric of her clothing, Yuya's mind turns to the friend who took her place, wondering if she is okay. Far from being in danger, the scene cuts to Yuma in disguise, who takes advantage of her prison to delight in a banquet, enthusiastically demanding more snacks from a perplexed guard. As the group regroups in the city, a voice interrupts them, calling specifically for Horus and Garuga. The elf warrior recognizes the newcomer as Millie, a figure of his past, while his companion seems surprised. Birdwoman Millie approaches with a smile, commenting that she had heard rumors about the presence of a transbeastkin in the region. Horus, uncomfortable, admits they've known each other for a long time. With a seductive tone, Millie reminds him of a promise they made in the past, implying an engagement. The revelation leaves the other members of the guild goofy, with one of them asking aloud if she is Horus' ex-girlfriend. Millie fixes it dramatically, claiming she was his fiancée and accusing him of abandoning her. Visibly stressed, the elf fighter tries to dismiss her, telling her not to justify herself, while the rest of the group watches the tension grow. With patience exhausted, Horus reveals the truth: Millie betrayed him with Garuga's brother, Delga. The prosecution makes her explode in a theatrical rage, denying and accusing him of manipulation. She continues the verbal attack, lamenting how she treated kindly and Madoki like him, only to be abandoned without compensation. For the total confusion of Crow and his companions, his mood changes dramatically to malicious joy when he notes that Horus will also participate in the War of Succession. The mention of his brother shocks Garuga, who did not know Delga's participation in the tournament. Millie proudly confirms Delga as the strongest warrior in the wolf tribe and the likely future king. It ends with a cruel revelation, reminding the two that it was Delga's force that forced them to flee their homeland. With a sadistic pleasure, the bird woman declares that when Delga wins, she will become queen, and the summit of her life will be to see them slaughtered by him. She walks away with a sarcastic wish of good luck, sure they won't even get past the foreplay. After the confrontation, the guild leader remains silent, his palpable anger despite the mess. Huey, feeling the dark aura of his savior, calls him with concern. In the contestants' waiting room, hostility is immediate. Horus and Garuga are welcomed with contempt and insults, with the other warriors mocking their status as Madoki. In the midst of chaos, Horus draws the attention of his battle partner. Garuga confirms having noticed the same. His young master is more furious than usual. Watching Crow from a distance, they understand that his fury is not for himself, but for the injustice they and the princess suffered. Horus' hand squeezes his bow. He reflects on the opportunity his leader gave them, a chance to prove their worth to the nation that rejected them. Chicken closes his fist, although revenge does not move him. The intensity of his master's feelings is something he cannot ignore. With a new and fierce determination, the two warriors unite. They will fight not only for themselves, but to inflict on the kingdom the punishment he deserves in the name of the one who believed in them. The sound of a trumpet echoes, and a herald announces the beginning of the foreplay. A colossal campal battle distributed in 25 arenas, with 20 competitors in each. In the arena, one of the contestants of the audience explains the rules of the camp battle. Elimination occurs by leaving the combat area or by inability to fight, without penalties for fatalities. Another participant provokes others, suggesting that they surrender to avoid death. Delga, Garuga's imposing brother, displays a sadistic smile, declaring that the end has come to the Madoki and revealing that the other fighters have been bribed. He continues his machination, detailing the plan for the 20 elite warriors to attack Horus and Garuga simultaneously, convinced that not even they could resist a coordinated mass attack. An advertiser with shark features raises his arm and gives the signal, shouting the start of the match. The wolf warrior's brother laughs manically, challenging them to survive and promising that they will regret the humiliation they caused him. Ignoring the provocations, Horus prepares his bow, positioning multiple arrows, and announces his technique. Fail not damn 20 shots. With impressive speed, the elf archer fires a rain of arrows that simultaneously strike all his opponents in the arena, neutralizing them in a single devastating attack. Delga's expression turns from arrogance to pure shock and unbelief by witnessing his plan be undone in an instant. A perplexed judge announces Horus' victory in Block B, expressing his disbelief that supposedly elite warriors were defeated with a single blow. While Horus observes the fallen bodies, disdainfully commenting on the ease of struggle, King Shishiwaza reacts with amazement and wonders about the performance of the other Madoki. In another arena, a scene of similar destruction unfolds, and Garuga is declared the winner of Block G, to the horror of the monarch. The two companions gather victorious. The archer comments that the fight barely served as heating, questioning the quality of the beastskin standards. The king, sweating cold, cannot believe that the Madoki have such a level of skill. Despite the surprise, the sovereign pulls himself together, stating to himself that there is no reason to panic, because there is still an asset. The asset is revealed. Delga the Black Wolf roars in triumph over a pile of defeated opponents. It is announced as the winner of Block K and a great favorite of the tournament. At the sound of his brother's name, Garuga is visibly shocked, while Horus maintains an expression of tired resignation. In the crowd, Millie, Horus' bride, frenzied Delga, declaring him the best. Still in the arena, an opponent refuses to give up, and Delga turns into a predatory smile, agreeing that the fight is not over yet. With a disciplining gesture, the warrior of the wolf tribe launches a wave of energy that throws the opponent away, ending the confrontation in a brutal way. From the royal box, Shishiwaza expresses her satisfaction, commenting that the strength of her champion exceeded her expectations. With a confident smile, the king declares that his concerns were unfounded and that Delga will undoubtedly win the tournament. Queen Madoka, however, sows doubt, pondering whether even the mighty wolf warrior would be able to confront the two Madoki at the same time. The king assures his wife that he has uncovered the secret behind the strength of the pair, and she, curiously, asks if there is any trick involved. Shishiwaza reveals his theory. Their strength lies in their weapons, as it would be impossible for a Madoki to overcome a true beastskin without disloyal equipment. The monarch continues, explaining that the strategy is not to face them directly, but simply to disarm them. A close-up captures the king's sinister smile. Satisfied with his plan, he declares that as tournament supervisor he has full control and that by removing the weapons from Garuga and Horus, they will realize their true impotence. The chapter concludes with the premise that the king's plan now directly targets the two companions. In a 2-year-old flashback, a young Garuga spies Shock through a crack at the door, witnessing an intimate scene between his brother Delga and Millie, Horus' fiancée. The younger brother remains paralyzed outside the room, listening to the conversation unfolding. With an expression of anguish, he laments his friend's ignorance of the betrayal he is about to discover. Inside the room, the couple discuss their plans. Millie asks Delga to stop talking about Horus, to which he disdainfully responds, stating that he would never take a Fejudo seriously and that he will dismiss him as soon as he gets what he wants. With a malicious smile, the bird woman turns to the younger brother on the outside, questioning whether he understands and labeling the two companions as arrogant costumes that are nothing but a nuisance. The wolf warrior laughs and assures his mistress that there is no problem, because sooner or later he will find an excuse to expel his own brother from the village. From the corridor, the young spy hears Delga promise to beat anyone who complains, while Millie expresses her happiness at the cruelty of her lover. The duo approaches for a kiss, sealing their treacherous covenant. The scene intensifies, with the birdwoman begging for more, confirming the betrayal while the betrayed brother watches. The memory of Delga's angry voice echoes, screaming, "Don't get cocky, you filthy trick." The sound of a violent impact marks the climax of the confrontation that followed Betrayal. In another scene of the past, the imposing wolf warrior sits on an improvised throne, arrogantly questioning the right of his brother and Horus to even speak to him. The memory shows Garuga and Horus defeated on the ground. The older brother scolds them, calling their relative lost cause by taking the side of a weak man and stating that Millie will only cancel the engagement for a price they will have to pay. The humiliation continues with the duo being expelled from the nation by other beastkin, who declare them a disgrace to the race and exile them as useless waste. Delga insults them, questioning how if a judo could be his equal. The flashback culminates with the victorious brother hovering over the two fallen warriors, laughing and proclaiming himself the strongest beastkin, mocking them for thinking they could challenge him. Back to the present, the arena of the tournament echoes with the cries of the crowd, all hailing Delga's name. The public's favorite champion enters the arena, while his brother and the elf archer watch him from the other side. A close-up reveals Horus' cold and determined expression, ready for the reunion. With a sadistic smile, the wolf warrior greets his opponents, commenting that it has been a while and calling them false bastards. Garuga responds with a look of total disinterest, impassive at the provocation of his brother. In the arena, Delga confronts his opponents, stating that, seeing them there, initially thought it was a joke. Continuing his provocation, the wolf warrior closes his fist, saying he now understands the situation. With a roar of mockery, he accuses them of being fools playing with their new toys, questioning whether they felt good pretending to be unstoppable. He labels their behavior as typical of the weak, mocking that, when they acquired some chilling skill, they suddenly found themselves special and began to dream of revenge. Horus responds with a glacial calm, stating that his actions have nothing to do with revenge and that they are there simply to fulfill the will of his master. The wolf tribe fighter laughs at denial, accusing them of blaming him for his own incompetence. Pointing to his younger brother, Delga states cynically that he did them a favor by exiling them, because Fejudos as they would not survive in the country anyway. Garuga explodes in disbelief, questioning how they could be grateful after being beaten almost to death and discarded as garbage. Ignoring his brother's fury, the warrior turns to the crowd, promising to crush the duo and their toys in the final. His statement is interrupted when he looks at a speaker, confused with the sudden sound. Behind the scenes, an announcer with crocodile features nervously reads a statement, recognizing that it is a direct message from the king and that he has no choice but to read it. The announcer's voice echoes through the arena, announcing that, due to suspected violations of regulations, the weapons used by Horus and Garuga in the foreplay were subjected to a formal review. A close-up reveals the expression of pure shock on Horus' face when he heard the announcement. The three competitors react uneasily as the voice of the announcer continues, explaining that all the weapons were distributed in the kingdom. They were identified as magical tools created by humans. The crowd enters a frenzy of anger, shouting accusations of cheating and treason against the two companions. From the stands, an anguished Huey declares that the decision is ridiculous, because there have never been regulations against the use of weapons before. While the princess attempts to protest, Crow prevents her, insisting that she remain where she is, while the announcer announces that a final decision was made after deliberation. The penalty is announced. Horus and Garuga are forbidden to use any weapons during the finals, leaving the duo devastated. The crowd celebrates the decision, while Delga smiles satisfied, acknowledging the hand of the paranoid king in the twist. In desperation, Huey wonders how his friends could defeat Garuga's brother without his equipment. In the royal cabin, King Shishiwaza is approached by his head of security. The officer expresses his concern, questioning whether it is safe to allow the princess to attend the VIP section, given the risk of a new escape attempt. The monarch dismisses concern with confidence, stating that his daughter will not flee. He explains her reasoning, stating that due to the trauma of her slavery, the young woman would not dare to run away alone and today only depends on the hope that her champions will come out victorious. The king reveals the trump card of his plan. The princess he kept in house arrest is unaware of the tournament's changing rules. With a cruel smile, the sovereign declares his intention to crush his daughter's hope before his eyes as a lesson in her lack of sense. He then opens the cabin doors and calls her to watch the beginning of the finals. For his shock, instead of his daughter, he comes across a human servant serving tea and cake to the real Huey, who is back to him. The maid reveal as Fel turns to the astonished king with an innocent smile, asking politely if she is interrupting. In the royal box, the king confronts Fel inside Huey's cell, furious at the apparent security breach. The maid calmly explains that the princess is her client and that any misreading her would tarnish the honor of her master. Asked how she got in, the assistant points to an open window to the astonishment of the guards. The monarch is speechless, gnashing his teeth in silent frustration. Still unbelieving, the sovereign highlights the impossibility of the situation, exclaiming that the cell is located on the 8th floor of the tower. A sinister smile spreads across the face of the ruler, who believes he has uncovered the trick. The king accuses her of using some kind of tool to enter through the window, comparing disdain to the falsified weapons that her companions used. Fel scorns internally the prosecution, considering pathetic his dependence on tricks to explain the power of his group. Behind bars, Huey perceives his father's distorted logic, understanding that this misconception was the reason why he confiscated his friend's weapons. With an air of superiority, Shishiwaza sarcastically asks if his daughter knows about the last-minute rule change he imposed. Believed to have cornered them, the Beastkin leader declares that he has understood their entire plan. He accuses them of planning to use information about Huey to blackmail him again, seeing it as a desperate backup plan now that his champions are unarmed. With an emphatic gesture, the king declares that they miscalculated. The monarch roars that the War of Succession is already in its final phase and cannot be interrupted, stating that at this point he has no further reason to negotiate with them. Huey quietly acknowledges that the lack of weapons is indeed a problem, his serene composure disturbing his father. A nearby guard echoes the king's anger, denouncing the group's methods as common criminals. Visibly shaken by the turn of events, the king tries to justify himself, but his words fail. Huey from inside the cell interrupts him, stating he is not there to negotiate, but to give a warning. With a warm smile, Fel delivers the message. In the main event, no matter what happens, I need you to watch the fight to the end. The ruler mocks the warning, laughing and assuming it is a bluff for some new strategy of cheating, since they cannot use weapons. The queen and her companion ladies express their contempt, calling Crow cowardly, classless human rat whose tactics are those of a bandit. The sovereign continues his inflamed speech, mocking the master's incompetence, but his fury is suddenly interrupted by an unbelievable vision. Coldly asking them to stop insulting their master, Fel grabs the iron bars of the cell which begin to bend under his force. The king and his guard watch horrified as the maid rips the door out of the cell with her bare hands. Fel then reveals that the weapons were never their only option and speaks of Crow's inherent kindness, which prevents him from striking the final blow. While crushing a piece of the metal bar in her hand, she continues to describe the character of her master. She explains that, even in the face of betrayal and attempts to destroy it, her leader always chooses forgiveness. The attendant challenges the king, asking if he can even begin to understand the maddening weight of such burden. With her hand on her chest, she prepares for her final statement. With a fanatical fervor, Fel proclaims that their guild, the triumphal return of the devil, will act in the place of his master, claiming his lost fury and his hatred buried to fulfill his true desire, leaving the king petrified. A close-up reveals its fierce and determined expression. The scene briefly cuts to the true Princess Huey, holding elsewhere, looking back with a thoughtful expression. Now outside the cell, Fel's serious look falls upon the astonished royal family. In announcing her departure, she leaves behind a stuttering king, enigmatically correcting her earlier statement about who would act on behalf of Crow. Terrified, the monarch demands to know his true identity, questioning how a simple human could possess such a monstrous force. Fel replies that she is just a weak, disposable, abandoned human, insinuating that there is more to her story. The king remembers her warning. You must not stop the fight, and the terrible implication hits him with full force. With a playful and threatening tone, the maid clarifies her threat. If the fight is interrupted for any reason, she will intervene personally, willing to do whatever it takes for her master. It ends with a happy smile, promising that the main event will be an unforgettable spectacle. While Crow's group arrives at the arena, which is already crowded, an announcement summons all participants to the waiting room. The guild leader realizes that the main event is about to begin. Fel reassures his master, revealing that he has already secured the tickets, although the seats are not consecutive. Crow says it's okay as long as he can stay close to Yuyu. Already accommodated, Millie analyzes the bets, considering Delva's victory is the safest choice, while Fel and Crow sit nearby. Millie turns around, surprised to see the newcomers. She recognizes them from the previous meeting. The birdwoman recognizes the group accompanying Horus, questioning whether Fel would be his ex-girlfriend. By correcting them, Millie claims to be Delga's future queen and warns them to measure her words. Crow warns her not to underestimate her fighters, while she shouts incentives for her beloved, sure that the fight will be a disaster for the opponents. The final battle begins, a dispute between the 25 warriors who qualified in the foreplay. The rules are simple. Being knocked out or thrown out of the arena results in elimination. An announcer announces with great pomp that the winner of the fight will be crowned the next king of the Beastskin Kingdom. He adds that the champion will also gain the right to marry Princess Yuyu, who observes the scene with an apprehensive expression under her hood. Delba, the favorite of the crowd, enters the arena with an imposing posture flanked by other competitors. With a sadistic smile, the wolf warrior provokes his unarmed opponents, promising to make them suffer before revealing any information about Millie, convinced that victory is his. On the other side of the arena, Horus faces him with a cold, unthinkable expression. In the royal box, King Shishiwaza is visibly anxious. The monarch's tension is palpable. In a fit of fury and nervousness, the sovereign cries out to Delva to completely destroy the false, declaring that his victory carries the weight of the entire nation. In a safe place, Yu observes his father's agitation and begins to laugh. Asked about her behavior, the princess finds it hilarious that, even after all, the Lion King still believes in victory. She disdainfully affirms that Fel's demonstration of power was no illusion and that she will no longer be deceived. The king, still addressing his daughter, details the desperate situation. His champions are unarmed against Delba and an army of elite warriors for him. The only possible result is death. Yuyu's expression turns, her face shadowing as she repeats the word death with frightening intensity. While the announcer begins the departure, the stuttering king, disturbed by the sinister reaction of his daughter. Two competitors, eager to eliminate the competition, advance on Horus and Garuga, one of them screaming that he will kill them personally. They mock the duo for being without the trucks, ready to show how to fight for real. In an instant, Horus and Garuga strike a devastating punch and kick, neutralizing the aggressors with an overwhelming force, even unarmed. One of the remaining warriors watches the scene with pure terror, stuttering that it was not part of the plan. The crowd reacts with amazement. Yuyu and Crow watch malice while King Shishiwaza is paralyzed with horror with the display of power. The monarch's face wriggles in a mask of shock and cold sweat. The princess, in turn, can hardly believe what she's seeing. Horus and Garuga are addressing other competitors, stating that their only target is Yuyu and that they have no interest in the throne. They claim they are merely fulfilling the will of their master, Yashinai Crow, and offer a chance for survival. The duo proposes that others surrender and follow the guidance of their leader. Then they will be free to dispute the throne with each other. Opposed Crow would be the supreme sin. Apeda warrior mobs the offer, shouting that being king means having all the food and women you could desire. Another fighter agrees, calling them idiots for not wishing for power. Garuga crushes the panda warrior under his feet, while the other dissidents are quickly eliminated. Delva watches from afar, impatient, calling them fools. The duo continues to advance, its fast and precise movements. They move in perfect sync, taking down one opponent after another. No opponent can even touch the two warriors. Seeing their allies being decimated, one of the competitors screams for Delva, who, furious, scolds them for standing there like idiots. The wolf tribe champion roars to his men, ordering them to take the chance to subdue them and kill them. In response to the call, the remaining warriors advance in a desperate attack. They surround the duo, preparing for a mass attack. Delga smiles with disdain, monologizing that the difference of strength between them cannot be overcome in just 1 or 2 years. He sentences with arrogance that weak like them will die at air. Your verdict echoes in your mind. He continues his provocation, certain of his superiority. The wolf fighter laughs triumphant, declaring victory as his own and promising to take care of Princess Yu. Meanwhile, another warrior announces that now it's time for the beastkins to work things out. A competitor with chameleon traces interrupts him, pointing out something he didn't notice. With a scary calm, the ally reveals, your hand is gone. Delga, confused, look at your own arm. Your arm falls apart in a black and disformous mass. The pain hits him, and he releases a cry of pure horror and agony. The shock paralyzes the mighty warrior. Next, Horus comments that if his partner cannot even apply an arm key properly, he still has much to learn. Delga can barely process what she hears. Screaming that they are monsters, the wolf warrior is brutally attacked by the 2 companions, who grab him and start twisting his limbs with a superhuman force. Violence shocks everyone. Millie cries desperately, while the king and the crowd shout for someone to stop the fight, for Delga is being beaten to death. Unable to surrender. With a happy smile, Fel turns to Millie and asks if she's afraid. She explains that this is the essence of the triumphal return of the demon, crushing enemies in such a brutal and tragic way that they repent of their actions. Huey watches his master, who tries to hide a laugh with his hand. In the arena, the brutal punishment against Delga continues without mercy. The princess, disturbed, calls by the name of her savior. Crow can no longer contain himself and explodes in a manic and creepy laugh. Huey reacts to his laughter with an expression of shock and intense flushing, completely perplexed. In the box, King Shishiwaza murmurs to himself, finally admitting his catastrophic error. He believed the guild's strength resided in his weapons. Reality hits Huey. He wonders, desperate, how to explain what is happening now, with his 2 unarmed opponents annihilating everyone in his path. The image of warriors being slaughtered confirms Huey's terrible deception. In the arena, Garuga and Horus proclaim that fighting for their master is the best feeling in the world, a loyalty that no beastkin can equal. In the stance, Huey grabs Crow's clothes and asks what he did to them, whose strength became superhuman. The princess, with a trembling voice, insists on the question, seeking to understand the origin of that abnormal power. Ignoring the question, Crow continues to laugh out of control, his laughter echoing as Huey stares at him, shocked and confused. A close-up in his sinister smile ends the scene, promising the revelation of the true secret behind the overwhelming force of the guild. In a 2-year-old flashback, a young Crow is violently defeated in training. His mentor, Celes, scolds him, stating that his overwhelming ability is useless without the skill to handle it, comparing him to a baby unable to use a knife. While he sits, exhausted and discouraged, she explains that the true strength of a divine weapon is only manifested when dominated by skill. The young man's face twitches in silent frustration. Amid a training camp full of weapons, he questions the purpose of his power if it is totally useless. Celes advises him not to be bitter, reminding him that force is not just about defeating enemies. She suggests that instead of seeking more power, he should create something to compensate for his weakness. With a serious expression, the warrior proposes a radical idea to create an item that allows you to fight endlessly without dying. The boy reacts with total unbelief to the suggestion. The mentor is enthusiastic about her own idea, realizing that this would allow them to train unlimitedly. Despite the hesitation of her pupil about the viability of such an item, she insists that pain is the best teacher and that restraining itself would be an insult to his potential. With an intense smile, Celes declares that he will attack with intent to kill in his future training to force him to overcome his limits. A cry of agony echoes, marking the beginning of his brutal training. Terror is visible in the eyes of the young apprentice when facing death for the first time. His cries of pain echo through the forest, scaring the birds. Through this process of death and rebirth, the Ring of Resurrection was finally created. An ethereal image shows the mentor embracing her pupil after one of her death returns. In the present, the guild leader narrates that he barely remembers the details of how they managed to create the ring. He vividly recalls, however, the overwhelming joy of Celes, who cried to see him return to life, confirming the success of the artifact. From that moment on, his power began to grow exponentially, although he had to bear in mind that the ring only allowed 1 resurrection per day. He recalls the relentless training, sparring with full force against his mentor, dangerous missions where he died several times, but always returning thanks to the ring. That's how the Devil's Triumphal Return Guild was formed. The narrative reveals the secret behind the strength of his companions, showing Crow offering Huey one of the rings. The princess accepts him. She expresses her immense happiness with the present. With his face flushed, Yu can barely contain his emotion. The guild leader then offers another ring to Fel, who welcomes him with surprise. Selly's expression becomes a shock by witnessing the generosity of his protege. She questions him, and the boy reassures her with a smile. Crow reveals his trump card. He used his ability to copy and paste the ring, creating one for each member of the guild. With the 10 initial rings, he declares his ambition to turn his guild into the strongest in the world, preparing for increasingly dangerous missions. A mistake shows all members of the guild, including Horus and Garuga, receiving their rings, explaining the origin of their superhuman strength. The scene advances to 3 months ago, a month before the attack on the goblin nest, detailing an incident that made the guild world famous. 9 guild members, in the absence of their leader, surround the corpse of a colossal creature. It is revealed that they alone defeated the highest level monster, the Calamity Dragon, Bonhout. After the battle, Crow, exhausted, sits on the ground while his companions comment on the unexpected victory. The guild leader's face shows a mixture of relief and tiredness. A slight smile of satisfaction appears on your lips. He expresses his astonishment at the strength of his comrades, admitting that he himself could not even touch the creature. With a proud smile, the young master congratulates them for handling their weapons perfectly. His celebration is interrupted when he realizes that all his companions face him with dark expressions and laughter contained, creating a sinister atmosphere. One of the members, Yu, questions what is so funny, his voice loaded with a disturbing intensity. Confused and a little scared, the boy asks what's going on. With a feverish glow in her eyes, she reminds him of her own lesson. When she dies and returns repeatedly, an unlimited force can be achieved. The picture shows his perspective, lying on the ground, looking at her hand with the ring, the terrible truth beginning to reveal itself. His eyes burst into shock and denial. Other guild members happily confirm that they have faced numerous missions that have led them to the brink of death. They admit, with a frightening naturality, that they actually died over and over again. Thanks to the amulet he gave them, everyone survived and strengthened. One of the younger members thanks his brother, explaining that the strategy of cheating with life allowed them to accumulate experience points in an absurd way. Yu explains that they worked hard and endured an agonizing pain because they could not afford to remain weak if they wanted to fight alongside him. In an emotional outburst, she screams that she endeavored to become stronger and meet her master's expectations. While others try to soothe the young woman in tears, the guild leader remains silent, processing the revelation. With an empty expression, he thanks Fel for offering Yu a handkerchief. His face is dark, the gravity of the situation weighing on him. He thinks to himself, disturbed, something is wrong here. Tormented by guilt, he realizes that his friends died countless times because of the rings he gave them, making them much stronger than he did at a terrible cost. An apparition of his past self confronts him, trying to accept reality. His companions are stronger and he, as a leader, deserves to be rewarded for all suffering. The dark vision urges him to use this power to avenge and enjoy a new life, whispering that they deserve it after all they've been through. He has a horrible view of his fanatic followers capturing and torturing one of his former aggressors, declaring that touching his master is a death sentence. The scene of a massacre in the classroom makes you question, this is my power. The temptation continues, with the appearance suggesting cruel punishments for all their enemies, while dark figures representing their followers await their orders. Surrounded by the voices of his devoted companions, all asking what he desires, the young man almost succumbs to darkness, a manic smile forming on his face. Back to reality. In the arena of the tournament, Yu shakes him, shouting his name and taking him out of his dark trance. He looks at her, confused and sweating cold, the disturbing sight still fresh in her mind. The princess, alien to his internal conflict, seems equally confused by his reaction. Returning to consciousness in the arena, Crow sees himself being held by Yu, who calls him by name. Confused, he can only ask what's going on. Relieved, the feline princess asks if he's alright. Still disoriented, the guild leader questions what she means by good. From the stands, Millie watches the shocked scene, wondering why Princess Yu is there. Suddenly, a cry of horror escapes Yu by witnessing the brutality that unfolds in the arena. The cause of his shock is the sight of Horus and Garuga standing on Delva's mutilated and beaten body. The two warriors, exhausted and covered in blood, face the result of their fury. A close-up reveals Delva's disfigured face, barely recognizable amidst the wounds. With a weak voice, the defeated wolf warrior questions the origin of the strength of his opponents. Horus, hovering over him, asks whether it was the hatred or the desire for revenge that granted them such power. Garuga admits he's thought of revenge, but looking at his brother now, he feels nothing. The wish is gone. Horus, with a cold look, declares that all that matters is that Delga mocked his master's weapons, calling them mere toys. With a wild smile, Garviga agrees, stating that only this offense is a crime worthy of death. In the audience, while Millie screams in terror, Crow rises, his gloomy expression amid chaos. Fell at your side reacts with surprise to your master's change of attitude. Observing the brutality of his followers, the guild leader reflects that he understands their feelings, admitting that getting revenge against those who hate themselves is a satisfactory indulgence. In the arena, the two warriors smile with a sadistic pleasure, confessing in unison that they feel the same desire for revenge as their master. Fell calls his leader, concerned about the intensity of the situation. While Delba lies unconscious, the guild master admits to himself that, honestly, he would have preferred that things had not come to this. Despite their reluctance, the scene changes for their followers, who, with a cry of more, prepare to strike the final blow on their fallen enemy. In the blink of an eye, Crow appears in the arena, blocking the attack of his own companions with his sword. Fell observes from the stands, amazed at the unexpected intervention of his master. Horus and Gargle look at their leader with equal shock and confusion. With Crow's blade pointed at Delba's neck, the warriors wonder why his master stopped them. Fell, in panic, questions his master's action, reminding him that he's hurt and that she didn't mean for him to get involved. Yu and Fell watch the scene unfold, the tension increasing every second. The light reflects on the ring of resurrection in Crow's hand while he firmly holds the sword. The guild leader breathes with difficulty, the effort of the intervention weighing on him. With his face shaded, he remains silent, pondering his next action. Turning to his followers, he states that killing him would be an exaggeration and that the situation has already exceeded the terms of his contract. He keeps his posture, his sweat running down his face while making a difficult decision. With a calm voice, he advises his warriors not to exaggerate, stating that they are already strong enough, while the defeated Delba sobs in despair, apologizing. By far, a tournament officer observes the chaotic conclusion of the match. He ponders, uncertain about how to proceed in the face of such an unprecedented twist. The officer makes his decision, approaching the microphone. Suddenly, the true Yu appears on the announcer's podium and, to the king's amazement, announces the end of the match. The monarch shouts in shock, realizing that the Yu he held prisoner and observed all along was an imposter. In his box, the king turns and sees Fell back to his place, the terrible truth reaching him with full force. Fell addresses the king, subtly revealing the exchange that occurred right under his nose. The queen approaches her husband, stating that the imposter's actions, Yuma, have made clear the king's feelings for Yu. With an expression of contempt, the queen compares him to Yuma's father, implying that both are negligent and manipulative parents. Imposter Yuma warns the sovereign that repentance arrives too late and urges him to listen to the words of his true daughter, for it may be their last conversation. With an intense and urgent look, Yuma warns that the real princess is in an unstable state. The Lion King is paralyzed by fear. From the microphone, Yu declares that the outcome of the battle is obvious. Delba and all the other beastskin have been defeated. Horus and Garga join her, proclaiming that the false are the victorious and that, according to the rules of the Succession War, the joint statement continues, reaffirming that they followed the rules of the War of Succession. With a grand gesture, the princess announces that she now belongs to the guild Triumphal Return of the Devil, alongside her new companions. The crowd is in a tumult, questioning the legitimacy of victory and who would be the new king, arguing that the interference of intruders should invalidate the match. Yu continues his transmission, indifferent to chaos. The king runs to the edge of the arena, desperately shouting his daughter's name. The young princess stares at him with a sharp coldness. In a contrasting scene, the king embraces imposter Yuma, relieved that she did not become a devil, while the true Yui watches without emotion. Addressing her father, she states that he heard well. Even if she returned, she is no longer her daughter or princess. A beastkin officer demands that the succession war be remade due to external interference. Crow gently holds the imposter, ensuring her safety. Desperate, the sovereign begs his daughter not to abandon him, admitting his mistake and offering to restart the War of Succession. In a pathetic appeal, he attributes his problems to the lack of communication, begging for a conversation to resolve war and marriage. The queen intervenes, asking her daughter to forgive her father. The princess remains in an impassive silence. Her mother tries to appeal to family ties, accusing her of having been selfish enough. Ignoring his parents' appeals, Yu turns to his master and says it's time to leave, leaving the king behind in despair. The monarch grabs his daughter, revealing his true fear. Without a blood bond with the next king, he will lose his royal status. He accuses her of abandoning her parents. With a simple enough, Yu silences him with a powerful punch to the face. The rest of the guild watches the scene, Fel smiling with approval. While the queen cries out for her fallen husband, Yu hovers over him, saying it was lucky she was there. She keeps looking at the unconscious bodies of her father and Delgo. With a feverish flush, she declares that otherwise both would have been slaughtered by the triumphal return of the devil. Crow, however, thinks to himself that they wouldn't have really gone that far. The scene changes to the peaceful royal palace. Suddenly, the palace terrain is invaded by a mysterious force, suggesting a coordinated attack. The vision expands, showing the palace under a large-scale siege. Elsewhere, Millie tries to reconcile with Horus, praising his strength, but he coldly rejects her, declaring that everything in her disgusts him. Meanwhile, a maid confirms Huey's luggage is ready for departure. Fel reacts with surprise to something he sees. A carriage. Crow looks out the window with a thoughtful and gloomy expression. Fel observes him, the concern stamped on his face. While the carriage is on its way, Crow decides they need to leave Yu with an acquaintance named Huey for a while. Fel agrees. Inside the vehicle, Garv sleeps deeply, drilling on the shoulder of a stoic Horus. In front, Yu and imposter Yuma lead the carriage with contagious joy. The tranquility of the journey continues, with most members of the guild resting. Crow, however, remains awake, lost in his disturbing thoughts. His maid, Fel, keeps watching him silent. She finally breaks the silence, asking if he is angry. I take it by surprise. He stutters an answer. He turns to Fel, who asks if he was just imagining things. A brief image of another servant smiling maliciously passes through his mind, while Fel cries in the background. Crow hesitates, his mind heavy with the truth. He just says no. Relieved, Fel accepts your answer, believing you did nothing wrong. The carriage continues its journey, but the inner atmosphere is charged. The guild leader concludes that Fel is not the problem, but something fundamentally wrong with the guild itself he created. Angst is evident in his face as he struggles with terrible perception. In a flashback, he narrates that after the defeat of Dragon Bombhound, he recovered all the rings of resurrection from the guild members. Only the ring on his own finger remained. He reflects that the reckless use of the rings made his guild powerful, but at a terrible cost. An assembly of his angry followers illustrates his thought. They have not only become stronger, but brutal, merciless, and tragic. He looks at the innocent Fel, contrasting her appearance with the darkness that grew within them. Tormented by guilt, he wonders if he should never have given them rings or guns. Looking at his sleeping companions, he questions his desire to have a strong guild. Observing Yu and Yuma's happiness, he regrets having formed the guild. As the landscape passes, a dark thought consumes it. Perhaps it would have been better if it had never existed. Desperation takes over your face. In his loneliness, he makes a drastic decision. When they return, he leaves the guild, believing it to be the best choice for him and for all others. The scene cuts to a previous event, focusing on another member of the guild, Lulashira. In a fierce battle, Lulashira faces a skilled opponent who wields a laminated whip. Lulashira's pistols shoot a blinding flash. Your opponent is hit by the projectiles. With a quick move, the opponent counterattacks. The enemy's precise attack dismantles Lulashira's weapons in the air to the amazement of the other guild members they observe. The opponent immobilizes Lulashira on the ground, declaring that his rent period is over, suggesting that the guild's weapons are temporary. In another place, a girl with horns is held hostage, and the text announces the beginning of the battle for Crow. Lulashira's attacker reacts with shock, demanding they return Crow. In a quiet room, Crow sits at his desk, dipped in thoughts as he looks out the window. He focuses on writing a letter, the weight of his decision evident in every trace of the pen. With a final and deliberate gesture, he seals the envelope, solidifying its resolution. After a moment of hesitation, he decides, preparing for the next step. The scene calms down for a moment. A bird watches the house outside the internal turbulence. With an expression of forced pride, the young guild leader raises the sealed envelope, announcing that his official letter of resignation is ready. His statement echoes, confirming the nature of the document, his official resignation from the guild. Alone again, he ponders the right moment and way to communicate his exit to everyone. Considering approaching Lulu or Fel first, his thoughts are suddenly interrupted by shouts of celebration of his guild companions. As he approaches, he is surprised to learn that in his absence, his members won a friendly match against an opponent known as Red Rose. While one of the girls boasts of an easy victory, the others correct the play, revealing that it was a fierce dispute and that Lulu actually lost his individual confrontation. Still, the boy is genuinely impressed. recognizing that defeating an opponent as strong as Red Rose is a remarkable achievement. The girls admit that the opponent wasn't fighting seriously, except for two people who faced each other with everything. It is revealed that the only ones who fought with full force were Lulu and a warrior named Saris. The intensity of the confrontation leads one of the members to question whether there is any previous history or rivalry between the two fighters. One of her companions notes that Lulu seems discouraged since the fight, finding her lying in bed, apparently feeling that she overexerted unnecessarily. The group speculates, confused, if Saris said anything to upset Lulu during the battle, since they knew no animosity between them. To change the subject, one of the girls points to another person who also seems shot down. She mentions that Fel also seems a little discouraged, despite having just won the first prize in a local draw. A brief scene shows Fel in the draw, but his victory doesn't seem to have brought him joy. At present, the maid seems distracted, asking Crow about events in the Beacon Kingdom, her mind clearly elsewhere. The guild leader minimizes the situation, admitting that although he understands the motivations of Horus and Garuga, the general situation is still confusing for him. He remembers the shocking and emotional apology of the duo, who, moved by his mercy, swore an even more fervent loyalty. His companions agree that the two warriors will be fine, noting that in fact they seem more motivated than ever, channeling their energy into intense training. Still tormented by the idea of leaving the guild, Crow asks where Lulu and Fel are, being informed that Fel went shopping. It is revealed that Lulu went to a gazebo in the garden. There she is seen having tea with her rival, Saris, who faces her with a smug smile. Lulu's expression changes from serious to challenging, suggesting a silent and tense conflict between the two. In the gazebo of the garden, Saris thanks Lulashira for agreeing to the sudden training match, mentioning that his guild companions appreciated the opportunity to fight such skilled opponents. She adds that her guild found the triumphal return of the demon fascinating, while Lulu hews with a slight flush. With a slightly irritated expression, Crow's guild member asks her rival to notify her in advance next time. The other warrior explains that the element of surprise was part of the plan, leaving Lulu confused. With a sly smile, Saris compares the training match to an audit. Lulu repeats the word with surprise and confusion. Her interlocutor begins to explain, reminding her that the adventurers registered in the Federation enjoy many privileges. It details some of these benefits, such as permission to manufacture and carry weapons, access restricted zones, and, in certain situations, until researching forbidden magic. Saris concludes his list by stating that, depending on the circumstances, the authority granted to them may even allow murder. The silver-haired young woman hears with an impassive expression, not shaking with the statement. The leader of the rival guild expresses her and the Federation's concern that a new guild, albeit high-level, like Crow's, may abuse such privileges, an apprehension that Lulu questions. As examples of excesses, she cites the incident with the Dome of Goblins and the recent confusion in the Beacon Kingdom. Lulu asks defensively if she's being charged with abuse of power, but Saris reassures her, saying she wouldn't do it. However, he warns that if things get out of hand, the consequences may include the dissolution of the guild. With a calculated smile, Lulu's opponent declares her verdict. A guild with such a volatile history cannot be allowed to keep Crow, leaving the other girl completely amazed. Lulu is paralyzed by shock, the impact of Saris' words shaking her deeply. His hand squeezes around the knife on the table, the tension evident in his gesture. With the expression hardened, Lulu finally understands the true purpose of that conversation. Saris wants them to give up their leader. The rival reveals that she investigated the guild and its members. Recognizing their tragic pasts, she claims she wants object if they use her power to get back at scum, considering it a public service. However, she strongly warns her not to use Crow as justification or drag him into her self-satisfaction crusade. The prosecution hits Lulashira in full swing, her eyes blazing with a mixture of shock and indignation. Saris presses her, questioning whether she and the others even know how her leader really feels about her violent methods. Lulu explodes with anger, knocking on the table and vehemently denying the accusation, insisting that the bond between them and their master is stronger than she imagines. Impossible, the other warrior apologizes for her frankness, suggesting that it was a necessary approach. She then raises the crucial question: would they prevent Crow from leaving the guild, even if it was his wish? The question reaches its goal, and Lulashira realizes the terrible implication behind those words. His leader wants to leave them. The revelation leaves her completely devastated. Falling on the table, Saris tells us that Crow himself sought her right after the guild leader's exchange event to tell her his decision. She recalls the conversation, stating that he was unequivocal about his intentions. A flashback reveals the young man's exact words: "I want to lead the devil's triumphal return, The weight of this confession crushes Lulashira in the present. Tormented, the young woman struggles to process the shocking truth, her world turned upside down. Stunned by the revelation that her master wishes to leave the guild, Lulashira is paralyzed and speechless. On the gazebo, she collapses on the table, completely devastated, while Ceres, her rival, watches her with a calculated calm. The leader of the other guild breaks the silence, seeking to confirm what had just been said. With sharpness, Ceres summarizes the situation. So you're saying you protect him because he wants out of the guild? She throws a direct challenge to her interlocutor. That's right, will you try to stop me? With a trembling but firm voice, Lulashira replies, yes, of course I will. Ceres' expression hardens, indicating that confrontation is inevitable. She drops a knife on the plate, the metallic sound echoing the tension in the air, and declares, so it looks like we're gonna have to fight hard. Overwhelmed, the silver-haired young woman unleashes a groan of anguish. The rival warrior closes the conversation, asking if there's anything else to be said. The scene cuts into a heated flashback, where Fel accuses Ceres' mentor of using the magic of the ring to kill Crow repeatedly. With fury, she swears she'll never give him up, to what the older woman reacts with a fun smile, regretting being so hated. Back to the present, Ceres observes the untouched pancakes and comments with irony that Lulashira must be really distressed to abandon such a delicious meal. Lifting 3 fingers, she presents an ultimatum to the guild: triumphal return of the demon. She describes the first 2 options: give up Crow or face it in a battle. The third, however, leaves it threateningly in the air. With an enigmatic smile, Ceres suggests that the situation can change if the young master finally awakens. In an inner monologue, the warrior reveals that she deliberately provoked Lulashira because she knows that mere words would not be enough to reach someone who hates her so much. She believes that as long as the guild continues to overprotect it, Crow will never achieve its true potential. The leader of the rival guild concludes that if they really care about their master, they must abandon their violent and suffocating methods. After all, she recognizes that the final decision will be up to the boy himself. At a time of relaxation, she reflects that she could simply kidnap the young leader, but predicts that this would cause catastrophic collateral damage. Exhausted by the complexity of the situation, she looks over the table, lamenting having such troubled disciples and considering herself a terrible teacher. The sound of gunshots echoes. Later, in a shooting range, Lulashira channels his frustration, unloading his weapon on targets while processing the conversation with his rival. The targets are completely destroyed by their fury. With her determined gaze, she realizes that she also has 3 options to resolve the impasse. She ponders her alternatives: to confirm the will of her master and let him go, which would be unbearable, or to fight Ceres, a risky choice too. A third pathway begins to form in your mind. She clings to the hope of finding a solution where Crow remains in the guild with Ceres' approval, although she does not know how that would be possible. The memory of the third option not revealed by Ceres disturbs her, and she tries to decipher its hidden meaning. Suddenly, an absurd and terrifying interpretation hits her, and she screams in panic. Don't tell me, does she intend to marry Crow and arrest him forever? While Fel approaches from behind, alien to his outbreak, the maid bows and congratulates her on the good work of the day, closing the scene. The tropical resort, guild members comment on Fel's luck, who managed to win tickets to the famous orphan resort. While walking through the sand, one of them comments that the place is so exclusive that even the nobility attends it for the holidays. One of the girls expresses Yuma's enthusiasm for being there and thanks Fel again, while another suggests that they do the usual thing together. With shouts of joy, the young girls run toward the sea, celebrating their arrival at the beach. On the beach, Horus and Garuga exhibit their muscular physicists with exaggerated poses for the complete discouragement of Crow, who observes from his beach chair. Sitting alone, the young guild leader wonders, confused, how exactly he got there. He recalls his original plan. He intended to leave the triumphal return of the demon and planned to communicate his decision to Lulu and Fel as soon as they returned. However, his plan was frustrated when the girls surprised him with a strategic holiday ambush, using an excessive persuasion combo to convince him to go with them. Back to the present, he waits in the sand as someone approaches. Lulashira and Fel arrive, both wearing bathing suits, ready to enjoy the day on the beach. Lulu, blushing, asks his master what he thinks of his swimsuit. I take it by surprise and extremely ashamed. The boy praises her, saying she looks beautiful, to which she responds with a murmur. Still embarrassed, she admits the answer was obvious, but thanks her anyway. Fel observes the interaction between the two in silence. The maid approaches her master and, with a shy look, asks what he thinks of his bikini, to Lulashira's astonishment in the background. Even more dull, the guild master praises her maid, saying that she is also great and that it is good to see her with something different from her maid's uniform. Vividly satisfied, Fel thanks the compliment with an intense look. From the water, the other girls call the trio, inviting them to play together. One of the guild companions approaches and tells the leader that everyone is waiting for him. Hesitant, he agrees. Lulashira and Fel reach out to their master, inviting him to have fun with them. The young man faces extended hands, still visibly in conflict with the situation. While gently pulled toward the sea, he reflects that, honestly, he is not in the mood to have fun, but would feel bad if he did not enjoy it a little, since they worked so hard to bring him. With a slight smile of resignation, he decides to give in and participate in the activities. A set of scenes shows the group having fun in the water, with Crow actively participating, shooting with a water pistol. The boy is seen enjoying himself carelessly in the water with the others. At another time, Yuma buries him in the sand playfully. The scene cuts to a surfboard cutting the waves. Crow is shown surfing with skill and confidence. The other guild members observe him from the beach, impressed by his talent. He maintains focus and concentration while sliding over the wave. However, his performance ends with a clumsy fall, to the surprise of the girls. After the activities, the guild leader sits alone in a sun lounger, watching from a distance his companions continue to play in the water. Despite his intention to leave the guild, he cannot avoid a smile, admitting to himself that he is genuinely enjoying himself with his best summer companions and best guild companions. On the beach, Fel comments on the scorching heat. She approaches Crow from behind with a drink, scaring him. With a smile, she offers you the refreshment. Vividly dull. The master of the guild thanks. He takes a sip of the drink while Lulashira settles in a beach chair next to him. The boy tells Fel that she's also on vacation and should take the time to relax instead of acting like she's on duty. The maid responds with a serene smile, stating that caring for him is not a duty, but her passion and purpose. Lulashira, listening to the conversation, teases Fel by joking, asking if Summer liberated her from being a maid, leaving the other girl confused with the joke. The guild leader is completely perplexed by the exchange of words between the two. He laughs nervously, dismissing Lula's question and saying he was just lost in thoughts. Turning again to Fel, Crow encourages her to have fun. He commends her for her hard work and for always keeping the group together. The young man concludes that because she is always so serious, he really wants her to enjoy moments of rest like this. Touched but thoughtful, Fel reflects on the words of his master. With the excuse that her stomach is snoring, she steps away to get something to eat. While walking around the resort with a snack, a feeling of embarrassment begins to take care of her. She shrinks internally, lamenting her clumsy attempt to make a joke that was no fun at all. Remembering the moment, she scolds herself for getting carried away by emotion. The embarrassment intensifies with the thought that it made the climate strange. Concern deepens in questioning how you can convince your master to remain in the guild if you can't even maintain a normal conversation. Looking at the sea, she remembers that she met her savior on a beach much like this. A flashback transports her to the day he found her, shortly after she escaped from her former master, feeling lost and hopeless. The memory takes her deeper into her painful past, recalling the sinister words of her abuser, who said she was too beautiful to be just a maid. The traumatic memory continues, showing her that her new paper was serving something special to a group of men. The scene ends with his former master calling his name, while his face wriggles in terror. Back to the present, the anguish of memory makes her tighten her chest. She accepts the harsh reality that her past will always haunt her. However, he finds comfort in the certainty that being next to Crow is the only moment when he feels truly free. Her thoughts are abruptly interrupted by a voice that calls her. Her former master, Hagen, appears before her with her bodyguards, greeting her coldly. Fel is paralyzed with fear. She whispers his name, taken by horror. The popsicle falls from his hand and begins to melt on the ground as Hagen declares sinisterly that he finally found it. While some of the girls relax in the water, they are approached by two men. One of them, whom his companion identifies as a noble, flirts aggressively, inviting them to a private beach that he rented nearby. Your friend apologizes for the noble's attitude, which in turn claims to have fallen in love at first sight. The invitation to the private beach is extended once again. Visibly disinterested, one of the guild members lowers their sunglasses, ready to give an answer. Before she can speak, other guild companions arrive, with Crow joyfully informing men that the girls are already accompanied. The masked leader, clearly uncomfortable with the situation, apologizes for the interruption. The two strangers are momentarily confused by the sudden turn of events. Retrieving composure, the noble confronts the young leader, calling him pervert masked and questioning his relationship with the girls. Crow defends himself, explaining their colleagues. The man disdains the explanation, stating that, as a mere colleague, he has no right to interfere. He continues to mock the boy, calling him masked skinny freak, suggesting that the girls would have much more fun with them. The provocation is interrupted when Horus, Garuga, and other male members of the triumphal return of the demon emerge from the water with threatening auras and ask if men are really looking for a fight with their guild. The two provoke those served in terror as they realize the identity of the infamous guild they just insulted. Lulashira takes the opportunity to take his master's arm and walk away, commenting on how disappointing some guests are. The guild leader seems completely bewildered by all the confusion. A while later, the calmness returns to the beach. Crow's on his own, watching the resort, and it's strange how long Fell's taking. The scene changes to Fell, who is paralyzed by finding his former master, Hagen, accompanied by his bodyguards. With a sinister smile, Hagen introduces herself, reminding her that he is her master. He formally calls her Felicia, commenting with false cordiality that she seems to be well, while she faces him, terrified. Stuttering in disbelief, the young woman asks why he is there. Hagen coldly declares that he has come to take her home, expressing his contempt for a maid like her to have stooped to the life of an adventurer. In a flashback, Hagen is seen in a formal environment, calling her new life pathetic. The memory continues, with him lamenting that a runaway maid from his home is now working for a second-rate guild. Hagen, her former master, confronts her, insisting that the life of an adventurer is unworthy of her and that she must return with him. With anger and unbelief, Fell rejects him, reminding him of his past transgressions and declaring that he will never return. With a mocking smile, the man notes that she seems to have attached to her new life. He continues, questioning disdainfully how Crow managed to saw a beast royalty and a mad bitch like her. In a reverie that refers to Lulashira, Hagen admits to be envious of Crow's apparent ability to women. Despite his appearance, the young woman's fury is manifested in her thick fist, a clear sign of her intention to fight. Hagen recognizes the thirst for blood in his eyes, commenting that it brings back memories. A close-up in Fell's eyes reveals his murderous intent. The villain remembers the moments she almost killed him in the past, with that same look. With a cold resolve, the excreate swears she'll finish what she started this time. Her old master lets out a sinister laugh, covering her face. He reveals a brilliant mechanical eye, boasting of having acquired a new power since their last encounter. Suddenly, Fell's body freezes and she realizes, in panic, that she can't move. Hagen's expression is of pure presumption and triumph. The villain reveals the source of his power, the evil eye of binding, an expensive implant that completely paralyzes her, declaring that he would not face her without a guarantee and offering her as his welcome gift. Immobilized, but not defeated, she faces him with hatred and promises that he will repent. Ignoring the threat, Hagen approaches and begins a cruel monologue, revealing that he spent a lot of time thinking about his revenge. He describes her desire to retaliate for the humiliation of being rejected by her. His speech becomes more lewd by confessing his plan to break it and take possession of his body. He concludes his boast, claiming to have acquired power to command even demons. At the exact moment Hagen reaches out to touch Fell, Crow intervenes, holding the man's wrist and asking what he's doing. Surprised and irritated by the interference, Hagen looks at the masked young man. The young woman looks at her savior, whispering her name with a mixture of relief and shock. Crow finds Fell and, with a smile, warns him it's time to come back, because everyone is waiting to eat. Still visibly shaken by the previous encounter, the young woman hesitantly agrees. A close-up shows his hand holding hers firmly. Fell's face reveals a mixture of panic and relief as he feels the touch of his master. Upset by being ignored, Hagen approaches from behind and grabs the guild leader's shoulder. With a threatening tone, he warns the boy, stating that it is not polite to leave with someone else's possession. Without being intimidated, the masked young man turns around and asks his companion who that man is. Before she can answer, Hagen declares that he knows much more than Crow will ever know. The former master cruelly describes her as a bloodthirsty killer and a mad dog, which makes the girl relive her trauma with her eyes empty of dread. He continues the provocation, asking the guild master if he is not curious about her dark past. Hagen warns him that a wrong choice will result in his death. He concludes the threat stating that it will be Fell herself who will kill him, leaving Crow shocked. Putting an arm around her, the guild leader defends her with conviction, declaring that she is his companion and would never hurt him. He demands that Hagen stop insulting his friends, a demonstration of loyalty that leaves the ex-creature visibly moved. One of Hagen's bodyguards advances, outraged by Crow's affront to his master. However, the noble holds him, considering that creating a scene at that moment with so many witnesses would only attract unwanted attention. As he steps away, Hagen casts a dark look at the couple and promises to return to fetch Felicia. The two remain silent for an instant, watching the villain and his goons retreat. The guild master lets out a sigh of relief, commenting on how intense the situation was. He turns to the girl with a smile, trying to lighten the mood and asking if she's okay. Without saying a word, Fel throws himself into his arms, hugging him hard. Completely taken by surprise by the sudden gesture, the boy runs out of reaction. She buries her face in her chest, seeking comfort and security. With her voice muffled by emotion, she apologizes and begs to stay, so for a while he, still confused, asks what happened. The unexpected embrace attracts the attention of other resort visitors, who begin to whisper, leaving the young leader visibly dull. The ex-citizen squeezes the hug even more, ignoring the world around. Totally bewildered by the situation and curious looks, the guildmaster can only agree with her request. The scene ends with the couple hugging in the crowd, who continues to observe them with curiosity. The guild girls arrive at an outdoor hot spring. One of them is excited to learn that the place was reserved exclusively for them and dives lively into the water. Another rebukes her for not rinsing first, but the young woman, already floating relaxedly, retorts that she has already purified herself with magic for the discontent of her colleague. Observing this scene, one of the adventurers comments with good humor at the idea of youth, and her companion replies that she is barely older than the others. One of the girls notes that the bath is not mixed and questions, in a playful tone, whether the other intended to bring Crow there. While they relax, one of the girls notes that the bath is not mixed and questions, in a playful tone, whether the other intended to bring Crow there. With a blink of an eye and a naughty smile, the question responds with a suggestive maybe. The provocation makes one of the young women blush, imagining that Crow would not stand a chance against the sculptural body of Raphia. The mention of his physicist provokes a surprised reaction from Raphia. The embarrassed girl is suddenly hit by a water squirt, screaming to stop teasing. The Joker looks around, noting that her accomplice ally suddenly disappeared. At another point in the hot spring, Ally attacks another colleague, groping her playfully and complaining with envy of her developed body. Declaring a war of justice against her friend's cursed melons, Ally continues her attack, while the victim begs her to stop and the other observes the scene with fun. Distant from confusion, Lilashira remains immersed in her own thoughts, alien to the screams of play in the background. His mind returns to the previous scene on the beach, recalling the embrace between Crow and Fel and the conversation they had. Worried, she wonders if her master's heart is moving away from her. The young demon princess asks if Crow's heart is distancing, thinking to itself in a silent appeal, "Give me back, Crow." A feeling of impotence dominates her while reflecting on the situation. Her reveries are interrupted by Rofia, who approaches smiling and asks if she is thinking of her leader again. Take it by surprise, Lulu is frightened by her friend's sudden appearance. Rofia casually comments that the scene of Crow and Fel returning from the beach earlier seemed rather suspicious, leaving Lilashira even more nervous. Her friend advises her to confront her feelings and go after Crow more directly, but Lulu admits that if it were so simple, she would not be suffering so much. With a wise gesture, Rofia warns her that she cannot expect to beat his heart if she continues to watch from afar. Lilashira defends herself, stating that she is not standing still because she took control of the finances and agenda to close all routes discreetly, which Rofia points out to be exactly the problem. While he is lazy, Rofia notes that the real problem is that Lulu, despite caring for Crow, is afraid to openly demonstrate his feelings. With a suddenly serious expression, she mentions the 20% infidelity rate among couples, suggesting that people like Lulu, who are not direct, end up in this situation. She intensifies the warning, stating that if Crow decides to choose only one of them, they will be forced to fight seriously for him. The word fight scares Lilashia, but Rofia reassures her, saying that she obviously prefers a peaceful solution. The two agree, reminding each other that they are guild companions. Rofia, however, sighs, and his gaze becomes serious again as he ponders what the condition of guild companions really means to their rivalry. With a dark intensity, she concludes her thinking aloud, stating that if they were not of the same guild, they could actually end up fighting for it. The statement leaves Lilashira silent, suing the gravity of the situation. Alone with her thoughts and looking into the night sky, the young demon princess agrees with her friend's assessment, admitting to herself that this would be the likely result. After bathing in the hot springs, the guild gathers for a night of fun. Crow, with a determined look, declares he will not lose. Horace challenges him with a smile, inviting him to a ping-pong match. Meanwhile, other members begin a lively pillow war, diving the room into fun chaos. Over time, the agitation calms down. Eventually, exhaustion takes over and most guild members fall asleep deeply. However, not everyone can rest. Fell looks thoughtfully out the window, lost in his own thoughts. Likewise, Crow walks alone on the beach under a starry sky, unable to calm his mind. He breathes a sigh, overwhelmed by the weight of his decision. When should I talk about getting out of the guild? He wonders, frustrated, just not a good time. The young man resigns, thinking that he will have to carry that burden for a few more days, for there is no way to discuss it during the journey. Your mind is filled with the happy memories of the day you spent together, enjoying each other's company. The fun you had together makes you question your decision. Do I really need to get out of the guild? Watching the stars, he reflects on the benefits, the incredible companions, and the fun life he has, concluding that it would be foolish to throw everything away. However, the sense of duty haunts him, reminding him of his responsibility as founder and of the problems his exit could cause. The confusion dominates him while he wonders what he really wants to do. Feeling overwhelmed, the guild leader throws himself into the sand, lamenting to be a terrible master and feeling that he is not up to the task. Suddenly a voice interrupts him. And who exactly said that you are not up to it? As he looks up, he sees Lulashira standing before him with a soft expression on his face and whispers her name, Surprise. On the beach, under the night sky, Lulashira approaches Crow, who is sitting alone in the sand, and asks if he can join him. Visibly embarrassed, he stutters a permit. Sitting side by side, the young guild leader asks if she is also taking a night walk. The demon princess says she just couldn't sleep. A momentary silence settles between the two, both with thoughtful expressions as they look to the horizon. With a subtle gesture, Lulashira's hand closes in fist, revealing its inner tension. Breaking the silence, she turns to her master and suggests that the next day be a free day for all members of the guild. Surprised by the idea, he questions about the day off. She explains that the map of the region shows several sites and that it would be a good opportunity for everyone to explore what interests him most. With a direct look, she asks what he wants to do himself. The masked boy agrees with the suggestion, admitting that a time alone would be useful to organize his thoughts. His answer makes her apprehensive, and she asks if he intends to spend the day with Fel. Confused with the assumption, Crow asks why she would specifically think of Fel. With an expression of sorrow, the young woman reminds him of what happened earlier that afternoon. She provokes him, commenting that the hug of the two in front of everyone seemed very intimate and was a bold attitude on his part. The memory leaves the guild leader completely dull and shocked. He rushes to clarify the situation, explaining that everything was just a misunderstanding and that he just intervened because a man was bothering their colleague. He minimizes the event, stating that it was nothing serious and that things just happened that way. Lulashira hears in silence, with a sad expression. The boy concludes his explanation by apologizing for worrying her. With a sigh of relief, she murmurs that she had imagined something like this. Realizing the implication behind her original question, Crow, suddenly embarrassed, asks if she wanted to ask him out. Lulashira remains silent, leaving him in suspense. With her voice low and face turned, she interprets his hesitation as a refusal, murmuring with disappointment, I see, so it's a no. Seeing her shrink, upset, the young man panics and tries to undo the new misunderstanding, insisting that this is not what he meant and that he had not yet decided with whom he would go. He adds that he was actually thinking about going alone. However, before he can finish, she interrupts him. Referring to a previous conversation, Lulashira confronts him, asking if the conversation he had with Celes about leaving the guild was also a misunderstanding. I am surprised by the direct question. The guild master is visibly shocked and speechless. The look of the demon princess is serious and unwavering, waiting for an answer. A tense confrontation, she asks bluntly if he was serious about getting out of the guild. In his internal conflict, he discusses how to respond. He admits to himself that he considered leaving, but that a part of him still wishes to remain. The boy hesitates, considering being honest about his indecision would only cause more pain to her. The weight of the situation hits him, leaving him with an expression of pure panic while she watches him. With his face bathed in tears and his voice embarrassed by emotion, Lulashira begs, please, don't leave me. Stunned by her sudden burst of feelings, the young leader can only whisper her name, realizing the depth of her anguish. Celes, the master of an allied guild, confronts Crow, sarcastically recapitulating his recent decisions, neglecting training, allowing his skills to be copied and delivering a mythical class weapon, which turned his guild into a group of berserkers. Faced with the precise evaluation, the young leader reacts with a comical nasal bleating, and Celes ends his inquiry, questioning whether he now intends to abandon the guild. Crow justifies his intention, confessing to feeling unable to lead by being the weakest member of the group. His interlocutor mocks his reasoning, arguing that leadership is not based only on strength, for otherwise the thrones would be occupied by beasts and not by kings. The boy, consumed by guilt, laments that his lack of prediction and his desperate need for approval caused the chaotic situation. With a shrewd look, Celes demonstrates to understand the real reason for his visit. She then makes a surprising proposal, offering to take care of the guild devil's triumphant return in case he even decides to leave. The guild master remains silent and head down, absorbing the offer. He clarifies his intention, explaining that he does not want her to take control, but only to supervise the members. In a playful way, Celes asks if the request is for her to act as Bab of Lulu and others to prevent them from causing problems, which leaves Crow visibly dull. The scene is divided. Celes agrees to help, but imposes that he will follow his own methods. Then, the narrative returns to the beach, where Lulashira is seen crying intensely in front of an amazing crow. A close-up reveals the depth of the suffering of the demon princess, who sobs with her face in her hands. The guild leader faces her, with her face paralyzed in a total shock expression. Completely bewildered, he can only babble her name without understanding the sudden burst of emotion. The record falls and Crow realizes, horrified, that Celes revealed his plans to Lulashira. In the midst of hiccups, the young woman vents, questioning what she did wrong and why he did not open up to her instead of looking for someone else, stating that, despite her shortcomings, she was working hard for him. Desperate to contain the crisis, the boy asks her to calm down and let him explain his true motives. With the promise of revealing their feelings, the scene focuses on the vastness of the beach, setting a solemn tone. Sitting side by side in the sand, a heavy silence settles between the two, both facing the night horizon. Crow begins his confession, confirming that he actually talked to Celes about leaving the guild, which causes a visible astonishment in Lulashira. He hastened to clarify that the decision was not motivated by anything she or the other members did. He reveals his main insecurity. He feels the weakest of the group, someone who made mistakes and contributed little, and so he thought about leaving. The demon princess tries to cheer him up, stating that he is strong and has helped them enough, but the young remains inconsolable. In an internal monologue, Crow expresses his frustration, declaring that just being strong enough is not enough for him. He recalls the beginning of his journey when he had special skills and believed he would become the invincible protagonist of that world. A memory shows him at the height of his confidence, proud of his strength and ability to lead the newly formed guild. At that time, he was convinced that in time he would become the most powerful member of all. With a melancholy tone, he confesses to Lulashira that reality was another. All the guild members overcame him in power, leaving him behind. The young woman is shocked to hear that he could not keep up with their talent and determination, and that their self-image of main character was a mere fantasy. He praises the strength of everyone, especially hers, admitting that the level of power they've achieved will scare him. The guild leader confesses that he even considered a comfortable life where he would only be protected by his companions, as illustrated by a happy memory of everyone on the beach. However, he reveals a deep fear of remaining in a position he feels he has not conquered on his own merit. With his face taken by anguish, he declares his desire to face this fear from the front and no longer live in the shadow of the strength of his own guild. Lulashira, perceiving the direction of the conversation, panics, begging in thought so that he does not verbalize his final decision. Ignoring his silent despair, Crow takes his breath to conclude his speech. Looking directly at her, he finally announces his intention. He will leave the guild temporarily until he feels worthy to lead them again. Continuing the beach talk, Crow asks a visibly shocked Lulashira to wait for him, recognizing that her request to stay away for a while is difficult for her. He tries to justify his departure as a training period, explaining that, in the guild, he feels useless, because everyone finishes the battles before he can act. Desperate, the demon princess interrupts you, begging you not to go. Crying and covering her ears, the young woman refuses to hear his farewell. In the midst of tears, she presses him on the uncertainty of his return, questioning whether his absence will last weeks, months, or even years, and whether there is any guarantee that he will return. Lulashira clings to him, confessing that he cannot live in a world without his presence and does not feel strong or ready to face such a situation. With an expression of pain, the masked boy admits to sharing the same feeling, but reveals his fear that if he remains in the guild, he will continue to depend on it. He concludes that he needs time away to avoid this dependence, a statement that shocks her. Unable to accept the decision, the demon princess collapses into a convulsive cry, clinging to it in pure despair. Faced with her reaction, the guild leader is robbed by doubt, pondering with himself if his decision was not a terrible mistake. Despite the doubt, he reaffirms his conviction that he cannot lead the guild in its present state, fearing to be powerless in the face of a crisis and unintentionally endanger everyone. He admits that this fear terrifies him, being the main reason for her departure, while the desolate young woman buries her face on his chest. Amid the tension, her desperate embrace causes a comical and unexpected physical reaction to the boy. Trying to comfort her, he embraces her and expresses his total trust in her strength, ensuring that she will be well even without her presence. She rejects his words of comfort, declaring that she does not want a world where he is not present, but still thanks for all the protection and companionship he has offered her over time. While she begs not to be excluded from the decision, the master of the guild comforts her with the promise that one day she will return to her. Under the starry sky of the beach, in one last and painful supplication, he asks her to let him go. The scene changes to a later moment, showing Lulashira alone in the shower, where the water flows over her as she revives events. In her thoughts, she blames herself for her reaction, considering pathetic she cried and screamed like that. The young woman admits to herself that although she tried to accept his departure, deep down, she always knew she would be unable to do so. She is surprised by her own vulnerability, recognizing how deeply shaken she is by the situation. His thought turns to the fear he feels of his strength, questioning if his power is really so frightening to him. With bitterness, she realizes the tragic irony that the same force she sought to protect the person she loved was what drove her away. In a silent gesture, she joins her hands, her mind bubbling. She begins to ponder the fate of her master now that he has decided to depart. Suddenly, a terrible conclusion reaches her, and her face wriggles in shock and anger at realizing that her destiny is Sully's. She connects the mention of training to his former master, concluding that he plans to return to the care of the other woman. The memory of the brutal and sadistic training sessions he suffered under Sully's tutelage haunts her. With fierce determination, she swears to herself that she will not allow him to return to that situation and will not accept that decision. In her mind, she visualizes Sully's as a pernicious and inadequate influence for his leader, which reinforces his conviction that he needs to intervene. Back to the present, the demon princess shrinks in the shower, taken by anguish and denial of reality. The scene changes to the resort pool at night, where other guild members are relaxing. Raffia and another companion enjoy a night pool bath, with one commenting on how elegant and unprecedented the experience is. Two other girls talk about how nice it is to have a moment of tranquility, in contrast to the usual routine of fighting monsters. One of them observes the moon and reflects on how the peace they are experiencing seems almost unreal. The conversation leads Alma to recall her traumatic past, confessing that she should have died a long time ago during a basilisk attack in her village. In a flashback, she remembers being betrayed by someone close to her and left to die with half her body destroyed. She revives the certainty that she felt that would be her end. Her friend interrupts her, recalling with enthusiasm that Crow appeared and saved her when she fell in love with him. Alma warmly agrees with the feeling. Next to them, Raffia, who listened to the conversation, displays a subtle and knowledgeable smile. Despite the happy moment, Alma admits that the possibility of Crow's departure still frightens her. Another fellow guild mentions the conversation about Crow's departure, but confidently claims he's not worried about it. Raffia gets up in the pool and calms down Alma, saying it's okay, you're certainly leaving the other girl surprised. The scene returns to Lulashira, who turns off the shower while Raffia's voice echoes in his mind, stating that Lulu would never allow Crow to leave the guild. The demon princess stands against the wall, her expression now hardened by determination. The shower water runs down your face, which displays a cold and resolute expression, signaling a change in your attitude of sadness to one of action. The scene starts with a close-up on a roof fan spinning slowly, establishing a quiet and thoughtful environment. Crow is lying in bed, with his eyes open, clearly unable to rest under the soft breeze of the fan. With an expression of exhaustion, he reflects on his insomnia, admitting to himself that he cannot sleep since the fateful conversation of the previous night. The weight of remorse consumes him while he looks at the ceiling, questioning how he might face Lulashira after treating her so harshly. His thoughts are abruptly interrupted by a knock on his bedroom door. He marvels at Lulashira's voice on the other side, asking if he's awake. Still surprised, he questions what she would be doing there so early in the morning. With a calm voice, the demon princess explains that she had time to reflect on the events of the previous night and that she needed to talk. She asks him to open the door so that they can discuss the next steps, leaving the young guild leader apprehensive. With hesitation, his hand reaches the handle and he slowly opens the door. Instead of the sadness he was hoping for, he is faced with an intense and enigmatic smile on the young woman's face. He thanks you for coming to talk, but the girl is already sitting on the floor, waiting with a serious expression. Quite bluntly, she asks if he has already communicated to the other members his decision to leave the guild. He denies it, saying not yet. Visibly relieved, she then questions whether his plan is to make the announcement only after the end of the trip. The boy confirms that he intends to explain the change of leadership and make the transition properly, to which she agrees with a solemn tone. However, in an abrupt change, she turns around and suggests that he may not need to do any of this. The unexpected statement makes him completely confused, and he stutters, asking what she means. A glow of fierce determination arises in the eyes of the demon princess. The intensity of his expression takes the master of the guild by surprise. In a quick and daring move, Lilashira leans forward and kisses him, leaving him in a state of shock. The youth's mind is blank, unable to process the sudden display of affection. He tries to babble her name in protest, but her words are muffled by the insistence of the kiss. The embrace becomes tighter and the kiss deeper and more desperate, transmitting an urgency that he does not understand. The strength of his advancement unbalances him, causing him to fall back into bed with her on top, without interrupting the kiss. Holding his face with both hands, she prevents him from moving away, completely dominating him with her overwhelming passion. After an intense moment that seems to last forever, she finally drifts away. Panting and blushing face, the guild leader can only whisper her name, stunned. With her face still low, hiding her expression, she asks in a low voice the reason behind his decision. She then faces him directly, with her eyes shining with emotion, and makes a direct confession. I love you, Crow. I want to be with you. Would you go out with me? With the wedding in mind. The marriage proposal strikes him as lightning, leaving him completely mouthless and speechless. As quickly as he began the confrontation, Lilashira stands up, declares that it is all he had to say and goes back to his room, ignoring his confusion. Paralyzed in bed, he observes her leaving, unable to formulate an answer. Before leaving, she adds that he does not need to give you an answer immediately. He reaches out his hand in a futile attempt to stop it, but the door closes before he can say anything. Alone again, the young man tries to assimilate what has just happened, completely perplexed by the surprising and sudden proposal of marriage. A girl with white hair screams with determination, making a thumb gesture up. Alone on a balcony overlooking the sea, Crow is immersed in turbulent thoughts. He is haunted by the memory of Lilashira's kiss and her declaration of love. Vivid memory carries him back to the moment she dominated him with her overwhelming passion. Her words echo in her mind, culminating in the shocking proposal of marriage. Back to the present, his hand closes tightly on the banister, betraying his inner agitation. Completely overwhelmed, the young guild leader admits to himself that the idea of marriage is excessive and sudden. Beneath the grid, he despairs, not knowing how he could refuse her requests. Meanwhile, somewhere else, Lilashira enjoys a dessert with a victorious look, commenting with a friend about her good mood and confidence that she has conquered the heart of her master. Crow's reflection is interrupted by the unexpected arrival of a woman who greets him. Confused, he turns around and admits not to recognize her right away. The newcomer reveals herself as Yari, queen of the kingdom of Succubus, a figure of her past. She scolds him playfully for forgetting her, and the boy reacts with surprise and reverence when remembering his identity. Asked about her presence, the monarch explains that her kingdom has investments in the resort, which facilitated the installation of a shop on site. Yari mentions that he is returning from an inspection when two young people, Huey and Yu, run towards them, calling for both. The queen introduces the girls as her assistants, adding that Yu also acts as her bodyguard. Guild leader praises Yu's diligence for already working. Cat girl responds enthusiastically, stating that she is striving as an honorary member of the Yari Guild for Crow's amusement, who knows that such a position does not exist. On a balcony overlooking the sea, Yari, the queen of Succubus, asks Crow if he is enjoying the holiday. The young guild leader confirms, saying it's been fun. He formally greets her and she responds that she is well, mentioning that, thanks to him, her kingdom is recovering and that things with Yu and Huey also go well, as evidenced by the scene of the two girls playing happily on the beach. In a comic flashback, A white tiger represents the intimidating image the queen had of Crow's guild, imagining them as a bunch of savages for rescuing cats. With an expression of disdain, she admits to herself that her first impression was that of a guild of psychopathic killers. One of the monarch's assistants plays with the other, admiring Crow's courage for living in a supposed harem, which leads the boy to protest vehemently that it is not a harem. Stunned by the comment, the masked young man reflects in panic whether this really is the image that people have of their lives. On a different subject, he turns to the queen and asks permission to ask her a question. Crow goes straight to the point, asking how someone should refuse a girl's confession, a question that leaves Yari and her two assistants completely shocked. Leaning over the banister, the monarch views him with unbelief. With her eyes half closed, she seeks confirmation, asking if he really received a declaration of love. The question triggers a vivid memory of Lulashira confessing his love, which makes him irritated by the presumptuous image that his mind projected of her. The scene transitions to a table with a snack, where the group sat down to discuss the subject more calmly. Yari summarizes the situation that the boy presented to him, disguised as the problem of a friend. He is being pressured to marry, does not dislike the girl, but hesitates to move on. Your assistants listen carefully as they eat, pretending to be innocent. Crow confirms the story and asks advice for his so-called friend. With unwavering confidence, the succubus queen boasts of her expertise in romantic affairs, claiming to be unbeatable and covering a wide range of services, from marriage counseling to coup prevention. The guild leader then asks what she would do if she were in the place of such a friend. With a malicious smile, the monarch gives questionable advice to keep the girl as a secondary option, leaving the young man immediately sorry to ask. She details her plan, which consists of provoking the girl with affection to prolong the relationship indefinitely, exchanging it for someone better if the opportunity arises, or, ultimately, conforming to her. With pride, Yari reveals that she herself maintains 14 of these relationships, comparing herself to a property owner for the despair of her interlocutor. Huey, one of the assistants, scolds His Majesty, finding the advice too cruel with the girl, while Crow watches the scene, shocked by the queen's philosophy. With a disconcerting sincerity, Huey offers his own suggestion, saying that the friend should simply sleep with the girl to resolve the situation. She tries to justify her logic with dubious statistics, stating that yielding to passion sometimes works and arranged marriages have a lower divorce rate. With a radiant smile, the young woman summarizes her philosophy as be first, think later, while Yari rebukes her for making suggestive gestures. Yu, the other assistant, intervenes as the voice of reason, reminding the two who are letting their succubic instincts speak louder and that Crow is an ordinary human. However, she quickly offers her own aggressive solution, suggesting that if a woman does not hear, she should be subdued by force, a counsel that the boy readily discards as a reflection of her bestial nature. The three women enter a heated debate, each advocating their method as the best to deal with the loving situation. Listening to the chaotic discussion, the young master of the guild comes to the conclusion that he definitely asked the wrong people for advice. Yari interrupts the fight and asks the crucial question no one had considered. At the end of the day, does your friend really like her? The other two girls agree that this is the most important point and press Crow for an answer. I take it by surprise, and without the disguise of his friend, he is visibly dull and speechless. The question forces him to confront his own feelings, and Lulashira's image arises in his mind. With hesitation, he finally admits to the group and to himself, I think so. Admission opens a floodgate in his mind, and he is suddenly flooded with images of all the girls in his guild, realizing that his feelings are more complicated than he imagined and questioning who he really likes. Yari misinterprets his confusion, assuming he already has several secondary options, and sarcastically congratulates him for his supposed success. While the queen reiterates her cynical admiration, Huey suggests that he sleeps with them all for Yuya's shock, which proposes the alternative of him becoming a monk. Just as the monarch is about to give her final verdict, Crow interrupts her, asking for a moment to answer a call. He answers the phone and hears Lulashira's voice on the other side, his expression becoming serious as the loving counselors in the background disappear from his focus. In response to a call from Lulashira, Crow hears her explain that she and the other girls were discussing plans for the next day. It reveals that the resort has an attached amusement park and that the group would like to visit it. The demon princess formally invites Yu to join them. The boy readily accepts, but hesitates, saying he would like to make a request. To the surprise of all, he suggests spending individual time with each of the girls during the park ride. The unexpected proposal leaves Lulashira and the other guild companions, who listen to the conversation, in a state of collective shock. As the silence settles, two of the girls process the information and realize that his request is, in practice, an invitation to individual meetings with all of them. Retrieving composure, Lulishira agrees with the condition, disguising his surprise by justifying the decision as a more efficient way to organize the ride in a large group. She says goodbye, saying she'll see him the next day and that she's looking forward to the meeting. After closing the call, the scene reveals that Crow was accompanied by Huey, who is surprised that he so faithfully followed the notes she prepared for him. The guild master explains that his desire to spend time with each one is genuine. However, when asked why, he gets in the way and offers the lame excuse that he wants to create memories, an answer that doesn't convince his interlocutor. While the other girls cheerfully celebrate the prospect of encounters, Lulishira moves away, visibly thoughtful and somewhat overburdened. Her mind carries her back to the kiss she shared with Crow, and a feeling of jealousy invades her by thinking of him having dates with others. However, her insecurity quickly turns into an optimistic fantasy, in which she is convinced that his plan is, in fact, an elaborate strategy to dismiss the other girls and stay with her alone. Completely immersed in her romantic interpretation, she melts with the supposed sweetness of her beloved, ignoring the calls of her friends. The narrative changes dramatically to the facade of a sinister mansion under a starry sky. On a balcony, a man with a partially masked face and a glass of wine in his hand comments on the tranquility of the night. The eve of a festival, he addresses a hooded subordinate, who informs him that preparations for a ritual are taking place without delay, with the sacrifices already provided. The villain declares that the next day will be glorious, for he will gain a new power and recover a person named Felicia. His macabre plan coincides with the guild ride, and he swears that their date in the park will become the stage of their total annihilation. In a flashback, Yu, the cat girl, is shown in a European-style city, examining with optimism a board of notices in search of work. His animated countenance crumbles in despair as he realizes that there is no job opening announced. Determined to be established, she reflects that although she still has travel funds thanks to Crow, she needs a stable job to stay with Huey and the others. The young feline turns to her companion, Huey, and asks with expectation if she has found any interesting opportunity. The succubus suggests using the connections of the queen of her people, explaining that getting a job without a formal indication is extremely difficult. Yu panics as he imagines what kind of succubus work he would have to do, but his friend reassures her, stating that there are also normal jobs. The scene changes for an interview with the succubus queen, Yari, who claims with a severe look that although she agreed to take care of the girl at Crow's request, hiring her is another story. A close-up emphasizes the monarch's relentless expression, stressing the seriousness of his statement. At the entrance to the Worldland amusement park, a security guard informs the group that all dangerous items must be stored, temporarily confiscating the arsenal of weapons they were carrying. While walking through the park, it turns out that for most girls it's the first time in a place like that, increasing the general excitement. Asked if you've been there before, Crow answers with uncertainty, his expression suggesting that memory is, at best, vague. He murmurs that he may have come once when he was very small, while one of his companions expresses his dazzlement with the scenery. The grandiosity of the park impresses everyone. One of the girls comments on cutting-edge technology, which leads the guild leader to ponder whether the site's creator would not be reincarnated from another world. With a sigh, the boy decides to put his worries aside and ensure that everyone enjoys the day to the fullest, aware that moments like that can become rare. Yuma, full of energy, takes the lead, pulling her Ninai by the hand and declaring that her individual encounter begins now. With a playful wink, she reminds him of her promise to spend some time alone with each of them. The young master of the guild agrees with a somewhat dull smile, yielding to her enthusiasm. Watching the two move away, the rest of the group decides to explore the park on their own while waiting for their respective times. The girl guides her companion with enthusiasm through the cobblestone streets of the theme park. With her eyes shining, she points to one of the attractions, barely containing her excitement to begin the fun. The scene shows them on a merry-go-round. While Yuma laughs joyfully, Crow's expression is of pure comic terror. Running ahead with an infectious smile, the young woman enjoys every second, with the guild leader following her closely. They pause to interact with one of the park's pets, a friendly-looking bear wearing a hat. The look of the girl is suddenly attracted by a snack stand at a distance, her interest immediately aroused. The scene moves briefly to the next girl in line, a fairy, who already prepares to drag the boy to his own meeting. During their encounter with Yuma, they both wear animal ears tiaras and eat together. She exclaims happy that the day is being so much fun. He agrees in a contained way, looking a little overwhelmed by her energy. Realizing that their time is running out, the young leader tries to address a more serious matter with Yuma. However, her attention is completely captured by a claw machine. While she marvels at the attraction, he reinforces to himself his theory about a reincarnated man having built the park. Gently, he asks if she would like any of the awards, to which she answers affirmatively with his china. Upon learning that she has never played before, he offers to try to win the koala stuffed animal for her. With unexpected focus, he operates the controls, and to his companion's surprise, the claw successfully closes on the prize. The girl is mouthy, in total disbelief with the skill he showed. Still shocked, she can hardly believe he could get the prize right on the first try. He gives her the stuffed koala as a gift, and her eyes are filled with emotion and gratitude. In a gesture of pure joy, she throws the new toy into the air, while the boy watches her with a sense of relief. Seeing her so happy, he gathers courage, feeling that this is the right time to have an important conversation. Pulling her gently on his shoulders, he starts talking, mentioning the possibility that one day he might have to leave the guild. Before he can finish, Yuma interrupts him with a crushing hug, thanking him effusively and declaring his love for him. As she continues to embrace him, stating that he is the most precious person to her, his face wriggles in embarrassment and panic. Completely engrossed by the affectionate embrace and her statements, the guild leader is paralyzed. His attempt at completely frustrated serious conversation.